a little life, you know. And then there really are the third group, and the third group of people that seem to be much more reasonable. It truly is regime change, and regime change is an imperative, but I think we have it automatically. I did something today. We just got these in from the architects. A lot of people are talking about how beautiful the ballroom is. For 150 years, they've wanted to build a ballroom at the White House, and other presidents have wanted it. When we have dignitaries coming, like President Xi of China or anybody else, we have very small rooms. They're not big enough to handle the kind of capacity that you need. And this is the same height as the White House. It's an incredible fitting. You see what that is, right? Nice. I'll show you. Here's another view. This is coming from right opposite the Treasury building. Beautiful Capitol. Beautiful building, and one of the, I think it'll be the finest ballroom of its kind anywhere in the world. A lot of people are giving it really good reviews. Some are giving it reviews without even seeing the building, because this just came out today. These pictures were just made today. We got rid of, quite a while ago, the stairs on the south side, and it's become really beautiful. But it matches and fits the White House. It's also capable of handling the inauguration. We have all bulletproof glass. We have drone-proof roofs, ceilings. Everything's drone-proof and bulletproof. And unfortunately, we're living in an age where that's a good thing. And this is the view from the Treasury, opposite the Treasury. Let me see another one of them. Here's a view on the south with the porch, which is a porch, and it's also a fire stair, basically leading down to the grounds. And that porch will be magnificent, looking in between the columns. They no longer, we took the stairs out that were on the south side and really replaced them with these stairs. So you have an open porch and you have the closed porch under the columns, overlooking the Washington Monument, the Jefferson Memorial, and the Lincoln Memorial / Monument. So that's great. This is a view of the columns as they are going to be made. They're going to be hand carved and they're beautiful. Top of the line. They'll be Corinthian, which is considered the best, most beautiful by far. Okay?
What's your timeline on this thing?
Timeline. So we're ahead of schedule and under budget. And all of this money, all of the money paid are paid by myself and donors. And it's all donors. There's not one dime of government money going into the ballroom. Now the military is building a big complex under the ballroom, which has come out recently because of a stupid lawsuit that was filed. But the military is building a massive complex under the ballroom, and that's under construction, and we're doing very well. So we're ahead of schedule. That's part of it. The ballroom essentially becomes a shed for what's being built under the military, including from drones and including from any other thing. The glass on the windows, you see the big windows, the glass is extremely thick. It's high-grade bulletproof glass, so all of the windows are bulletproof. I think the Times wrote, gee, some of the windows are fake. We have no fake windows. They said, they talked about a stairway in the south. We don't have a stairway in the south. That was replaced a long time ago. But this is a view of it from the north, and that's, if you see it, it fits in with the White House. It's almost a twin to the White House. It's something we just wanted to pay tribute to the White House. And so that fits in beautifully. Let me just see another one. Here's another one. Wait, excuse me, wait. I thought I'd do this now because it's easier. I'm so busy that I don't have time to do this. But I'm fighting wars and other things. But this is very important because this is going to be with us for a long time, and it's going to be, I think it'll be the greatest ballroom anywhere in the world. It's its highest level. Same height, exact height, if not higher. Same height as the White House, exactly the same height. And if you look, you have the White House over here, you have this, and that's a duplicate of the wall. So it pays total homage to the White House, which is, I think, very important too.
Mr. a deal in Iran this upcoming week?
I do see a deal in Iran, yeah.
Mr. President,
Could be soon, too.
are you considering still putting boots on the ground, and would you do that without going to Congress?
I just have lots of alternatives. We have tremendous numbers of ships over there. We don't need them all because of, the power. Look, I would say we're just like we're ahead of schedule on the ballroom. In a much bigger way, we're ahead of schedule with Iran. We're weeks ahead of schedule. If you would have said that in 3 days we were going to knock out 158 ships, their entire Navy, which we did, we knocked out their entire Air Force. We knocked out most of their missiles. That's why you see missile attacks, but they're sputtering. And we have a group, it's really a new regime. It's a new group of people that we've never dealt with before, that are acting very reasonable. It is truly regime change.
Is Khamenei's son still alive, sir? Is he a part of these
We think he may be. Nobody's heard about him. I mean, he may be alive, but he's obviously very seriously in trouble. He's seriously wounded.
You had offered a 15-point plan to Iran. Did they ever come back?
Yeah, they came back on the 15-point plan. They gave us most of the points. Why wouldn't they?
You make it sound like they made some concessions. Can you identify those?
Well, they're agreeing with us on the plan. I mean, we asked for 15 things, and for the most part, we're going to be asking for a couple of other things. And just to prove that they're serious, they gave us all these votes. When I talked about 4 days ago, a present, I said they gave me a present, but I didn't think I was at liberty to say what it was. What it was 8 plus 2. It's 10 massive boatloads of oil. And today they gave us another present. They gave us 20 boatloads of oil. That starts being shipped tomorrow. We're having very good meetings, both directly and indirectly, and I think we're getting a lot of very important points.
Sir, were you caught off guard when the Senate passed the DHS funding bill?
It's a shame. They should really just go to a filibuster. They should terminate the filibuster, and they should vote. That's what I think. Look, I think the Senate is playing it too soft. The Republicans are wonderful people, but we're dealing with very sick individuals. The Democrats are sick. There's something wrong. They're like terrorists, and we have to protect our country. We have to protect our border. We have to protect our wall. It was up to them. They'd open up the wall. They'd let millions of people pour into our country again, and we've all been through that. And I don't care if you're liberal or you're conservative. What we have now is we have a beautiful, closed border. We're getting murderers out of our country that Biden let in, the administration, the Democrats. We're getting the drug lords out of our country. We're bringing them back to other countries where they came from all over the world. We have great crime numbers, despite the fact that they let in 25 million people. And we're focused on the bad ones. I mean, the ones that came in, we'll work on something, but we have to get the killers out. We have to get the drug dealers out. We have to get the criminally insane. We have people that are criminally insane. They are unbelievably violent people that come out of insane asylums. The Democrats want them protected. I want them out. They have to be out. You can't have a country if they're here.
Would you sign a DHS deal without ICE funding in it?
No, ICE is vital to the well-being of our country. ICE, first of all, they're great patriots, but they are physically and mentally very strong people. And they are able to protect us from the animals that have been sent in, allowed to be sent in by the Biden administration, where you have people, jails were prisons from Venezuela, from the Congo, from all over the world, from every continent. They were allowed to come into our country, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. You can't have a soft, weak, sad person deal with these. You need strong people. Now, they love our country. They're very brave. They're very strong, like some of these guys. But you have to have these people removed or you don't have a country. So we had the best crime numbers that we've had, murder numbers, the best in 125 years. Think of it. Since the year 1900, before my father was born by a lot, we have the best crime numbers. And we're going to keep it that way. And that's despite the fact that so many criminals were allowed into our country. So we need ICE. We need Border Patrol. The last thing you people want to see is our country overrun again by criminals. And That's not going to happen. We're not going to let that happen. And by the way, our country doesn't want that.
Mr. President, some Republicans, including Senator Mike Lee, say reconciliation won't work to pass the Save America Act because it's not budget related. What's your response to that?
Well, they say, and they'll have to. The parliamentarians going to have to make a decision on that. But I say, end the filibuster, terminate the filibuster, just vote, and you'll get everything you want. You get all 5 things. We have voter ID. We have proof of citizenship. It's so important. Mail-in ballots have to be stopped, with exceptions for the military, for sick people, people that are sick, people disabled. For people that are traveling, if you're traveling, you can vote. But other than that, mail-in ballots are inherently dishonest. Jimmy Carter, in his Carter Commission, said you can't have mail-in ballots. We're the only country in the world that has mail-in ballots. We're the only country in the world that has, we have a big case becoming in the Supreme Court that had to do with the babies of slaves after the Civil War. And instead of that, it's being used as a way for rich countries and thousands of people from China coming in and getting citizenship for people within their family. This is not what they meant when they did that. So that's a big decision coming up.
Donald Trump, in fact, talking about the war against Iran, saying that Mujtaba Khamenei may be alive, but he's seriously wounded. So Donald Trump is speaking on the war against Iran.
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
These talks go well.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
war has entered its one whole month, and with Mujtaba Khamenei issuing fresh statements, Donald Trump says that he doesn't know if the son is alive or dead. We're going to delve into the headlines straight. My name is Nayan. All right, viewers, Lok Sabha to take up discussion on the government's efforts to eliminate Maoism a day before the March 31st deadline set by Amit Shah to end Maoism in the country. Now, two LPG carriers, BWTYR and BWELM, carrying combined LPG cargo of 94,000 metric en route to India, is being escorted by the Indian Navy. The vessel transited via the Hormuz. Now, Israel carries out strikes on key missile production facility in Tehran, used by Iran's defense ministry to manufacture components for ballistic missiles. Iranian Navy commander vows to strike Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier when in range to avenge Iris Dana. More US troops arrive in West Asia as tensions with Iran escalate. Iranian parliament speaker says US plotting ground attack despite publicly engaging in diplomatic efforts. All right, there is breaking news, viewers. The Indian worker has been killed in Iran attack on Kuwait power desalination plant. This is an unfortunate attack that has taken place. Lok Sabha to take up. In fact, the IDF drops 120 munitions on the R&D centers for weapons. There's been a big attack that has taken place, and this is a breaking news that's coming in. The IDF has completed additions of wave on this attack. There has been a lot of focus on damaging the weaponry production capabilities of Iran. And that is a clear-cut agenda of the United States to be able to destroy the military, the Navy and the air force of the country of Iran. And in addition to the many strikes that are focused on completely damaging the weapon production capability of Iran, this continues amidst the new attacks. In fact, 120 munitions of R&D have been dropped on the R&D centers, and this has completely come in the wave of attacking Tehran once again. This has been a focused attack where the damaging of the weapon production capabilities is looked into. The IDF has completed a wave of strikes in Iran. And this is a big breaking news coming in where the US is clearly interested in only attacking Iran and completely destroying its capability. The IDF has said that more than 120, in fact, munitions were dropped on sites used for research and development and production of weapons. And dozens of Israeli Air Force fighter jets acting on IDF intelligence completed an additional wave of strike targeting the Iranian terror regime infrastructure in Tehran. Now, in this focused wave of strikes, the IDF has focused its effort on further damaging the regime's weapon production capabilities. During these strikes, over 120 munitions were launched towards sites used for research and development. Now, viewers, these are research and development sites that are being attacked, and the whole agenda is to be able to destroy Iran's capability to make even a single weapon, let alone a nuclear weapon. Simultaneously, the IDF has struck sites used for the storage and launch of ballistic missiles, which poses a direct threat to the civilians in the state of Israel, as well as several regime aerial defense systems. In the past 24 hours, more than 150 fighter jets have struck weapon production sites across Tehran. And US has, these strikes on the regime's military industries are completely ongoing. They're not stopping. And the IDF continues to further damage Iran's military industries to deny the production of and any capabilities that has been built so far. The Iranian armed forces spokesperson taunts the US President Trump, and he says, and I quote, "the most lying and unstable president in the world." He warns, these are the taunts that are coming from the Iranian armed forces spokesperson. Like I said, and I quote, he's taunting Donald Trump of the most lying and unstable president in the world, and warns the Iranian forces are waiting for the moment they will confront US ground troops. This is a big breaking news coming in when the Iranian armed force spokesperson is taunting the US President Donald Trump. In fact, the President of the United States has no intellectual or discourse stability, is not trustworthy in any way, and due to his imbalance, dangerous and wrong positions and decisions has led the US Army into the swamp of death. This is what the spokesperson of the Iranian armed forces has to say. In fact, he further says that the American commanders and soldiers will become food for the sharks of the Persian Gulf. Now, these are the big taunts that are coming in from the spokesperson of the Iranian military armed forces, and he's further calling Donald Trump, and I quote, this unbalanced and lying person has caused great damage to the people of America, Europe, and countries of the world, especially the countries of the West Asia region. It would be better for Trump and commander of the US Army to study the history of Iran once and learn from the confrontation of the brave Iranians with the aggressors throughout history. All of this has been coming from the spokesperson of the Iranian armed forces. All right, we have another big breaking news coming in. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, in a statement on social media platform X, has said AI experts in the United States should make President Trump aware of the reality of people in his country participating in the No Kings protest. The American people are angry about Israel first. They are tired of Israeli kings ruling over American democracy. It's a big breaking news that is coming in. This is a quote by, in fact, a statement by Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian as he took on the social media platform X. And he's again reminding the president that the AI experts in the United States should make President Trump aware of the reality of the people in his country that are participating in the No King protest. And the American people are angry about Israel first, and they are tired of Israeli kings ruling over American democracy. All right, viewers, we will break into another news. Syed Abbas Araghchi, in a statement, said that the Israel and its partners in crime, that is America, believe that knowledge can be bombed away. It reflected in the murder of Iran's scientists, an attack on Iran's nuclear sites and now universities. Reality check. This is a reality check by Abbas Araghchi, and he says your actions ooze of desperation and only inspire more pursuit of knowledge. So that's Abbas Araghchi issuing a statement that has said that Israel and its partner in crime, which is America, believe that knowledge can be bombed away. We all understand what that means. That's another taunt that is coming in the way by the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. He has reflected, and it reflects in the murders of Iran's scientists and attacks on Iran's nuclear sites and now universities. Araghchi is very confident, and he is not stopping himself from condemning the bombing of the universities that are taking place in Iran and the killing of the many nuclear scientists and nuclear sites of Iran. All right, more from the news in the world of business. Chandigarh police has arrested Sukhwinder Abrol, the project director of Crest, in connection with a multi-crore fraud involving over 83 crore allegedly diverted from Crest bank accounts to shell companies and Abrol's associates. The case also names IDFC First Bank officials Abhay Kumar, Seema Dhiman and Ribhav Rishi. Abrol was remanded to 5 days of police custody, and the investigation continues to trace the cash trail and identify further involvements. India's external sector faces mounting pressure as merchandise exports slipped from 0.8% year-on-year, while importing surged 24.1%, driven by gold and silver, widening the trade deficit to 27.1 billion in February 2026. Now, rising crude prices, portfolio outflows and geopolitical risks have pushed up the current account deficit to 1.3% of GDP and added depreciation pressure on the rupee, according to the Finance Minister's March economic review. Now, India's economy faces early strains. India's economy stayed strong in early 2026, but driven by robust domestic demand and infrastructure growth. But the Finance Ministry warned of early signs of moderation as rising crude prices and West Asia tensions push costs and disrupt supply chains. High-frequency indicators show the softening output while demand remains stable, signaling that the slowdown is mainly supply and cost-driven. Inflation risks are rising, prompting cautious monitoring of the economy. Now, former Raymond chairperson Vijaypat Singhania, aged 87, passed away in Mumbai. Industrialist Vijaypat Singhania served as the chairperson of the Raymond Group from the year 1980 to 2015. Born on October 4th, 1938, he helped the textile company and turned it into a household name. After stepping down as the group's chairman, he handed over the company to his son Gautam Singhania, transferring his entire 37% stake in the firm to him. All right, viewers, the United States is ramping up its military presence in West Asia, even as mixed signals emerge from Washington on the future course of the war. More American troops and warships are being deployed in the region, taking the total U.S. presence to around 50,000, despite earlier claims of pause in strike on Iran's energy infrastructure. Now, on the other side, Iran remains defiant, warning of fierce retaliation and making it clear that it will not surrender, even threatening to turn the conflict into a lesson for its adversaries. With both sides hardening their positions, the situation on the ground is becoming increasingly volatile, raising fears of a wider and more dangerous escalation. Here's more in this report.
CENTCOM is yet again flexing its firepower. The US has yet again deployed 3,500 more Marines and sailors aboard the USS Tripoli to the Middle East. Just a couple of days back, Trump had claimed that he's postponing the attacks on Iran's energy infra for 5 days. After that, he claimed that he's stopping the strikes on Iran's energy infra for 10 more days. But Uncle Sam's actions are speaking louder than his words. In addition, the USS Boxer and 2 other ships, along with another Marine Expeditionary Unit from San Diego, have also been ordered to the region. US military and government leaders talk of a big game, stating they are aiming for swift victories.
This is not going to be a prolonged conflict. The objectives I've outlined to you, again, I repeat them, because I see these reports as like the U.S. is not clear on what objectives are. We've been as clear as you can possibly be from the very first night of what the objectives of this mission are. We're going to destroy their factories that make missiles and rockets and drones. We're going to destroy their Navy. We're going to destroy their Air Force. And we are going to significantly destroy their missile launchers so they can never hide behind these things to get a nuclear weapon.
But the reality on the ground is starkly different, as after 1 month of the war, Iran remains resilient and defiant. Iran's Joint Command spokesperson warned against any potential US ground operation on Iranian soil.
رئیس جمهور آمریکا ثابت کرده تنها زبانی که میشناسد زبان زور است. در مقابل تهدیدهای اخیر ترامپ مبنی بر عملیات زمینی یا اشغال هر نقطه‌ای از سرزمین‌های ایران که البته آرزویی بیش نیست اعلام می‌داریم. رزمندگان اسلام مدت هاست در انتظار چنین اقداماتی به سر می‌برند تا ثابت نمایند که تجاوز و اشغال نتیجه‌ای جز اسارت تحقیرآمیز و قطعه شدن و مفقود شدن متجاوزان را در بر نخواهد داشت و فرماندهان و سربازان آمریکایی خوراک خوبی برای کوسه های خلیج فارس خواهند شد.
The Iranian parliament speaker also said that Iran will turn this war into a lesson for any aggressors. Iranian parliament speaker also added that Iran will never surrender. As the war in West Asia escalates, one wrong move might lead to something devastating.
Yes, that's the big claim, that Iran will never surrender. In fact, Iran is claiming that a major university in Isfahan has been hit in the latest round of attacks of airstrikes, accusing the United States and Israel of targeting research infrastructure. Iranian officials say that research facility at Isfahan University of Technology was damaged and the staff was injured. The strike comes as attacks continue on strategic sites all over Iran. Here's more in this report.
A university campus in Isfahan has reportedly been hit in a strike, according to Iranian officials. They say that a research facility at the Isfahan University of Technology was damaged. Some staff members were also injured in the strike, however, there were no confirmed fatalities. Isfahan is one of Iran's most strategically important regions, home to nuclear facilities and research centers linked to Iran's defense and technology programs. The area has seen repeated strikes in recent weeks as attacks from the US and Israel focus on industrial and military sites all across Iran. Iranian officials accuse the US and Israel of targeting scientific and research-linked institutions in the aftermath of the attack. There has been no official confirmation from either the US or Israel, but the visuals of the attack lends credence to what the Iranian officials claim. The attack marks a new escalation in the conflict, with strikes targeting not just military sites, but also research facilities and industrial infrastructure in Iran.
All right, viewers, actor turned politician Vijay has unveiled a Tamil-centric manifesto for the upcoming Tamil Nadu Assembly elections, focusing strongly on youth and local employment, from unemployment allowances and interest-free education loans to incentives for companies hiring Tamil natives. The TVK is pitching a major shift in governance. More in this report.
A political storm is brewing in Tamil Nadu. TVK chief Vijay released its party's manifesto on Sunday. TVK chief Vijay has kept the party manifesto Tamil-centric in order to woo the Tamil voters ahead of the state assembly elections. From unemployment aid to collateral-free education and startup loans, TVK pitches a strong governance reset. TVK's manifesto focuses on the aspirations of young Tamilians. TVK seeks the support of the state's first-time voters and the 20 to 40 age group. With over 2.28 crore voters aged 20 to 40 and 12.5 lakh first-time voters, Vijay is aiming straight at the heart of the electorate. TVK promises unemployment allowances in which graduates above 29 years and are without a job will receive Rs 4,000 per month. TVK chief Vijay also promised the local employment for local people. Companies hiring 75% Tamil natives will get 2.5% subsidy on state GST and a 5% electricity tariff concession, plus priority in government procurement. For young entrepreneurs, TVK's Tamil Nadu elections promises include interest-free loans up to Rs 25 lakh without guarantee, described as support for honest ventures. From jobs to education, every promise is designed to prioritize Tamil youth and protect local opportunities.
Yes, from there, let's take you to the crucial debate in Parliament, which is all set to take place ahead of the government's Maoist-free deadline. The Lok Sabha will take up a short-duration discussion on Maoism today. Here's Amit Shah on your screen.
The Lok Sabha is scheduled to hold a discussion today on efforts to eliminate left-wing extremism. The discussion will be held under Rule 193, which allows debate without voting but requires a government reply. Shiv Sena MP Shrikant Shinde and TDP MP Baireddy Shabari will initiate the discussion in the House. The debate comes just ahead of Union Home Minister Amit Shah's deadline to make India Maoist-free by March 31st, 2026. Government data shows the number of LWE affected districts has come down from 8 to 7, indicating a shrinking footprint of Maoist activity. Security forces are currently conducting intensive operations to neutralize remaining Maoist cadres before the deadline. Alongside operations, the government is also pushing welfare and rehabilitation measures in cleared areas. The discussion in Parliament is expected to review progress on security action, surrenders and development efforts in former Red Corridor areas.
Now, amidst the tensions in West Asia and rising concerns over global energy supply, India continues to secure its fuel lifelines. Two India-bound LPG carriers carrying nearly 94,000 metric tons of cooking gas have safely crossed the Strait of Hormuz and are soon to reach India. Now, this development has come even as India reassures citizens that there is no shortage of LPG or fuel across the country. Here's more in this detailed report.
Two India-bound LPG tankers carrying nearly 94,000 metric tons of LPG have safely transited the Strait of Hormuz and are now heading towards Indian ports. The LPG carrier BWTYR is expected to arrive in Mumbai on March 31, while BWELM is scheduled to dock at New Mangalore port on April 1. Despite tensions in West Asia and concerns over global energy supplies, India has already received multiple shipments of crude oil and LPG in recent weeks. So far, 5 LPG tankers have successfully completed the crossing, while 3 more vessels remain in the western section of the strait, continuing their journey towards India. The latest arrivals are part of a steady movement of Indian-flagged vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, a key choke point for global oil and gas shipments. The government has confirmed that there is no shortage of LPG or fuel across India, assuring citizens that sufficient energy reserves are available and there is no need for panic. India has also been coordinating with multiple countries, including Iran and Sri Lanka, as part of a broader diplomatic outreach to safeguard energy routes and supplies. Even as tensions in West Asia disrupt global energy flows, India's steady arrival of crude and LPG shipments signals resilience in its supply chain, ensuring that domestic fuel availability remains stable despite a volatile geopolitical environment.
Right, now in Bengaluru, a shocking glimpse inside the Parapanna Agrahara Central Prison shows inmates living the near luxury with mobile phones, television and Netflix. Police recovered hidden phones from drains and 3 wardens have been suspended. Now, this isn't the first time the jail has been made the headlines for security lapses and VIP treatment of inmates. Here's more in this report.
What you're about to see doesn't look like a jail, but the irony is that this is Bengaluru's central prison. Prisoners openly using mobile phones, no fear, no hesitation. Television screens on, entertainment running, and inmates glued as if in a living room. This is not a hostel. This is a central jail, but the visuals tell another story. Comfy mattresses, gadgets, comfort, and inmates chilling. Access to phones, Netflix, and free time. And then the biggest shocker, a mobile phone pulled out of a drain, wrapped in a plastic, hidden underground. Police said that phones were concealed in pipeline areas near toilets, a planned method to dodge checks. As the video explodes online, action follows. 3 jail wardens have been suspended, accused of dereliction of duty. The video shows prisoners enjoying what many are calling luxury-like facilities within the jail premises. But this is not an isolated incident. Last year, Republic exposed a major scandal at the same central jail, revealing severe security lapses, VIP treatment of inmates, and in some cases, total lawlessness within the prison walls.
All right, the Iranian Navy commander vows to strike Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, which in range to avenge the Iris Dana, coming up after this short break.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिम MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिम
जीरा सिम असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Hello viewers, a very good morning to you on this Monday morning. You're watching Republic TV. I am Chongtham Amrita and today we're going to be deep diving into the LPG carriers that are going to dock the country very soon, carrying 94,000 metric tons of cooking oil gases and more. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. Right, the first headlines of the day, Lok Sabha to take up a discussion on the government's efforts to eliminate Maoism a day before the March 31st deadline set by Amit Shah to end Maoism in the country. Two LPG carriers, BWTYR and BWELM, carrying combined LPG cargo of about 94,000 metric tons en route to India, being escorted by the Indian Navy. The vessel transited via Strait of Hormuz. Israel carries out strikes on key missile production in facility in Iran used by Iran's defense ministry to manufacture components for ballistic missiles. Iranian Navy commander vows to strike Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier when in range to avenge IRIS Dina. More U.S. troops arrive in West Asia and tensions in Iran escalate. Iranian speaker says plotting ground attack despite publicly engaging in diplomatic efforts. All right, viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in at this moment. The IAEA says that Iran's Kondab heavy water plant has been severely damaged. This is a nuclear heavy water enrichment plant, saying that it has been damaged, but it has been non-operational. IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, have said that based on independent analysis of satellite imagery and knowledge of the installation, the IAEA has confirmed that the heavy water production plant at the Kondab, which Iran has reportedly been developing, has been attacked on 27th of March, just 2 days from before, and has sustained severe damage and is no longer operational. That is a big breaking coming in, as IAEA has confirmed that the installation has now contained no declared nuclear material at all, and it has been damaged on March 27. A heavy water enrichment plant in Kondab in Tehran, and the IAEA has confirmed using satellite imagery that this particular facility has been damaged in the March 27 attack in Iran. This is a plant that was used to develop, to enrich the heavy water, which is a key component in enriching nuclear-grade products. And now the IAEA has confirmed that this, in fact, has been destroyed in one of the strikes on March 27. All right, viewers, we are getting another breaking news coming in, as U.S. President Donald Trump has spoken to reporters aboard the Air Force One that Iran had given the United States a tribute of 20 oil tankers set to begin transiting the Strait of Hormuz. A big breaking coming in, as United States President have said that the United States President have said, reporters, that Iran had given U.S. a tribute of 20 oil tankers. Let's take a listen in at what he had to say about this.
Of additional targets today. The Navy's gone, the Air Force is gone, we know that. But we destroyed many targets today. It was a big day. And we are negotiating with them directly and indirectly. We have emissaries, but we also are dealing directly. And as you know, they've agreed to send 8 boats 2 days ago, and then they added another 2, so it was 10 boats. And now today they gave us as a tribute, I don't know, I can't define it exactly, but they gave us, I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait. And that's taking place starting tomorrow morning. Over the next couple of days, a lot of boats. And I would only say that we're doing extremely well in that negotiation.
All right, viewers, we are getting another breaking news coming in again from Donald Trump, the U.S. president. He says that there have already been 2 regime changes in Iran, and the members of both the first and the second regimes are all dead. While he also says he maintains that the third regime has been very reasonable, also signifying that there have been talks between United States and Iran, saying that the 2 previous regime have completely been changed, adding that the leaders of the first two regimes are now all dead, while asserting that there is another third regime that the U.S. is currently in talks with. Let's take a listen in and what he had to say on what he meant on this.
8 boats 2 days ago, and then they added another 2, so it was 10 boats. And now today they gave us as a tribute, I don't know, I can't define it exactly, but they gave us, I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait. And that's taking place starting tomorrow morning. Over the next couple of days, a lot of boats. And I would only say that we're doing extremely well in that negotiation. But you never know with Iran, because we negotiate with them and then we always have to blow them up, whether it's the B-2 bombers or just terminating, as an example, the Iran nuclear deal done by Barack Hussein Obama, probably the worst deal we've ever done as a country, one of the dumbest deals we've ever done. But I terminated it, unfortunately, otherwise right now they'd have a nuclear weapon. Then we did the attack with the B-2 bombers and we stopped them from having nuclear. And now we had to blow them up again. And we will probably, I think we'll make a deal with them, pretty sure. Whether it's possible, we won't. But we've had regime change, if you look already, because the one regime was decimated, destroyed, they're all dead. The next regime is mostly dead. And the third regime, we're dealing with different people than anybody's dealt with before. It's a whole different group of people. So I would consider that regime change. And frankly, they've been very reasonable.
All right, viewers, we are getting another breaking news at this moment. U.S. President Donald Trump also, when asked about his plans on deploying ground troops in Iran, he said, and I quote, "I just have lots of alternatives." And when Donald Trump was asked about a deal with Iran, also on whether he sees a deal with Iran this coming week, he responded and said that yes, and I quote, "I do see a deal in Iran, could be soon." And this is again coming in from Donald Trump. Let's take a listen in at what he had to say about the deal and as well as deploying ground troops in Iran. Right, this is a big breaking coming in from Donald Trump, asserting that there could be other alternatives when asked about deploying ground troops in Iran, as news reports have suggested that almost thousands of troops have in fact moved in and almost closed in on the West Asia towards the Middle East. And now Donald Trump has confirmed that, and he says, and I quote, that I just have a lot of alternatives. Now let's take a listen in at his statement.
Mr. President, deal in Iran this upcoming week.
Say it?
Sir, could you foresee a deal in Iran this upcoming week?
I do see a deal in Iran, yeah.
Mr. President,
could be soon.
Are you considering still putting boots on the ground, and would you do that without going to Congress?
I just have lots of alternatives. We have tremendous numbers of ships over there. We don't need them all because of, the power. Look, I would say we're just like we're ahead of schedule on the ballroom. In a much bigger way, we're ahead of schedule with Iran. We're weeks ahead of schedule. If you would have said that in 3 days we were going to knock out 158 ships, their entire Navy, which we did, we knocked out their entire Air Force, we knocked out most of their missiles. That's why you see missile attacks, but they're sputtering. And we have a group, it's really a new regime. It's a new group of people that we've never dealt with before, that are acting very reasonable. It is truly regime change.
Again, viewers, we have another breaking news again from U.S. President Donald Trump. And while he was speaking to reporters and he was asked that he mentioned that Cuba will be next. Regarding that, the reporters asked, and Donald Trump had replied, and I quote, he said, yes, Cuba will be next. It will fail, and we will be there to help it out, saying that the Cuba's administration is going to fail and U.S. will be there to help it out, saying that as he asserts that Cuba will be next, saying that he has in fact plans for Cuba. And we do have a statement coming in from him. Let's take a listen in.
Who will be next? What did you mean by that exactly?
Who will be next?
Cuba.
Yeah, Cuba's going to be next. Cuba's a mess. It's a failing country, and they're going to be next. Within a short period of time, it's going to fail. And we will be there to help it out. We'll be there to help our great Cuban Americans out who were thrown out of Cuba. In many cases, their family members were mutilated and killed by Castro. Well, Cuba's going to be next, yeah.
Cuba will be next. What did you mean by that exactly?
Who will be next?
Cuba.
Yeah, Cuba's going to be next. Cuba's a mess. It's a failing country, and they're going to be next. Within a short period of time, it's going to fail. And we will be there to help it out. We'll be there to help our great Cuban Americans out who were thrown out of Cuba. In many cases, their family members were mutilated and killed by Castro. Well, Cuba's going to be next, yeah.
All right, that was some of the statements that U.S. President Donald Trump had said, his latest statements on the war in West Asia regarding ground troops, Cuba, and also the regime change in Iran. All right, now moving on, let's move on to another top story. The United States is ramping up its military presence in West Asia, even as mixed signals emerges from Washington on the future course of this war. More American troops and warships are being deployed to the region, taking the total U.S. presence to around 50,000, despite earlier claims of a pause in strikes on Iran's energy infrastructure. On the other side, Iran remains defiant, warning of fierce retaliation and making it clear that it will not surrender, even threatening to turn the conflict into a lesson for its adversaries. With both sides hardening their positions, the situation on the ground is becoming increasingly volatile, raising fears of a wider and more dangerous escalation. Let's take a look at this detailed report.
CENTCOM is yet again flexing its firepower. The US has yet again deployed 3,500 more Marines and sailors aboard the USS Tripoli to the Middle East. Just a couple of days back, Trump had claimed that he's postponing the attacks on Iran's energy infra for 5 days. After that, he claimed that he's stopping the strikes on Iran's energy infra for 10 more days. But Uncle Sam's actions are speaking louder than his words. In addition, the USS Boxer and 2 other ships, along with another Marine Expeditionary Unit from San Diego, have also been ordered to the region. US military and government leaders talk of a big game, stating they are aiming for swift victories.
This is not going to be a prolonged conflict. The objectives I've outlined to you, again, I repeat them, because I see these reports as like the news is not clear on what objectives are. We've been as clear as you can possibly be from the very first night of what the objectives of this mission are. We're going to destroy their factories that make missiles and rockets and drones. We're going to destroy their Navy. We're going to destroy their Air Force. And we are going to significantly destroy their missile launchers so they can never hide behind these things to get a nuclear weapon.
But the reality on the ground is starkly different, as after 1 month of the war, Iran remains resilient and defiant. Iran's Joint Command spokesperson warned against any potential US ground operation on Iranian soil.
رئیس جمهور آمریکا ثابت کرده تنها زبانی که میشناسد زبان زور است. در مقابل تهدیدهای اخیر ترامپ مبنی بر عملیات زمینی یا اشغال هر نقطه‌ای از سرزمین‌های ایران که البته آرزویی بیش نیست، اعلام می‌داریم رزمندگان اسلام مدت هاست در انتظار چنین اقداماتی به سر میبرند تا ثابت نمایند که تجاوز و اشغال نتیجه‌ای جز اسارت تحقیرآمیز و قطعه شدن و مفقود شدن متجاوزان را در بر نخواهد داشت و فرماندهان و سربازان آمریکایی خوراک خوبی برای کوسه های خلیج فارس خواهند شد.
The Iranian parliament speaker also said that Iran will turn this war into a lesson for any aggressors. Iranian parliament speaker also added that Iran will never surrender. As the war in West Asia escalates, one wrong move might lead to something devastating.
Now, let us move on to a key story developing from Iran, as Iran is claiming that a major university in Isfahan has been hit in the latest round of airstrikes, accusing the United States and Israel of targeting a research infrastructure. Iranian officials say that a research facility at the Isfahan University of Technology was damaged and the staff were also injured. The strike comes as attacks continue on strategic sites all over Iran. Here's more on the story. Take a look.
A university campus in Isfahan has reportedly been hit in a strike, according to Iranian officials. They say that a research facility at the Isfahan University of Technology was damaged. Some staff members were also injured in the strike, however, there were no confirmed fatalities. Isfahan is one of Iran's most strategically important regions, home to nuclear facilities and research centers linked to Iran's defense and technology programs. The area has seen repeated strikes in recent weeks as attacks from the US and Israel focus on industrial and military sites all across Iran. Iranian officials accuse the US and Israel of targeting scientific and research-linked institutions in the aftermath of the attack. There has been no official confirmation from either the US or Israel, but the visuals of the attack lends credence to what the Iranian officials claim. The attack marks a new escalation in the conflict, with strikes targeting not just military sites, but also research facilities and industrial infrastructure in Iran.
All right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news coming in at this moment. Early warnings have been activated in Saudi Arabia's Al-Qurt governorate, and they are saying that in Saudi Arabia's Al-Qurt governorate, the early warnings have been activated, and that the eastern province, amid an incoming Iranian strike, saying that there could be an Iranian strike, and that their air defenses have been activated in Saudi Arabia's Al-Qurt, a key area, a key target, as Iran had continued to vow to target US's bases as well in the Gulf region. And this is a big breaking coming in, as then early warnings have been activated in Saudi Arabia's Al-Qurt governorate, and which is at the eastern province, amid an incoming Iranian attack, saying that this is a warning that there could be an Iranian strike very soon in Saudi Arabia's Al-Qurt, as the warning systems have been activated. There's the visual images you see on screen of the Al-Qurt site as well, and of an incoming Iranian attack as well, saying that the early warning have been activated in Saudi Arabia's Al-Qurt governorate, a key site, as Iran continues to vow to target key facilities in the Gulf region. Right, this is a really big update, and in fact, the early warning systems activated, defense mechanisms activated in Al-Qurt, as the Iranian missiles could be launched anytime soon in this region, targeting the key targets in Saudi Arabia. Reports coming in as warning systems being activated in Saudi Arabia's Al-Qurt region and the eastern province of an incoming Iranian strikes in Saudi Arabia's Al-Kurj, a key site of the US military as well. All right, moving on to the next top story. As the West Asia war continues, there is a devastating aftermath of strikes in residential areas of Iran. Rescue workers were seen combing through rubble in Tehran and Gilan province in search of survivors. Meanwhile, top diplomats from several regional powers gathered in Islamabad in an attempt to find a way to end the ongoing hostilities between Iran and Israel. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
Iran released a footage showing rescue workers searching through debris after strikes hit residential areas in Tehran and Gilan province. Emergency teams were seen combing through the rubble. Workers located survivors in debris following the latest wave of attacks. 6 were also killed in Iran's Osmawandan village while destroying 5 houses as US-Israel continued to strike residential areas in Iran. Meanwhile, Iran targeted religious sites in Jerusalem with ballistic missiles. IRGC issued a sharp warning to US leaders stating all universities of the occupying regime and American universities in the West Asia are legitimate targets. As strikes continue with neither side stepping down, Iran and Israel continue to maintain attacks on each other. The month-long conflict began after US and Israel strikes targeted Iran, triggering retaliatory attacks by Tehran against Israel and neighboring Gulf Arab states. With over 3,000 people reported killed in the month-long war and the global powers like Russia, China, including India, urging Iran and Israel for cessation, war does not seem to end in near future.
All right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news again coming in from US President Donald Trump on Cuba now, saying that he is saying that Russians sending oil tanker to Cuba, and he has made a big statement regarding that when asked if a country that wants to send some oil into Cuba right now, and he said, and I quote, that I have no problem with that. And on questions from the reporter is asking him if he is worried that that might help Russia, and Donald Trump also responded on it, saying that it doesn't help him and that he loses one boatload of oil, and that's all it is, and that it doesn't bother him, the US president. As we all know that Cuba is under oil sanction globally, as many countries have been sanctioned from providing oil to Cuba, and Cuba continues to suffer from economic and energy crisis as well. And now Russia is stepping up by sending an oil tanker to Cuba, and just recently it has reached almost reached the Atlantic as well. And now Donald Trump has said, made statements regarding that. Now let's take a listen in at his statements on Russia sending oil to Cuba.
Report that the U.S. is going to let a Russian oil tanker go to Cuba. Is that true?
Well, we have a tanker out there. We don't mind having somebody get a boatload because they have to survive. It wouldn't bother me.
That report is true as far as you know?
Well, I would say, I told them, if a country wants to send some oil into Cuba right now, I have no problem with it.
Do you worry that that helps?
Whether it's Russia or not, what?
Do you worry that that helps Vladimir Putin, though?
Doesn't help him. He loses one boatload of oil. That's all it is. It's fine. If he wants to do that, and if other countries want to do it, it doesn't bother me much. It's not going to have an impact. Cuba's finished. They have a bad regime. They have very bad and corrupt leadership. And whether or not they get a boat of oil, it's not going to matter. I'd prefer letting it in, whether it's Russia or anybody else, because the people need heat and cooling and all of the other things that you need. Go ahead.
Now, the issue of the Strait of Hormuz and Iran control of it and charging tolls, what do you think about that?
Well, I have to find out if it's true. You know, they're going to do whatever they have to do. We could close that up in 2 minutes. We could close that up so fast your head would spin.
Do you want to see both countries that are being attacked by Iran to start to fight back?
They are fighting back. Saudi Arabia is fighting back hard. Qatar is fighting back. UAE is fighting back. Kuwait's fighting back. Bahrain's fighting back. They're all fighting back. Actually, they were surprised to be hit. I was very surprised they got hit. And once they got hit, they started fighting very well. We're very strong communications with all of those countries, and they've all been fighting. They're 100% on our side.
Right, coming up next after the short break, Iranian Navy commander vows to strike Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier when in range to avenge IRIS Dina. Coming up next, stay tuned.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा
सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The one regime was decimated, the next regime is mostly dead, and the third regime, we're dealing with different people, so I would consider that regime change.
Trump claimed regime change in Iran already happened, now dealing with a totally different professional group of people. Claims Mojtaba Khamenei is dead or in extremely bad shape.
I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait.
Trump says Iran has agreed to send 20 large oil vessels through the Strait of Hormuz as a tribute and sign of respect beginning tomorrow. All right, let's take you to Kuwait, where government confirms an Indian worker was killed in an Iranian attack on a power plant in Kuwait. Iranian Navy commander vows to strike Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier when in range to avenge the Iris Dana. More US troops arrive in West Asia as tensions with Iran escalate. Iranian parliament speaker says US plotting ground attack despite publicly engaging in diplomatic efforts. Two LPG carriers, BWTYR and BWELM, carrying combined LPG cargo of about 94,000 metric en route to India, being escorted by the Indian Navy. The vessel has transited via the Strait of Hormuz. And Lok Sabha is to take up as discussions on the government's efforts to eliminate Maoism a day before the 31st March deadline set by Amit Shah to end Maoism in the country. Viewers, we have a breaking news. US President Donald Trump has announced potential deal with Iran. He's claiming that 20 oil tankers have been allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, framing it as a gift to the United States. Trump stated that talks are progressing, with Iran accepting most of the 15-point ceasefire deal proposed by Washington. However, Iran has denied these claims, stating that no formal negotiations are underway. Meanwhile, tensions remain high, with Trump threatening to seize Iran's oil infrastructure, including the Kharga Island.
Probably, I think we'll make a deal with them, pretty sure. Whether it's possible, we won't. But we've had regime change, if you look already, because the one regime was decimated, destroyed, they're all dead. The next regime is mostly dead. And the third regime, we're dealing with different people than anybody's dealt with before. It's a whole different group of people. So I would consider that regime change. And frankly, they've been very reasonable. So I think we've had regime much bigger way. We're ahead of schedule with Iran. We're weeks ahead of schedule. If you would have said that in 3 days we were going to knock out 158 ships, their entire Navy, which we did, we knocked out their entire Air Force. We knocked out most of their missiles. That's why you see missile attacks, but they're down to, they're sputtering. And we have a group, it's really a new regime. It's a new group of people that we've never dealt with before, that are acting very reasonable. It is truly regime change.
Is Khamenei's son still alive, sir? Is he a part of these
We think he may be. Nobody's heard about him. I mean, he may be alive, but he's obviously very seriously in trouble. Of additional targets today. The Navy's gone, the Air Force is gone, we know that. But we destroyed many targets today. It was a big day. And we are negotiating with them directly and indirectly. We have emissaries, but we also are dealing directly. And as you know, they've agreed to send 8 boats 2 days ago, and then they added another 2, so it was 10 boats. And now today they gave us as a tribute, I don't know, I can't define it exactly, but they gave us, I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait. And that's taking place starting tomorrow morning. Over the next couple of days, a lot of boats. And I would only say that we're doing extremely well in that negotiation.
Mr. President,
deal in Iran this upcoming week.
Say it?
Sir, could you foresee a deal in Iran this upcoming week?
I do see a deal in Iran, yeah.
Mr. President,
could be soon.
Are you considering still putting boots on the ground, and would you do that without going to Congress?
I just have lots of alternatives. We have tremendous numbers of ships over there. We don't need them all because of, the power. Look, I would say we're just like we're ahead of schedule on the ballroom. In a much bigger way, we're ahead of schedule with Iran. We're weeks ahead of schedule. If you would have said that in 3 days we were going to knock out 158 ships, their entire Navy, which we did, we knocked out their entire Air Force. We knocked out most of their missiles. That's why you see missile attacks, but they're down to, they're sputtering. And we have a group, it's really a new regime. It's a new group of people that we've never dealt with before, that are acting very reasonable. It is truly regime change.
Well, let's listen in to what Trump had to say on this earlier this morning on claims of Mujtaba being killed and sending more troops to West Asia.
CENTCOM is yet again flexing its firepower. The US has yet again deployed 3,500 more Marines and sailors aboard the USS Tripoli to the Middle East. Just a couple of days back, Trump had claimed that he's postponing the attacks on Iran's energy infra for 5 days. After that, he claimed that he's stopping the strikes on Iran's energy infra for 10 more days. But Uncle Sam's actions are speaking louder than his words. In addition, the USS Boxer and 2 other ships, along with another Marine Expeditionary Unit from San Diego, have also been ordered to the region. US military and government leaders talk of a big game, stating they are aiming for swift victories.
This is not going to be a prolonged conflict. The objectives I've outlined to you, again, I repeat them, because I see these reports as like the U.S. is not clear on what objectives are. We've been as clear as you can possibly be from the very first night of what the objectives of this mission are. We're going to destroy their factories that make missiles and rockets and drones. We're going to destroy their Navy. We're going to destroy their Air Force. And we are going to significantly destroy their missile launchers so they can never hide behind these things to get a nuclear weapon.
But the reality on the ground is starkly different, as after 1 month of the war, Iran remains resilient and defiant. Iran's Joint Command spokesperson warned against any potential US ground operation on Iranian soil.
رئیس جمهور آمریکا ثابت کرده تنها زبانی که میشناسد زبان زور است. در مقابل تهدیدهای اخیر ترامپ مبنی بر عملیات زمینی یا اشغال هر نقطه‌ای از سرزمین‌های ایران که البته آرزویی بیش نیست اعلام می‌داریم. رزمندگان اسلام مدت هاست در انتظار چنین اقداماتی به سر می‌برند تا ثابت نمایند که تجاوز و اشغال نتیجه‌ای جز اسارت تحقیرآمیز و قطعه شدن و مفقود شدن متجاوزان را در بر نخواهد داشت و فرماندهان و سربازان آمریکایی خوراک خوبی برای کوسه‌های خلیج فارس خواهند شد.
The Iranian parliament speaker also said that Iran will turn this war into a lesson for any aggressors. Iranian parliament speaker also added that Iran will never surrender. As the war in West Asia escalates, one wrong move might lead to something devastating.
Yes, but Iran is claiming that a major university in Isfahan has been hit in the latest round of airstrikes, accusing the United States and Israel of targeting research infrastructure. Iranian officials say that a research facility at the Isfahan University of Technology was damaged and the staff was injured. The strikes come as attacks continue on strategic sites all over Iran. Here's more in this report.
A university campus in Isfahan has reportedly been hit in a strike, according to Iranian officials. They say that a research facility at the Isfahan University of Technology was damaged. Some staff members were also injured in the strike, however, there were no confirmed fatalities. Isfahan is one of Iran's most strategically important regions, home to nuclear facilities and research centers linked to Iran's defense and technology programs. The area has seen repeated strikes in recent weeks as attacks from the US and Israel focus on industrial and military sites all across Iran. Iranian officials accuse the US and Israel of targeting scientific and research-linked institutions in the aftermath of the attack. There has been no official confirmation from either the US or Israel, but the visuals of the attack lends credence to what the Iranian officials claim. The attack marks a new escalation in the conflict, with strikes targeting not just military sites, but also research facilities and industrial infrastructure in Iran.
All right, breaking news that that Donald Trump has accused significant military success against Iran. He's claiming that the US has destroyed many key targets and has severely degraded Iran's military capabilities. He stated, and I quote, Iran's Navy and Air Force are gone, and that their anti-aircraft and communication capability have been totally dismantled and dead. Trump also mentioned that talks are underway with Iran, with the US pushing for a deal that would prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons. All right, Trump has claimed that the military targets have been destroyed and that they are gone. All right, viewers, another big breaking news where we have all the way from the war, the two Houthi drones were reportedly intercepted over the Eilat in the past hour, the IDF has to say. I repeat that, ladies and gentlemen. The two Houthi drones were reportedly intercepted over the Eilat in the last few hours. This is what the IDF has to say. And no reported injuries or damages have been considered or taken into account so far. All right, is America prepared for another high-stake conflict with the Iran? The Major General, G.D. Bakshi, explains the Pentagon's strategic dilemma in the Gulf of Hormuz. While the U.S. can assemble a massive naval armada operating in the narrow Gulf of Hormuz, makes ships highly vulnerable to Iranian missiles and drones, a single sunken ship would result in high casualties and major political crisis. Additionally, a ground war could require 200,000 US troops and 18 months of combat. With potential losses reaching 15,000 casualties, is America ready for the war with Iran? Let's take a look at this report.
America is assembling an armada, an amphibious armada, to attack the islands in the Gulf of Hormuz, as also the northern coast of the Gulf of Hormuz, the Iranian territory from where he can fire ballistic missiles, anti-ship and cruise missiles and drones at the ships in the Gulf. The problem is, attacking in the Gulf would be very dangerous because these ships will be vulnerable to the enemy the enemy ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, also the anti-ship missiles and drones. Operating in the narrow confines of the Gulf would be a difficult task because those ships are vulnerable, and any one ship that goes down takes a large number of American sailors and Navy personnel down with them, which can be politically very costly. So one alternative being thought of is, why don't we attack via the land route? After all, Iran and Iraq fought an 8-year-long war over from the Iraq border into Iran. The problem is, at that time, the Iraqis had mustered about 2 to 3 lakh troops to attack from the Iraqi side into Iran proper. The problem is, the targets that you want to hit are the missile batteries, the drone launching facilities, etc. And those, how far are they? Those that are targeting the Gulf of Hormuz are quite well removed from the border, and to attack all the way from the border deep into Iran, you could mount air assaults, you could mount paratrooper operations, but then those are light infantry operations. Once they have captured a particular piece of territory, they either have to hold it, that means they have to be supplied or also at a point in time either a link up takes place or they have to be evacuated, taken out, otherwise they are all gone. So there are difficulties attacking both the sea route and the land route. Land route, the problem is you will have to have far larger force levels. The Pentagon had talked of 200,000 troops or 2 lakh troops fighting for 18 months to achieve something meaningful, and that could cost up to 15,000 casualties.
That was Major General G.D. Bakshi, and we're going to take you through a quick wrap of what's happening in the world of sports. Take a look. Quick fire 50s from Ryan Rickleton and Rohit Sharma powered Mumbai Indians to an emphatic 6-wicket win to get their campaign off a winning start. The win of such magnitude is bound to give a lot of confidence to this side in this long tournament. PM Narendra Modi ji's popular Mann Ki Baat show, the PM of India touched upon the wide range of topics, including India's remarkable campaign in 2026 T20 World Cup under the leadership of Surya Kumar Yadav. The men in blue beat England in the semi-finals and overcame New Zealand in the final to secure their T20 World Cup crown. Former Indian cricketer Harbhajan Singh hit out at a vital post which showed him along with a couple of other cricketers, and a comment on the post read, "3 clowns." This remark prompted the cricketer to react in an aggressive manner. Mercedes rising star Kimi Antonelli carved his name into the Formula One history with a stunning victory at the Japanese GP. The 19-year-old secured back-to-back wins following up with the Shanghai GP triumph 2 weeks earlier and now sits atop the F1 championship standings. Antonelli leads with the title race with 72 points, holding a 9-point advantage over teammate George Russell. Now, in doing so, he has become the youngest driver ever to lead a Formula One championship. Tottenham Hotspur have parted ways with the Igor Tudor after the 47-year-old failed to secure a win in his first 5 Premier League matches. Spur currently sits 17th in the table, just 1 point above the relegation zone. Last week's crushing 3-0 defeat at home to fellow strugglers Nottingham Forest proved to be Tudor's final game in charge. Olympic bronze medalist and 6-time world champion MC Mary Kom that she is considering a transition into professional boxing. The 43-year-old, who became the first Indian woman boxer to win an Olympic medal with her bronze at the 2012 London Games, is now beyond the age eligible to compete on the amateur circuit. Defending champion Aranya Sabalenka overcame hometown favorite Coco Gauff in the Miami Open final, completing the prestigious Sunshine Double and joining an elite group of players to achieve the feat. Top seed Sabalenka, who reached the final without dropping a set, dominated with 73% points won on the first serve and faced only 2 break points. The victory came in a rematch of the 2025 French Open final, which Gauff had won. All right, Pope Leo the 14th has delivered a strong message against the use of religion to justify war, calling God the King of Peace. during the Palm Sunday Mass at the Vatican. As the global conflict intensifies from Iran war to Ukraine, the Pope urged prayers for those who are suffering and called for a ceasefire. More in this report.
Under the shadow of global wars, a voice rises for peace. At a packed Palm Sunday Mass in Vatican City, Pope Leo XIV makes it clear God is not on the side of war.
Questo è il nostro Dio, Gesù, Re della pace. Un Dio che rifiuta la guerra, che nessuno può usare per giustificare la guerra, che non ascolta la preghiera di chi fa la guerra.
With the US-Israeli war on Iran entering its second month and Russia's ongoing campaign in Ukraine, Leo dedicated his Palm Sunday homily to insist that God is the King of peace who rejects violence and comforts those who are oppressed.
All'inizio della settimana santa siamo più che mai vicini con la preghiera ai cristiani del Medio Oriente che soffrono le conseguenze di un conflitto atroce e in molti casi non possono vivere pienamente i riti di questi giorni santi. Proprio mentre la Chiesa contempla il mistero della passione del Signore, non possiamo dimenticare quanti oggi partecipano in modo reale alla sua sofferenza. La loro prova interpella la coscienza di tutti. Eleviamo la nostra supplica al Principe della pace affinché sostenga i popoli feriti dalla guerra e apra cammini concreti di riconciliazione e di pace.
Pope Leo further added that leaders on all sides of the Iran war have used religion to justify their actions. Earlier, US officials, especially Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, have invoked their Christian faith to cast the war as a Christian nation trying to vanquish its foes with military might. Earlier on Sunday, the Latin Patriarchate said Jerusalem police prevented the Catholic Church top leadership from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
Jordan's King Abdullah II hosted the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Amman on Sunday as a part of the latter's Gulf tour. Kyiv is offering its drone expertise to assist regional governments in countering Iranian attacks amid the ongoing West Asia war. Severe flooding, landslides and thunderstorms in Afghanistan over the past 24 hours have killed 17 people and injured 26, affecting 13 provinces. The disaster destroyed 147 homes, 80 kilometers of road, farmland and irrigation canals, impacting 530 families. Authorities warned of more heavy rainfall and possible flooding, urging residents to stay away from riverbeds and remain vigilant. Egypt has imposed a nationwide early closing rules for shops, restaurants and cafes and government offices, ordering to shut by 9 to curb oil-powered electricity use amid the soaring energy costs caused by the US-Israeli war on Iran. The measures, effective from Saturday for a month, also include dimming street lights and 1 day of remote work for civil servants. Tourist areas are exempt, but small businesses across Cairo warn the move could hit livelihoods and disrupt daily operations. Now, crowds in Istanbul protested against the ongoing West Asia war despite heavy rain. Organized by religious and conservative groups, demonstrators raised signs against Israel and the United States and criticized the closure of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Protesters voiced solidarity with oppressed people globally, urging resistance and expressing deep frustration with the war's impact. We'll see you after a short break, but before you go, we will let you know about the two LPG carriers, BWTYR and BWELM. They are carrying the combined LPG cargo of about 94,000 metric units, and it's en route to India. It is being escorted by the Indian Army. The vessel will transit the Strait of Hormuz. We'll let you know on all of this after a short break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है।
Hello viewers, a very good morning to you. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Jongtham Amrita, and today we will dive deep into all the latest that Donald Trump, the US president, has said regarding Iran as ground invasions are underway, as more than 50,000 troops are almost positioned in West Asia. And also Iran continues to vow that they will continue to target US and Israeli strikes in the West Asian region. But first, we will get into all the details, but first let's take a look at the headlines.
The one regime was decimated, the next regime is mostly dead, and the third regime, we're dealing with different people, so I would consider that regime change.
Trump claims a regime change in Iran already happened. Now dealing with totally different professional group of people, claims Mojtaba Khamenei is dead or in extremely bad shape.
I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait.
Trump says Iran has agreed to send 20 large oil vessels through the Strait of Hormuz as a tribute and sign of respect beginning tomorrow. Kuwait government confirms an Indian worker was killed in an Iranian attack on a power plant in Kuwait. Iranian Navy commander vows to strike Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier when in range to avenge IRIS dinner. More US troops arrive in West Asia as tensions with Iran escalate. Iranian parliament speaker says US plotting ground attack despite publicly engaging in diplomatic efforts. Two LPG carriers, the BWTYR and BWELM, carrying combined LPG cargo of about 94,000 metric tons en route to India, being escorted by the Indian Navy. The vessel transited via Strait of Hormuz. Lok Sabha to take up a discussion on the government's efforts to eliminate Maoism a day before the March 31st deadline set by Amit Shah to end Maoism in the country. All right, viewers, let's move on with the first story of the day. Actor turned politician Vijay has unveiled a Tamil-centric manifesto for the upcoming Tamil Nadu Assembly elections, focusing strongly on youth and local employment, from unemployment allowances and interest-free education loans to incentives for companies hiring Tamil natives. The TVK is pitching a major shift in governance. We have more in this report. Take a look.
A political storm is brewing in Tamil Nadu. TVK chief Vijay released its party's manifesto on Sunday. TVK chief Vijay has kept the party manifesto Tamil-centric in order to woo the Tamil voters ahead of the state assembly elections. From unemployment aid to collateral-free education and startup loans, TVK pitches a strong governance reset. TVK's manifesto focuses on the aspirations of young Tamilians. TVK seeks the support of the state's first-time voters and the 20 to 40 age group. With over 2.28 crore voters aged 20 to 40 and 12.5 lakh first-time voters, Vijay is aiming straight at the heart of the electorate. TVK promises unemployment allowances in which graduates above 29 years and are without a job will receive Rs 4,000 per month. TVK chief Vijay also promised the local employment for local people. Companies hiring 75% Tamil natives will get 2.5% subsidy on state GST and a 5% electricity tariff concession, plus priority in government procurement. For young entrepreneurs, TVK's Tamil Nadu elections promises include interest-free loans up to Rs 25 lakh without guarantee, described as support for honest ventures. From jobs to education, every promise is designed to prioritize Tamil youth and protect local opportunities.
Now, viewers, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister and DMK Chief M.K. Stalin on Sunday released the party's election manifesto, promising expanded welfare and economic measures as well. Key pledges include raising women's monthly assistance to Rs 2,000 and Rs 8,000 household coupon, extending the breakfast scheme to Class 8 and boosting old age and disability pensions as well. Tamil Nadu goes to the polls on April 23 with results on May 4. We have more in this report. Take a look.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and DMK Chief released party's manifesto. During the manifesto release, M.K. Stalin outlined a slew of welfare measures coupled with economic expansion schemes. He declared that they will expand Chief Minister's breakfast scheme to make it available to students till 8th standard.
You must understand, our manifesto has nothing to do with anybody else's. We started our work much earlier. We've consulted experts, we've met people, we've spoken to them, we've taken feedback from the people, and the Chief Minister has been very clear that what is possible. That is what has to be given as in the manifesto as a promise to the poll promise to the people. So we've been very careful about that.
Furthermore, the DMK chief promised to increase women's monthly assistance scheme to Rs 2,000. Moreover, he also promised a coupon worth Rs 8,000 to women through which they can buy new or replace old household items. Stalin said Tamil Nadu has emerged as leading state under the Dravidian model of governance, highlighting the success of various welfare schemes. Tamil Nadu will go to the polls in a single phase on April 23rd, covering a total of 234 constituencies in a state, and the counting of votes is scheduled for May 4.
Now, viewers, beyond the election manifesto, DMK is also promising a political reset for Tamil Nadu. The party is pushing for greater state autonomy, more control over education and finances, and a rollback of centralizing policies too. Welfare measures, economic support, and cultural initiatives are all part of their pitch as the party looks to challenge the BJP in the upcoming state polls. We have more in this report. Take a look.
DMK manifesto is out. More than a fine print, it seems like a political reset. Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam is making a strong case for state autonomy 2.0. Rooted in the ideas of CN Annadurai and M. Karunanidhi, the slogan have returned: autonomy for states, federalism at the center.
Implementing the Dravidian ideology into their manifesto this time, under maintaining state autonomy and rights, the DMK leader M.K. Stalin has given a separate page on his manifesto on bringing back the state rights, especially the state education list to be put under the state management, and also going against NEET and other medical exams still to be maintained, the main promise of the DMK.
But what does this mean in practice? The DMK wants a shift of power away from Delhi, calling out what it terms as excessive centralization by the union government. The party is backing a report led by Korean Joseph, which warns against a unitary push by centre. And the prescriptions are clear. Scrap one nation, one language, stick to English and mother tongue policy, oppose one nation, one election. Transfer education back to states, give states power to appoint vice-chancellors, end national entrance tests, including medical exams, and most crucially, more money, more control. DMK wants states' share in GST to rise from 50% to 70% and a return to 1971 consensus as the basis for Finance Commission decisions. So is this just policy or politics? With talk of Dravidian Model 2.0 and even religious outreach like Temple Kumbh Abhishekas, the question remains: is the DMK responding to the rise of Bharatiya Janata Party in Tamil Nadu?
Now, viewers, let us quickly shift to the top national headlines taking place at this hour. A suspected case of food poisoning has been reported in Betihali village of Devanahalli Taluk in Bengaluru rural district after villagers consumed prasad distributed during Sri Ramanavami celebrations. More than 200 people reportedly fell ill, complaining of severe discomfort, with many rushed to nearby private hospitals for treatment. Health officials provided immediate medical aid in the village, while critically affected individuals were shifted by ambulances. Authorities are monitoring the situation and further investigation is underway. A protest erupted in Kaishampat, Manipur against the Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Amendment Bill 2026, with indigenous groups like All Manipur Nupi Manvi Association and Empowering Transability opposing it. Protesters allege that the bill undermines dignity, autonomy, and constitutional protections, forcing medical or legal procedures for gender recognition and ignoring the diverse indigenous transgender identities of the region. Protesters warn it erases long-standing traditions and violates the spirit of the Supreme Court's NALSA judgment on self-identification. A major fire broke out in the parking area of a building in Delhi's Bhajanapura early Sunday, gutting 2 scooters and a bike. Smoke spread to the upper ground and first floors, forcing 4 people to jump to safety. Fire officials rescued 4 others, all sustaining minor injuries. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. The Anti-Narcotics Task Force of the Crime Branch busted an organized drug network seizing psychotropic substances worth over rupees 4.5 crores, including 3.539 kilograms of alprazolam and 1.709 kilograms of tramadol. 4 adults were arrested and 1 juvenile apprehended as well, dismantling a major interstate drug supply operation. Now shifting focus to a key issue in the Parliament, a crucial debate in Parliament is all set to take place ahead of the government's Maoist-free deadline. The Lok Sabha will take up a short-duration discussion on Maoism today in the Parliament. Take a look at this full report.
The Lok Sabha is scheduled to hold a discussion today on efforts to eliminate left-wing extremism. The discussion will be held under Rule 193, which allows debate without voting but requires a government reply. Shiv Sena MP Shrikant Shinde and TDP MP Baireddy Shabari will initiate the discussion in the House. The debate comes just ahead of Union Home Minister Amit Shah's deadline to make India Maoist-free by March 31st, 2026. Government data shows the number of LWE affected districts has come down from 8 to 7, indicating a shrinking footprint of Maoist activity. Security forces are currently conducting intensive operations to neutralize remaining Maoist cadres before the deadline. Alongside operations, the government is also pushing welfare and rehabilitation measures in cleared areas. The discussion in Parliament is expected to review progress on security action, surrenders and development efforts in former Red Corridor areas.
Now viewers, in Bengaluru, a shocking glimpse inside the Parapana Agrahara Central Prison shows inmates living in near luxury with mobile phones, TVs and Netflix. Police recovered hidden phones from drains and 3 wardens have been suspended. This isn't the first time the jail has made headlines for security lapses and VIP treatment of inmates. We have more in this report. Take a look.
What you're about to see doesn't look like a jail. But the irony is that this is Bengaluru's central prison. Prisoners openly using mobile phones, no fear, no hesitation. television screens on, entertainment running, and inmates glued as if in a living room. This is not a hostel. This is a central jail, but the visuals tell another story. Comfy mattresses, gadgets, comfort, and inmates chilling. Access to phones, Netflix, and free time. And then the biggest shocker, a mobile phone pulled out of a drain, wrapped in a plastic, hidden underground. Police said that phones were concealed in pipeline areas near toilets, a planned method to dodge checks. As the video explodes online, action follows. 3 jail wardens have been suspended, accused of dereliction of duty. The video shows prisoners enjoying what many are calling luxury-like facilities within the jail premises. But this is not an isolated incident. Last year, Republic exposed a major scandal at the same central jail, revealing severe security lapses, VIP treatment of inmates, and in some cases, total lawlessness within the prison walls.
All right, now viewers, let us quickly turn our attentions to some of the top stories taking place in the world of financial and business markets. Chandigarh police arrested Sukhwinder Abrol, project director of Crest, in connection with a multi-crore fraud involving over Rs 83 crores, allegedly diverted from Crest bank accounts to shell companies and Abrol's associates. The case also names IDFC First Bank officials Abhay Kumar, Seema Diman and Vibhav Rishi. Abrol was also remanded to 5 days of police custody, and the investigation continues to trace a cash trail and identify further involvement. India's external sector faces mounting pressure as merchandise exports slipped 0.8% this year, year-on-year, while imports surged 24.1%, driven by gold and silver, widening the trade deficit to $27.1 billion in February 2026. Rising crude prices, portfolio outflows, and geopolitical risks have also pushed up the current account deficit to 1.3% of the GDP and added depreciation pressure on the rupee, according to the Finance Ministry's March economic review. India's economy stayed strong in early 2026, driven by robust domestic demand and infrastructure growth. But the Finance Ministry warned of early signs of moderation as rising crude prices and West Asia tensions push up costs and disrupt supply chains. High-frequency indicators show softening output while demand remains stable, signaling that the slowdown is mainly supply and cost-driven, inflation risks and rising, prompting cautious monitoring of the economy. Former Raymond chairman Vijaypad Singhania, aged 87 years, passed away in Mumbai. Industrialist Vijaypad Singhania served as the chairman of Raymond Group from 1980 to 2015. Born on 4 October 1938, he helped build the textile company and turned it into a household name. After stepping down as the group's chairman, he handed over the company to his son Gautam Singhania, transferring his entire 37% stake in the firm to him. All right, viewers, we have a big developing story coming in from Delhi. Delhi police have arrested 47-year-old Srinivas Lewis from Mysuru, Karnataka, for allegedly sending over 1,100 hoax bomb threat messages to institutions, high courts, and government offices nationwide. Lewis, who lives with his mother, used emails and other communication channels to send these threats, causing widespread panic and leading to multiple FIRs across the states. Police have seized laptops and SIM cards from his rented accommodation and are now investigating his motives, suspecting mental distress may be one of the factors. Lewis will also be produced before a Delhi court for further interrogation. As the war in the West Asia crisis is escalating and this individual has been sending hoax threat bombs messages to many institutions, government institutions, education institutions, and have now been arrested. So he has been doing this from Delhi, and some of his laptops and equipments have been seized by the Delhi police as well. And he has been charged for sending hoax threats, especially 47-year-old Srinivas Lewis. He hails from Mysuru in Karnataka, and he had sent allegedly over 1,100 hoax bomb threat messages and targeted mostly to high courts, government offices and institutions, and not just to one state but nationwide. He used emails and other communication channels as well to send these threats, and police have also seized the laptops and mobile phones in connection with these and made an FIR with regards to this case. And very soon, Lewis will be produced before a Delhi court. All right, now we are being joined by our reporter Saurav from the ground. Saurav, do tell us, this is a big development story. Interesting, in fact, because as the war in West Asia is escalating, and now there have been many reports recently of many institutions reporting that there have been hoax bomb threats, and now police have seized laptops and other electronic devices from this one person who have been allegedly sending hoax bomb threats to many institutions. Do tell us what you have on the latest on this case.
Yes, this is a major breakthrough by the Delhi police, as they have arrested a 45-year-old man who allegedly issued bomb threats targeting several key locations in the national capital, including the High Court, schools, hospitals, and others. The accused has been identified as Srinivas Lewis, who is a resident of Karnataka. And now the Delhi police has apprehended him from Karnataka, where he was living in a rented accommodation with his mother. According to police sources, the accused made over 1,100 fake bomb calls and sent threatening emails over the past few months. In these threats, he specifically mentioned targeting critical establishments, including the High Court, Vidhan Sabha, and several other key locations situated in the national capital and across the NCR. Delhi police has registered a case, and they have launched a detailed investigation into this matter. During the probe, leads traced accused links to Karnataka, leading to his arrest. The accused is now being brought back to Delhi, where the Delhi police will conduct the further interrogation, and they will also produce him before the court, and they will ask for his remand for 5 days to further investigate this whole matter. And they also want to establish the links between that accused have only sent the emails and other threat calls to the national capital and Delhi NCR, or there is a bigger link to other cities also. He will be produced before court upon arrival in Delhi. The police will also try to ascertain the motive behind making these calls and emails. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Saurav, for joining us and giving us all the details regarding this case. Thank you so much. We will get back to you for more updates. And now, viewers, moving on to the tensions in West Asia. The tensions continue to rise, and rising global concerns over global energy supply. India continues to secure its fuel lifelines as well. Two India-bound LPG carriers carrying nearly 94,000 metric tons of cooking gas have safely crossed the Strait of Hormuz and are soon to reach India. And now, viewers, the development comes even as India reassures citizens that there is no shortage of LPG or fuel across the country. We have a detailed report. Take a look.
Two India-bound LPG tankers carrying nearly 94,000 metric tons of LPG have safely transited the Strait of Hormuz and are now heading towards Indian ports. The LPG carrier BWTYR is expected to arrive in Mumbai on March 31, while BWELM is scheduled to dock at New Mangalore port on April 1. Despite tensions in West Asia and concerns over global energy supplies, India has already received multiple shipments of crude oil and LPG in recent weeks. So far, 5 LPG tankers have successfully completed the crossing, while 3 more vessels remain in the western section of the strait, continuing their journey towards India. The latest arrivals are part of a steady movement of Indian-flagged vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, a key choke point for global oil and gas shipments. The government has confirmed that there is no shortage of LPG or fuel across India, assuring citizens that sufficient energy reserves are available and there is no need for panic. India has also been coordinating with multiple countries, including Iran and Sri Lanka, as part of a broader diplomatic outreach to safeguard energy routes and supplies. Even as tensions in West Asia disrupt global energy flows, India's steady arrival of crude and LPG shipments signals resilience in its supply chain, ensuring that domestic fuel availability remains stable despite a volatile geopolitical environment.
All right, coming up next after the short break, Kuwait government confirms an Indian worker was killed in an Iranian attack on a power plant in Kuwait. And Lok Sabha to take up a discussion on the government's efforts to eliminate Maoism a day before the March 31st deadline set by Amit Shah to end Maoism in the country. Coming up next, stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be on the ongoing escalating war. There are many statements that have been made by Donald Trump in this regard. Now, he also mentioned Cuba. He mentioned that the regime has been changed earlier for 2 times. Now, there is also a statement by the IRGC which is making fun of Donald Trump, mocking Donald Trump on asking for a Nobel Prize. They are terming him as somebody who killed children, and still he's asking for Nobel Prize. We'll get you all the details and latest breaking news updates of national stories and international stories. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. As the polls inch closer, more violence erupts in Bengal as clashes breaks out between BJP and TMC in Uttar Dinajpur over flag hoisting. Lok Sabha to take up a discussion on the government's efforts to eliminate Maoism a day before the March 31 deadline set by Amit Shah to end Maoism in country. 2 LPG carriers, BWTYR and BWELM, carrying combined LPG cargo of about 94,000 metric ton en route to India, being escorted by the Indian Navy. The vessel transited via Hormuz. Is the US president looking for a ramp-off from the Iranian war? In his latest statement, Trump announces victory, claims Mujtaba is dead. Trump says Iran has agreed to send 20 large oil vessels through the Strait of Hormuz as a tribute and sign of respect beginning tomorrow. All right, viewers, now let's begin with the first top story. A big breaking news that is coming in from West Bengal because elections are very close. In West Bengal, the clashes broke out between BJP and Trinamool Congress in Uttar Dinajpur over flag hoisting. Now, a clash broke out on Sunday between workers of the Bharatiya Janata Party, that is the BJP, and the Trinamool Congress, that is the TMC, over flag hoisting in Chopra area of Uttar Dinajpur district, leaving several people injured. Now, BJP's Uttar Dinajpur district vice president Surajit Sen claimed that the party workers were attacked by members of the Trinamool Congress while attempting to hoist a flag in that region, warning that peaceful elections would not be possible in that area. So elections are very near, and this is one among the many instances of the pre-poll violence that is being reported in West Bengal. So will it be again a difficult scenario in West Bengal to conduct elections without violence in a non-violent manner? Many episodes, many incidents of the clashes between BJP and TMC, in many cases have been reported. Now, this is one another case where a clash broke out between BJP and TMC in Dinajpur, in Uttar Dinajpur, over flag hoisting. All right, I have my colleague Hina joining me from the newsroom to give me more details and our viewers more details on what exactly happened. Hina, if you can put this into perspective and share details on what exactly unfolded in that location. Was it just about the flag hoisting, or there's much behind that?
Absolutely, Shivam. So we are playing out the visuals of the clash that took place between BJP and TMC workers in Uttar Dinajpur. Now remember, this in fact happened in the Chopra area in Uttar Dinajpur. And Chopra area is in fact located in northern Bengal, and this is a very politically sensitive constituency as well. Now what really happened is that BJP workers are claiming, as per their claims, they were trying to hoist a flag in the area, in the Chopra area, when TMC workers in fact disrupted the flag hoisting proceedings and in fact tried to attack the BJP workers. Now, we have District Vice President Surajit Sen saying that elections are not even yet started, but the TMC workers, TMC goons, they are claiming, started to carry out these acts of vandalism Now, remember, Surajit Sen also said that if this continues, political violence, in fact, polling will not be able to happen peacefully in the Chopra area. Now, Shivam, this area is a very politically sensitive area. Right now, it is being ruled by TMC, and it's known for a haven of strongmen of TMC, in fact, is what we are getting to know. Now, this is in the northern Bengal, and a very politically sensitive area which is currently being ruled by TMC. Earlier also we have seen multiple instances taking place in the previous years of, in fact, mob violence and political violence. So as the elections are coming closer by the day, we are seeing political violence even picking up the pace in Bengal. But in these latest attacks, in fact, it is related to the flag hoisting event that was being carried out by BJP, where BJP
and
is
it will be a
TMC
difficult scenario for the administration also to conduct violent-free elections when it comes to West Bengal. Thanks a lot, Hina, for the details that you have shared with us. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story, another big breaking news that we are getting right now. It's about the Congress. Now, the Congress on Sunday has released its first list of 284 candidates for the upcoming West Bengal Assembly polls, fielding former state unit chief, that is Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary from Behrampur, and ex-TMC MP Mausam Noor from Malatipur, and also the Congress, which is going solo in the polls for the 294 assembly seats in the state, announced the names of 284 candidates in one go. Now, while Chaudhary has been fielded from Behrampur, and Noor, who joined the Congress recently from Malatipur, the party also fielded Madhap Rai from Darjeeling, Abdul Hanan from Surajpur, Susmita Biswas from Damdam, and Gautam Bhattacharya from Diamond Harbour, Sauvik Mukherjee from Asansol Dakshin, and Prasanjit Puitandi from Asansol Uttar. So this is the Congress party declaring the candidate list, releasing the list of candidates. For more information, we have Hina with us for more details into the story. Hina, this time Congress has decided once again to go solo. Nobody is going to form an alliance with the Congress party. Trinamool on its own going solo, and when it comes to the BJP also. Were there no talks of alliance before that were happening? They have decided to go solo, were not fruitful. There is no India alliance this time?
Well, Shivam, let's remember that in 2021, in fact, when the elections took place in West Bengal, Congress, in fact, went in for the elections in alliance with CPIM. But at that time, Congress and CPIM, they were unable to secure even a single seat in those elections. And this time, therefore, Congress has decided to go solo on all the 294 constituencies. Now, we already have the candidate list for at least 284 constituencies. And the former state chief, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, is being fielded from Bahrampur constituency, and Mausam Noor, as you were telling your viewers, is being fielded from Malatipur constituency. Now, remember, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, in fact, won Lok Sabha seat earlier from Murshidabad's Behrampur, but he was defeated, in fact, by Yusuf Pathan from that constituency. And after that debacle that took place with Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, he, in fact, is fielded now again from the Behrampur constituency. Now, 284 candidates have been announced. And, in fact, Mausam Noor was also, in fact, an MP. She secured Lok Sabha seat from West Bengal, and she is also being fielded now from Malatipur constituency. Shivam.
All right, Hina, thanks a lot for the details on this story. Now, it will be a tough battle, not just for the TMC, but for Congress, for the BJP, for all the parties when it comes to West Bengal elections. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top big breaking news story that we have. Now, actor turned politician Vijay has unveiled a Tamil-centric manifesto for the upcoming Tamil Nadu assembly elections. Now, focusing strongly on youth and local employment. Now, from unemployment allowances and interest-free education loans to incentives for companies hiring Tamil natives. Now, the TVK is pitching a major shift in governance. More in this report.
A political storm is brewing in Tamil Nadu. TVK chief Vijay released its party's manifesto on Sunday. TVK chief Vijay has kept the party manifesto Tamil-centric in order to woo the Tamil voters ahead of the state assembly elections. From unemployment aid to collateral-free education and startup loans, TVK pitches a strong governance reset. TVK's manifesto focuses on the aspirations of young Tamilians. TVK seeks the support of the state's first-time voters and the 20 to 40 age group. With over 2.28 crore voters aged 20 to 40 and 12.5 lakh first-time voters, Vijay is aiming straight at the heart of the electorate. TVK promises unemployment allowances in which graduates above 29 years and are without a job will receive Rs 4,000 per month. TVK Chief Vijay also promised the local employment for local people. Companies hiring 75% Tamil natives will get 2.5% subsidy on state GST and a 5% electricity tariff concession, plus priority in government procurement. For young entrepreneurs, TVK's Tamil Nadu elections promises include interest-free loans up to Rs 25 lakh without guarantee, described as support for honest ventures. From jobs to education, every promise is designed to prioritize Tamil youth and protect local opportunities.
All right, viewers, let's move on to another top story. In Tamil Nadu, Chief Minister and DMK Chief M.K. Stalin on Sunday released the party's election manifesto, promising expanded welfare and economic measures. Now, key pledges include raising women's monthly assistance to Rs 2,000 and Rs 8,000 household coupon. Now, extending the breakfast scheme to class 8 and boosting old age and disability pensions. Now, Tamil Nadu goes to the polls on April 23rd with results on May 4th. More in this report.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and DMK Chief released party's manifesto. During the manifesto release, M.K. Stalin outlined a slew of welfare measures coupled with economic expansion schemes. He declared that they will expand Chief Minister's breakfast scheme to make it available to students till 8th standard.
You must understand, our manifesto has nothing to do with anybody else's. We started our work much earlier. We've consulted experts, we've met people, we've spoken to them, we've taken feedback from the people, and the Chief Minister has been very clear that what is possible. That is what has to be given as in the manifesto as a promise to the poll promise to the people. So we've been very careful about that.
Furthermore, the DMK chief promised to increase women's monthly assistance scheme to Rs 2,000. Moreover, he also promised a coupon worth Rs 8,000 to women through which they can buy new or replace old household items. Stalin said Tamil Nadu has emerged as leading state under the Dravidian model of governance, highlighting the success of various welfare schemes. Tamil Nadu will go to the polls in a single phase on April 23rd, covering a total of 234 constituencies in a state, and the counting of votes is scheduled for May 4.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story related to DMK. Now, the DMK has released its election manifesto, promising a political reset for Tamil Nadu. The party is pushing for greater state autonomy, more control over education and finances, and a rollback of centralizing policies. Welfare measures, economic support, and cultural initiatives are all part of their pitch. Now, as the party looks to challenge the BJP in the upcoming state polls. More in this report.
DMK manifesto is out. More than a fine print, it seems like a political reset. Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam is making a strong case for state autonomy 2.0. Rooted in the ideas of C.N. Annadurai and M. Karunanidhi, the slogan have returned: autonomy for states, federalism at the center.
Implementing the Dravidian ideology into their manifesto this time, under maintaining state autonomy and rights, the DMK leader M.K. Stalin has given a separate page on his manifesto on bringing back the state rights, especially the state education list to be put under the state management, and also going against NEET and other medical exams still to be maintained, the main promise of the DMK.
But what does this mean in practice? The DMK wants a shift of power away from Delhi, calling out what it terms as excessive centralization by the union government. The party is backing a report led by Korean Joseph, which warns against a unitary push by centre. And the prescriptions are clear. Scrap one nation, one language, stick to English and mother tongue policy, oppose one nation, one election. Transfer education back to states, give states power to appoint vice chancellors, end national entrance tests, including medical exams, and most crucially, more money, more control. DMK wants states' share in GST to rise from 50% to 70% and a return to 1971 consensus as the basis for Finance Commission decisions. So is this just policy or politics? With talk of Dravidian Model 2.0 and even religious outreach like Temple Kumbh Abhishekas, the question remains: is the DMK responding to the rise of Bharatiya Janata Party in Tamil Nadu?
All right, viewers, now from top election news, let's move on to other big breaking news developments which are coming in right now at this moment. Now, this is a big development. India's aviation sector is facing a bottleneck in new aircraft procurement. Now, Civil Aviation Minister K. Ram Mohan Naidu has said that, citing that while 1,700 new planes are on order, supply chain disruptions could stretch deliveries up to 15 years. So there might be a delay of 15 years. Now, the government is emphasizing domestic manufacturing of aircraft through joint ventures with global giants like Embraer and a partnership with Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, that is the HAL, which is already underway to produce the Sukhoi Superjet 100. Now, Naidu said on Sunday that he flagged off new flights at Bhavnagar Airport in Gujarat. Now, this is a big statement about the disruptions in the Indian aviation sector, which is facing a bottleneck in new aircraft procurement. Now, the Civil Aviation Minister K. Ram Mohan Naidu clearly said that, citing that while 1,700 new planes are on order, supply chain disruptions could stretch the deliveries up to 15 years. Now, the government thus is emphasizing domestic manufacturing of aircraft through joint ventures with global giants like Embraer and a partnership with Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Now, this is a big breaking because there is a duopoly when it comes to the aircraft manufacturers also, when there is Boeing and Airbus being the only two major aircraft manufacturers in the whole world. Now, this will definitely be a push for global manufacturing and focusing on local manufacturing. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news that we are getting. Now, Iran has posted a picture with Trump being seen as the one behind the school children being killed during war, reportedly mocking Trump and US administration towards Minab school attack. Now, this comes from Iran. They're mocking Donald Trump and mocking his demand, Donald Trump's demand for Nobel Peace Prize. They're saying, how can you demand Nobel Peace Prize when you are killing children? Now, this is related to the bombing of Minab, where many little school children were killed in the bombing, where Tomahawk missiles were used. And we showed the pictures also. It has been confirmed also, though Donald Trump is saying that investigations are on in that case, but that because of some bad information and wrong intel, that strike took place, but many children were killed in that strike. Now, Iran has mocked Donald Trump on his Nobel Peace Prize demand, and Iran taunts Donald Trump over Minab school attack. Now, there is a picture of Donald Trump and the school bags with blood on that of the little children, those who were killed in the Minab school attack. Now, there's a post by the Iranian government, by the Iranian regime in this case, mocking Donald Trump over his demand for a Nobel Peace Prize. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Pope Leo has delivered a strong message against the use of religion to justify war, calling God the King of Peace during Palm Sunday Mass at the Vatican. Now, as global conflicts intensify from the Iran war to Ukraine, the Pope urged prayers for those suffering and called for ceasefire. More in this report.
Under the shadow of global wars, a voice rises for peace. At a packed Palm Sunday Mass in Vatican City, Pope Leo XIV makes it clear God is not on the side of war.
Questo è il nostro Dio, Gesù, Re della pace. Un Dio che rifiuta la guerra, che nessuno può usare per giustificare la guerra, che non ascolta la preghiera di chi fa la guerra.
With the US-Israeli war on Iran entering its second month and Russia's ongoing campaign in Ukraine, Leo dedicated his Palm Sunday homily to insist that God is a king of a peace who rejects violence and comforts those who are oppressed.
All'inizio della settimana santa siamo più che mai vicini con la preghiera ai cristiani del Medio Oriente che soffrono le conseguenze di un conflitto atroce e in molti casi non possono vivere pienamente i riti di questi giorni santi. Proprio mentre la Chiesa contempla il mistero della passione del Signore, non possiamo dimenticare quanti oggi partecipano in modo reale alla sua sofferenza. La loro prova interpella la coscienza di tutti. Eleviamo la nostra supplica al Principe della Pace affinché sostenga i popoli feriti dalla guerra e apra cammini concreti di riconciliazione e di pace.
Pope Leo further added that leaders on all sides of the Iran war have used religion to justify their actions. Earlier, US officials, especially Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, have invoked their Christian faith to cast the war as a Christian nation trying to vanquish its foes with military might. Earlier on Sunday, the Latin Patriarchate said Jerusalem police prevented the Catholic Church top leadership from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre.
All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news coming in right now at this moment, and it is about the mediation in the war. And this comes as the Pakistan's foreign minister indicated the prospect of potential talks between the US and Iran to de-escalate the ongoing war, underlining that both countries have expressed their confidence in Islamabad to facilitate their talks. Now, Ishaq Dar made these remarks while addressing the media after holding the quadrilateral consultations with his counterparts from Saudi Arabia, Egypt and Turkey. Now, the leaders also discussed ways to bring an early and permanent end to the war in the region as they held consultations on the West Asia conflict. Now, this is a country which is talking of peace, a country known for spreading terrorism across the globe, and this is the country who's talking about peace. We have Major Samarpal Tur, an expert, with us to speak on this issue and give us details that will Pakistan be able to play an active role in the mediation? Sir, first question to you. What do you think of the statement that has been made by the Pakistan foreign minister? They're indicating that they will play an active role in the mediation in this war, sir.
You see, Pakistan is already on the tenterhooks because it's a tug of war. You see, at one side, they've already signed a pact with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is insistent on going to war against Iran. So in that case, the Pakistan military has to move in, or else it has to pay the $6 billion that it owes Saudi Arabia. So definitely, it cannot do the latter. So they have to send in their troops with Saudi Arabia. That is one scenario. Second scenario is that they can, they have already offered their air bases. One is Shamshi Air Base, and one is Jacobabad Air Bases as the logistical air bases to the Americans for carrying out any ground offensive and air logistical support. So basically, they've already offered the Pakistani ground and airspace to the Americans. So again, there is a lot of distrust between the Iranians and the Pakistanis. And same was the scenario, when there was a war between Iran and Iraq from 1980 to 1988. So that is where, at the time when General Ziaul Haq wanted to mediate, they were again actively involved in mediations, but nothing worked out. Even here, Pakistan is on the edge. So it's got pressure from the US, it's got pressure from the Saudi Arabians. They are already at war with the Afghans. So Pakistan itself is in a thick soup, and it cannot afford to go in militarily to assist the Saudis and the Americans. So it has two allies at stake, and then its own military has to be involved, whether it is US or it is Saudi Arabia. And they have also promised troops in Palestine for the ISF. So they have not been able to comply with any of the demands that were done. And it is on the edge, because if it happens that Pakistan is dragged into it, probably its economy is going to crash. There is going to be a lot of civil disorder in Pakistan if it chooses to go to war against Iran by helping the Americans or the Saudis. So they are in a fix. They have no choice. They will give it all that they have to broker peace between the Americans and the Iranians, which is actually very unlikely, because the Iranians are well prepared to counter any ground offensive. And if we go back and look at the history, so there's been the Battle of the Four Peninsula, which is opposite the city of Basra in Iraq, and Khorramshahr is a city in Iran where this clash has taken place.
Yeah.
So keeping the history in mind, it's very unlikely that they're going to come to an agreement.
All right, so thanks a lot for your details on this story, for your detailed analysis on what's unfolding in that region. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll bring you more details on the Pakistan's claim of acting as a mediator, of the prospect of potential talks between the US and Iran to de-escalate the ongoing war.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिम। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिम, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and in this bulletin, our top focus will definitely be on the West Asian conflict, on the statements which have been made by Donald Trump, on the gift that has been sent, as per Donald Trump, by the Iranian regime of the 20 oil tankers which have crossed the Strait of Hormuz, as per Donald Trump, and will reach soon. And there are all other big breaking news developments also that we will share with you. But first up, let's take a look at the top headlines of the hour. As the polls inch closer, more violence erupts in Bengal as clashes break out between BJP and TMC in Uttar Dinajpur over flag hoisting. Lok Sabha to take up a discussion on the government's efforts to eliminate Maoism a day before the March 31st deadline set by Amit Shah to end Maoism in the country. Two LPG carriers, BWTYR and BWELM, carrying combined LPG cargo of about 94,000 metric tons en route to India, being escorted by the Indian Navy. The vessel transited via Hormuz. And also, is the US president looking for a ramp off from the Iranian war? In his latest statement, Trump announces victory, claims Mujtaba is dead. Trump says Iran has agreed to send 20 large oil vessels through the Strait of Hormuz as a tribute and sign of respect beginning tomorrow. All right, viewers, now let's have a look at how the markets are reacting to the ongoing conflict. The Indian markets opened 1% lower. Nifty down 300 points and Sensex slips 1,000 points. However, the Indian rupee opened sharply stronger on Monday, gaining 1.22 to trade at 93.59 per dollar compared with Friday's March 21st close of 94.81. So, rupee is getting stronger in this case and also to trade at 93.59 per dollar compared with Friday's close of 94.81. So markets are still reacting to the ongoing conflict. Yeah, definitely the world has confidence on the dollar as a safe bet, but the rupee, the condition of rupee is improving. Now the Indian markets opened 1% lower, Nifty down by 300 points and Sensex has slipped 1,000 points. That's a lot. However, Indian rupee opening sharply stronger on Monday hints that the market sentiment is positive towards rupee, and the investor sentiments are strong when it comes to rupee. Now, Asian markets also slide. So, these markets are reacting to the ongoing conflict in the Strait of Hormuz in the West Asian region, especially the impact on the global oil prices. All right, we have our colleague and market expert, Pranav, with us to put this into perspective and share details on why market is reacting in such a way. Pranav, the first question, why is Sensex down 1,000 points and Nifty 300?
Well, this is quite in line with the Asian market. We are seeing that despite a short release that we saw in the prices of oil last week, oil is once again rising. Brent is at $115 per barrel level. So yes, this is primarily a reaction to the rise in oil prices, and that's how the global markets are reacting. In fact, it is quite in line with Asian markets. Kospi, in fact, has slipped by 5%, whereas Australian as well as Japanese markets are down. In fact, Japan's the Nikkei is down about 4%. So the Indian markets are reacting in line with the Asian peers, primarily because of the fluctuations in oil prices.
Yeah, definitely. So the Indian markets, what about the rupee? If you say the rupee is a bit stronger than it was earlier?
Well, rupee is stronger for the day primarily. It's a short-term volatility. We cannot attribute it to any particular cause. It's primarily because probably could be one of the reasons could be that the Indian supplies have been assured, as a result of which there could be some sort of security for Indian imports, but that is still a speculative. That would still be a speculative comment. It could definitely be a short-term volatility, and it's too early to say whether the rupee is strengthening or the strength is likely to persist for a longer term, or it's just a short-term bounce, which can again, within few days, the rupee could once again, slip or go down. So it's still too early to comment on what could be the reasons behind this short uptick.
All right, we'll have to wait and watch for that. Pranav, stay with us. We have another big breaking news development, and we need a comment from you on that too. An Asian markets major indices declined significantly amid rising energy prices and escalating tensions in West Asia. Japan's Nikkei 225 fell by approximately 5% to 50,950 level, while South Korea's Kospi declined by around 4% to 5,240 level. Now, other Asian markets also traded lower, reflecting weak investor sentiment. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index dropped 1.69% to 24,553 in this case. So the Asian markets are not reacting positively to the changes which are happening in the West Asian region. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index dropped 1.69% to 24,533 level. Taiwan's weighted index declined 1.86% to 32,488 level. And Singapore's Straits Times Index slipped 0.26% to 4885 level. Singapore still in a better condition comparatively to Taiwan, and Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index, which dropped 1.69%. Pranav continues to be with us. Pranav, what is your take on this? Is it also because of the West Asian conflict, the oil prices? Situation seems to be a bit better when it comes to the Indian markets. If you can do a comparative analysis on what's happening with the markets across the globe, Pranav.
This is definitely because of the conflict in West Asia. In fact, certain comments over the weekend, one being that Donald Trump, or the speculative reports that U.S. is sending troops on ground to the Middle East, and there is a likelihood that Donald Trump may initiate moves to seize Karg Island, have kind of, probably signaled investors that this conflict in West Asia could continue for a longer time. And it is probably because of that the markets are reacting in a negative manner, because in the longer term, the more the war stretches, it may mean more volatility for oil prices. Remember, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, one of the Iranian officials had said that oil could be reaching $200 a barrel, and that could be a reality, is what one of the experts, in fact, last week told us. If that really happens, investors are looking at longer-term volatility, and that is primarily what is reflecting in market sentiments. Investors are rushing towards more safer assets and dumping equities, so to say. That's the reason we are seeing volatility in the markets across the globe.
All right, Pranav, thanks a lot for the detailed analysis on what's unfolding in the markets across the globe. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting, and this is about Australia. Now, Australia has cut in half its taxes on gasoline and diesel and removed a tax on heavy vehicles to counter the economic impacts of soaring fuel prices. So a big step, and a good step, I would say. Rather, the government announced on Monday that It expects the tax reductions will cost federal coffers the 2.55 billion Australian dollars, that is 1.74 billion US dollars over 3 months. Now, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese told reporters in Canberra that taxes on gas and diesel will be halved to 26.3 Australian cents and a litre 68.2 cents a gallon from Wednesday. Now, Albanese warned that while Australia's fuel supply outlook remains secure in the near term, we need to be very clear as well with Australians that the longer this war goes on, the worse the impact will be. So this is a relief measure, a temporary one, but definitely it will help ease the burden on the consumer's part. A good step by the Australian government which has cut the taxes on the fuel, but it definitely will be a burden on the government because their revenues will be severely impacted after this tax cut. Now, a big relief to the consumers because of the soaring oil prices. We very well remember how India reduced the fuel duty, excise duty when it comes to petrol and diesel, and this reaction and this move by Australia goes on in the similar terms, in the similar line, where Australia has cut in half its taxes on gasoline and diesel and removed a tax on heavy vehicles to counter the economic impacts of soaring fuel prices.
While Australia's fuel supply outlook remains secure in the near term, we need to be very clear as well with Australians that the longer this war goes on, the worse the impacts will be. And I and the government understand that people are really worried, but we have a plan to get through this. We understand the cost pressures for people are very real as the impact of the war on the other side of the world plays out right here. We're acting now to be over-prepared, to prepare and to shield Australians from the worst of the impacts.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, in a latest warning to US and Israel, has said that it will target residences of US and Israeli officials. Now, Iran's Joint Military Command spokesperson declared on Sunday that the private residences of US and Israeli officials have now become legitimate targets for Iran. Now, this is a very severe, very big warning because never in history is such a thing happens when the private residences of army officials is being are legitimate targets. As the war in the Middle East enters its first month and continues to widen across the region, this is a very big threat.
Iran has issued a new threat to US and Israel. This time, a warning to target US and Israeli military and political officials living in the Middle East, including Israel. Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters spokesperson said, the decision to target the residences of US and Israeli officials have been made after the nations have targeted residential homes of Iranians in various cities across Iran.
با توجه به شرارت‌ها و اقدامات تروریستی دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونیستی و هدف قرار دادن منازل مسکونی مردم ایران در شهرهای مختلف، نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران در اقدامی تلافی جویانه محل سکونت فرماندهان و مسئولان سیاسی آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی در منطقه و سرزمین‌های اشغالی را هدف قرار خواهند داد.
The war has completed 1 month. And the fear of further escalation is only getting real by the day.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. With analysts saying that US President Donald Trump attacked Iran for oil, Trump is repeatedly talking about how US is receiving oil boats from Iran. Now, in the latest, Trump says that Iran has given 20 boats of oil to Washington as a sign of respect. Take a listen.
And we are negotiating with them directly and indirectly. We have emissaries, but we also are dealing directly. And as you know, they've agreed to send 8 boats 2 days ago, and then they added another 2, so it was 10 boats. And now today they gave us as a tribute, I don't know, I can't define it exactly, but they gave us, I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait. And that's taking place starting tomorrow morning. Over the next couple of days, a lot of boats. And I would only say that we're doing extremely well in that negotiation, but you never know with Iran because we negotiate with them and then we always have to blow them up, whether it's the B-2 bombers or just terminating, as an example, the Iran nuclear deal done by Barack Hussein Obama, probably the worst deal we've ever done as a country, one of the dumbest deals we've ever done.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, a few minutes following attacks by America and Israel, the electricity was cut in areas from Tehran to Alborz, including parts of eastern Tehran. Now, this occurred as a result of debris hitting one of the towers at the entrance to the city of Karaj. Now, one transmission station went out of service, and following that, Iran lost 5 to 6 high-voltage substations. Here's more in this report.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Electricity supply was cut in parts of Tehran, the capital of Iran, and nearby Alborz province. Shrapnel hit a part of electricity grid in Alborz province, causing power to be cut in several areas of Tehran and the city of Karaj. Authorities were working on reinstating it, as it was largely restored within an hour. Deputy Minister of Energy said the Tehran power grid will gradually return and customers will be relieved of the power outage. Iran's nationwide internet blackout was on its 30th consecutive day on Sunday, leaving millions cut off from information and communication since the war with the United States and Israel erupted. While the domestic intranet remains operational, supporting local messaging apps, banking platforms and other services, access to the global internet has been severely restricted.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, is America prepared for a high-stakes conflict with Iran? Now, Major General G.D. Bakshi explains the Pentagon's strategic dilemma in the Gulf of Hormuz. While the U.S. can assemble a massive naval armada operating in the narrow Gulf of Hormuz makes ships highly vulnerable to Iranian missiles and drones. A single sunken ship would result in high casualties and a major political crisis. Additionally, a ground war could require 200,000 US troops and 18 months of combat, with potential losses reaching 15,000 casualties. Now, is America ready for the cost of a war with Iran? Take a look at this report.
America is assembling an armada, an amphibious armada, to attack the islands in the Gulf of Hormuz, as also the northern coast of the Gulf of Hormuz, the Iranian territory from where he can fire ballistic missiles, anti-ship and cruise missiles and drones at the ships in the Gulf. The problem is, attacking in the Gulf would be very dangerous because these ships will be vulnerable to the enemy enemy ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, also the anti-ship missiles and drones. Operating in the narrow confines of the Gulf would be a difficult task because those ships are vulnerable, and any one ship that goes down takes a large number of American sailors and Navy personnel down with them, which can be politically very costly. So one alternative being thought of is, why don't we attack via the land route? After all, Iran and Iraq fought an 8-year-long war over from the Iraq border into Iran. The problem is, at that time, the Iraqis had mustered about 2 to 3 lakh troops to attack from the Iraqi side into Iran proper. The problem is, the targets that you want to hit are the missile batteries, the drone launching facilities, etc. And those, how far are they? Those that are targeting the Gulf of Hormuz are quite well removed from the border. And to attack all the way from the border deep into Iran, you could mount air assaults, you could mount paratrooper operations, but then those are light infantry operations. once they have captured a particular piece of territory, they either have to hold it, that means they have to be supplied, or also at a point in time, either a link-up takes place or they have to be evacuated, taken out. Otherwise, they are all gone. So there are difficulties attacking both the sea route and the land route. Land route, the problem is you'll have to have far larger force levels. The Pentagon had talked of 200,000 troops or 2 lakh troops fighting for 18 months to achieve something meaningful, and that could cost up to 15,000 casualties.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, NASA's Kennedy Space Center team in Florida is finalizing preparations to commence launch countdown operations for the Artemis second mission, scheduled to lift off tomorrow, that's Wednesday, April 1, if weather conditions permit. Now, this will be the first human mission to the moon in over 50 years.
After 53 years, humans are headed to the moon. Preparations are in full swing at Cape Canaveral, Florida for US Artemis 2 mission, which will launch for the moon later this week if all goes well. The astronauts, set to become the first lunar visitors in more than half a century, arrived at the launch site. They will zip around the moon in an out and back slingshot, ending the 10-day flight with a Pacific splashdown.
Tomorrow, our mission management team will become the primary decision makers regarding our readiness for launch. The team, the MMT team, will be meeting in the afternoon tomorrow to review the closure plan for the few open work items that came out of the flight readiness review to help ensure that we're ready to go.
All right, viewers, let's move on to another top story. Now, DMK has released its election manifesto promising a political reset for Tamil Nadu. The party is pushing for greater state autonomy, more control over education and finances, and a rollback of centralizing policies. Welfare measures, economic support, and cultural initiatives are all part of their pitch. Now, as the party looks to challenge the BJP in the upcoming state polls. More in this report.
DMK manifesto is out. More than a fine print, it seems like a political reset. Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam is making a strong case for state autonomy 2.0. Rooted in the ideas of CN Annadurai and M. Karunanidhi, the slogan have returned: autonomy for states, federalism at the center.
Implementing the Dravidian ideology into their manifesto this time, under maintaining state autonomy and rights, the DMK leader M.K. Stalin has given a separate page on his manifesto on bringing back the state rights, especially the state education list to be put under the state management, and also going against NEET and other medical exams still to be maintained, the main promise of the DMK.
But what does this mean in practice? The DMK wants a shift of power away from Delhi, calling out what it terms as excessive centralization by the union government. The party is backing a report led by Kurian Joseph, which warns against a unitary push by centre. And the prescriptions are clear. Scrap one nation, one language, stick to English and mother tongue policy, oppose one nation, one election. Transfer education back to states, give states power to appoint vice-chancellors, end national entrance tests, including medical exams, and most crucially, more money, more control. DMK wants states' share in GST to rise from 50% to 70% and a return to 1971 consensus as the basis for Finance Commission decisions. So is this just policy or politics? With talk of Dravidian Model 2.0 and even religious outreach like Temple Kumbh Abhishekas, the question remains: is the DMK responding to the rise of Bharatiya Janata Party in Tamil Nadu?
All right, viewers, now it is time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. There is a lot more lined up after this short commercial break. Top focus, Lok Sabha to take up a discussion on the government's efforts to eliminate Maoism a day before the March 31st deadline set by Amit Shah to end Maoism in the country. Coming up next, don't go anywhere, just after a short while, after the break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आरप्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिम। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिम, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरप्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, we will track top 3 stories today in this bulletin. First is battle to end Maoism. Now, remember, 31st March is the deadline to give an end, an absolute end to the Red Terror in Chhattisgarh. Remember, in 2024, Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, in fact, carried out multiple visits in Chhattisgarh, talking about how Naxalism is going to, in fact, end by 31st of March. Deadline is looming, and we'll continue to track that story for you. And second, 2026 verdict in the West Bengal Assembly elections. Now remember, political violence is also ensuing in the West Bengal ahead of the Assembly elections. We're also seeing, in fact, parties after parties releasing candidate list. We'll get to all the latest in this as well. But first, let's take a look at the headlines.
The one regime was decimated, the next regime is mostly dead, and the third regime, we're dealing with different people, so I would consider that regime change.
Donald Trump claims regime change in Iran already happened, now dealing with totally different professional group of people, claims Mojtaba Khamenei is dead or in extremely bad shape.
I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait.
Donald Trump says Iran has agreed to send 20 large oil vessels through the Strait of Hormuz as a tribute and sign of respect beginning tomorrow. Kuwait government confirms an Indian worker was killed in an Iranian attack on a power plant in Kuwait. More US troops arrive in West Asia as tensions with Iran escalates. Iranian parliament speaker says US plotting ground attack despite publicly engaging in diplomatic efforts. 2 LPG carriers, BWTYR and BWELM, carrying combined LPG cargo of about 94,000 metric tons en route to India, being escorted by the Indian Navy, the vessel transiting via Strait of Hormuz. Lok Sabha to take up a discussion on the government's efforts to eliminate Maoism a day before 31st March deadline set by Amit Shah to end Maoism in the country. As the polls inch closer, more violence erupts in West Bengal as clashes breaks out between BJP and TMC in Uttar Dinajpur over flag hoisting. And viewers, a big breaking news that you're tracking this morning is the nominations going to be filed by MK Stalin and TVK chief Vijay ahead of the Tamil Nadu Assembly polls. We get you all the latest in this high contest elections in the Tamil Nadu elections, Assembly elections. So the nominations are going to be filed at 12 noon today. TVK chief, actor turned politician Vijay is going to start his campaigning from Perambur. Now remember, he himself is fighting the elections from Perambur, Chennai, ahead of the Tamil Nadu elections. The candidates lists are also being announced by different parties. Now today is the day when nominations are going to be, in fact, filed by multiple leaders. TVK chief Vijay and MK Stalin going to be filing nominations at 12 p.m. today. Now, also remember, MK Stalin's son, Udayanidhi Stalin, is also going to start his campaigning today evening from Kanchipuram. So this is the latest that we are getting you from Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. High-stakes battle in Tamil Nadu, a three-cornered contest between TVK, DMK and AIA-DMK-led alliance. And here are the visuals we are getting you. MK Stalin and, in fact, TVK chief Vijay also going to be filing nomination. Now, remember, earlier, TVK, in fact, released a list of all the constituencies. Remember, TVK is going solo this time in Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. I have my colleague Sharda to get us more details. Sharda, today is the day when nominations are going to be filed. What is the latest that you have?
Well, today the nominations for the state of Tamil Nadu is opened, and today, initially being MK Stalin, the Chief Minister, and the DMK leader is really filing his nominations for the Koladu constituency, and also at the same time, Vijay, the TVK leader, will also be filing his nominations for the constituency Perambur. Only yesterday, the announcement was made that Vijay would be contesting from Perambur and Trichy East, whereas Stalin has been continuing to be contesting from his home turf, Koladu, for almost 3 or 4 times now, and he's going to continue to his nominations there even today. Following which, we saw yesterday that the DMK has announced its manifesto, and TVK released part of its manifesto as well. The campaigns are all set to begin. Vijay initially did not get a permission to do his campaign in the Chennai today, especially in his constituency, Perambur. However, the ECI today has agreed for his campaign to be continued. After his nomination, so Vijay would be campaigning in 2 constituencies, Perambur and Vilivakam, whereas MK Stalin is set to start his campaign tomorrow. Meanwhile, Udayanidhi Stalin, the Deputy Chief Minister, who is contesting from the constituency in Chepauk, is beginning his campaign today from Kanchipuram today evening, following which he'll be going around statewide. Apart from the DMK, AIA-DMK, and the TVK, all under the alliance parties have now announced the manifestos. The manifestos have been released, and the constituencies for the candidates have been decided. So today, beginning the nominations will start, and will go on up to the 6th. However, as we see, there is multiple government holidays between, so only 4 days left for the nominations out of the 8. Only 4 days are working for the nominations to be filed, following which on the 23rd, the Tamil Nadu will go for the state elections.
Absolutely, Sharda. And recently we also saw reports because TVK chief actor turned politician Vijay is going to file the nominations today. We are seeing reports of infighting also between TVK cadres who are not happy with some of the declarations of candidates, in fact, selection of candidates in the list that in fact was released yesterday by TVK.
Well, the cadres did, certain cadres did gave their opposition to the candidates being raised, a few being Vijay's friends from the movie industry as well, and few not being district secretaries but someone else. The cadres were a little unhappy that they did not get opportunity for the work that they did, but Vijay had promised that people from the party would be recognized no matter what, and that these elections would require him an opportunity to contest elections in the state of Tamil Nadu against the ruling government, which is the DMK. Pointing out that the DMK is a very corrupted government, TVK leader said that he's pulling out a set of leaders who would be able to contest and win this particular elections, and that's the reason how the candidate list was selected. He also mentioned that the AIA-DMK party has not really taken DMK as their opposition, and which was a huge claim kept against the Edapadi K. Palisamy factor of the AIA-DMK.
Absolutely, Sharda. Thank you so much for getting us all of these details. But I also have another question. We are seeing how MK Stalin, in fact, earlier commented on the infighting reports in the DMK, saying that these are just merely reports and other people trying to inflict conflict within the party. But essentially, MK Stalin saying that the secular alliance is very much intact.
We know for the past few months, the Congress and the BCK have been fighting over the seat sharing and the coalition power sharing in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, while the seat sharing has been completely given to the allotted parties under the DMK in the alliance, we also see that the Congress and the DMK are not going together in the union territory of Puducherry. So, while many questions are left whether the Congress and the DMK's alliance is intact or not, because of the Puducherry constituency, they say that in Tamil Nadu, the Congress and the DMK alliance do not have an issue, but only in the state, in the union territory of Puducherry, and in the state that their alliance with as a social democratic alliance would continue.
All right. Thank you so much, Sharda, for getting us all of these details, the latest in the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. Now, viewers, these are the latest that we're getting, the updates from the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections, where nominations are going to be in fact filed by MK Stalin and Vijay today. Also, a massive rally is planned for Udayanidhi Stalin today. And now, viewers, actor turned politician Vijay has unveiled a Tamil-centric manifesto for the upcoming Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. This is a manifesto that was unveiled by Vijay, focusing strongly on youth and local employment. Now, from unemployment allowances and interest-free education loans to incentives for companies hiring Tamil natives, the TVK is now pitching a major shift in governance. More in this report.
A political storm is brewing in Tamil Nadu. TVK chief Vijay released its party's manifesto on Sunday. TVK chief Vijay has kept the party manifesto Tamil-centric in order to woo the Tamil voters ahead of the state assembly elections. From unemployment aid to collateral-free education and startup loans, TVK pitches a strong governance reset. TVK's manifesto focuses on the aspirations of young Tamilians. TVK seeks the support of the state's first-time voters and the 20 to 40 age group. With over 2.28 crore voters aged 20 to 40 and 12.5 lakh first-time voters, Vijay is aiming straight at the heart of the electorate. TVK promises unemployment allowances in which graduates above 29 years and are without a job will receive Rs 4,000 per month. TVK chief Vijay also promised the local employment for local people. Companies hiring 75% Tamil natives will get 2.5% subsidy on state GST and a 5% electricity tariff concession, plus priority in government procurement. For young entrepreneurs, TVK's Tamil Nadu elections promises include interest-free loans up to Rs 25 lakh without guarantee, described as support for honest ventures. From jobs to education, every promise is designed to prioritize Tamil youth and protect local opportunities.
And viewers, in a big breaking news that you're tracking at this hour, AIADMK General Secretary Ittupadi Pannalniswamy in fact criticized a scheme which was declared by DMK for women, in which 8,000 rupees of coupon for women were announced in fact to buy household appliances. Now, EPS is essentially alleging that the scheme is designed to generate commission. He also claims that people will be fooled again as they are forced to buy specific brands after receiving the coupon, with the distributor taking a commission. Now, EPS also accused the DMK government of corruption and prioritizing looting over public welfare. In fact, EPS also cited unfulfilled promises from 2021 assembly elections. So this is the latest breaking that we're covering at this point in time, where EPS in fact criticizing DMK's scheme, which is called Eliteracy. All right, I have my colleague Sharda joining us to get us more details on this. Sharda, this is a scathing attack by EPS on DMK's scheme for women. What is the latest? Do you have, in fact, charges of corruption being leveled by EPS on DMK?
Well, actually, the election manifesto of the DMK was released, and following which there was questions on as to how the DMK had come up with a plan of putting 8,000 as the coupon that is required for the people of Tamil Nadu as form of freebies and welfare measures. However, the AIADMK leader Edappadi Pannalniswamy pointed out that the MK Stalin's government was copying the AIADMK manifesto, and that the whatever is being followed is all about the AIADMK manifesto being taken away by the DMK, whereas the AIADMK initially said rupees 10,000 would be given to the people of Tamil Nadu as a one-time settlement, whereas the DMK now pointing out as to what brand can people buy. Edappadi Pannalniswamy is also directing that what the DMK is looking forward as to what brands that the people would be buying from near the shops nearby, which is also telling that the suppliers will be taking a commission. So he's directing that the DMK, even in form of welfare schemes, making corruption. This is a major claim and accusation made by Edapadi Palaniswamy yesterday evening.
Absolutely, Inshada. He also, in fact, talks about the unfulfilled promises from 2021 polls. What exactly is he talking about?
Well, the AIADMK leader Edapadi Palaniswamy said the promises made by the DMK back in 2021 goes unfulfilled because the DMK sees that 90% of their promises is completed. There are almost 411 promises that they made, which includes multiple promises that the DMK has not fulfilled. Apart from the welfare schemes that they had promised, the signature to remove and ban meat, which was said to be the first signature of the DMK, still incomplete, is what the AIADMK is pointing out. And while the DMK claims 90% of the promises were fulfilled, the AIADMK leader points out that the DMK, apart from the promises that they made to develop the state of Tamil Nadu in form of infrastructure, did not focus on the welfare schemes that they promised, plus pointing out that the welfare schemes in terms of money were given only in the last year, especially if you notice the Pongal payment that was supposed to go every year was done only last year, and the rupees 5,000 as the scheme together was put just before the election, and they allege that it is mostly like a cash for vote scheme and not a welfare scheme promised by the DMK leader.
Absolutely, Shada. Thank you so much for getting all of these details. Now, viewers, this is a scathing attack by EPS, in fact, on DMK's illiteracy scheme, in which, in fact, DMK promised to give 8,000 rupees of coupons for women. And viewers, actor turned politician Vijay has unveiled a Tamil-centric vision, a Tamil-centric manifesto for the upcoming Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. Now, this manifesto, in fact, focuses strongly on youth and local employment, from unemployment allowances and interest-free education loans to incentives for companies hiring Tamil natives. TVK actor Vijay is pitching a major shift in the governance in the state. More in this report. A clash broke out between BJP and TMC workers in Chopra area of Uttar Dinajpur district in West Bengal. BJP's Uttar Dinajpur district vice president Surjit Sen claims that BJP workers went in the Chopra area to put up a flag, but TMC goons did not let them do it and had beaten their workers. He says that elections haven't even started yet and BJP workers are being attacked and that peaceful elections will not be possible here. Several people were injured in the incident. The clash comes just before the 2026 West Bengal Assembly elections, heightening concerns over political violence. And now, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news from Kerala, where SDPI candidate from the Kasaragod constituency, in fact, pulled out of the elections. We are talking about Manjeshwaram constituency in Kasaragod, in fact. Now, this is going to pose a significant challenge to BJP candidate K. Sundran, a former state president. Now, remember, viewers, the SDPI's decision is seen as a strategic move to prevent vote splitting and help the UDF candidate AKM Ashraf in defeating the BJP in the constituency. Now, also, the UDF believes that SDPI's 7,600 votes secured in the last local body polls are crucial in blocking BJP's victory in Manjeshwaram. The BJP had considered, viewers, Manjeshwaram as a stronghold for them, but the SDPI's withdrawal has intensified the contest now in this constituency in Kasaragod. All right, I have my colleague Shankar joining us live to get us more details. Shankar, this is a bad news for BJP because now SDPI's withdrawal, the candidate withdrawal from SDPI is going to give a dent to BJP because it is going to further split the Muslim vote and it's going to favor UDF and LDF.
The 2026 assembly elections in Kerala is very special because of the two reasons. One is the expansion and the growth of BJP across the states, and this time BJP has over 10 winnable seats across the state. And apart from the growth of BJP, this time all the communal organizations such as SDPI, Jamaat Islami, Welfare Party of India, and such organizations are working hard to have an alliance with both the UDF and LDF fronts in the state. That is the reason why this time the candidate of SDPI was withdrawn from Manjeshwaram constituency. The Manjeshwaram constituency is considered a winnable seat for BJP in the seat, and BJP in state leadership and even the central leadership has high hopes on that seat. As in 2016, BJP's former state president K. Surendran was on the verge of victory in that particular seat. He lost the seat for just 89 votes, and in the second and in the next assembly elections in 2021, K. Surendran lost the seat again for a narrow margin of some 800 votes. And this time BJP did a lot of groundworks and was campaigning actively in the constituency. And this time it was a sure seat for BJP, and the BJP leadership, even the central leaders are about to come in the constituency for massive campaigns ahead of the assembly polls on April 9. And the withdrawal of the SDPI candidate from the constituency is considered a setback for BJP's plans in Manjeshwaram, even though they denied. I spoke to the state leadership today morning, and they say even though the candidate was withdrawn from the constituency, the candidate himself, his name is K.M. Ashraf, who contested in the last local body elections, and he could secure nearly 8,000 votes in that particular constituency. And the narrow marginal victory of UDF poses a big threat to the UDF candidate K.M. Ashraf, AKM Ashraf, who has been contesting and winning the assembly constituencies in the last 2021 assembly elections. He contested in the Indian Union Muslim League panel for the UDF, and this time the UDF leaders, the SDPI candidate who was withdrawn from the state without his consent, and he is unhappy over the withdrawal and says had he been contested from that constituency, the state of Kerala or the SDPI would have got the first MLA from this constituency. It was at this juncture, with an intention to defeat BJP at any cost, the state leadership of SDPI took a decision to withdraw the candidate, even without discussing it with the candidate. And the decision comes after a closed door meeting was held with the IUM, Indian Union Muslim League leaders, Kunjalikutti and other Congress leaders. The decision was taken to withdraw the candidate in the last moment, and not just in Manjeshwaram constituency, the Jamaat leaders, Welfare Party of India leaders, SDPI leaders, and the leaders of all these political communal organizations have been in discussion with both the CPM-led LDF and the Congress-led UDF to ensure the
Shankar, stay with us. We are getting another big breaking news coming in at this point in time. And a big breaking news where we are seeing that UDF, in fact, is going to be backed by Jamaat political wing, Welfare Party of India. It's a big breaking news. Now UDF receives backing from Jamaat political wing, Welfare Party of India, and also LDF is allegedly being backed by SDPI. SDPI, the same party who has in fact backed off from elections in the Manjeshwaram constituency that we were just talking about. So UDF essentially gets the backing of Jamaat political wing, Welfare Party of India. And now I would like to come across to you again, Shankar. This is a big news. UDF gets the backing of WPI, and LDF is now being supported by SDPI.
Soon after the local body elections in the state, the UDF was in all the times was in discussion with the Jamaat leaders to ensure support in all the constituencies, because the UDF has been remaining in the states without power for the last 10 years, and this is the third elections they face without being in power. So this time it's a do or die game for the UDF, and they knew that votes of minority communities would turn crucial in these polls, and it was the reason why the UDF and the Congress party leaders were in discussion with the Jamaat and so Welfare Party of India leaders to ensure their support in all the elections. We could understand that in the last assembly elections, Jamaat leaders contested in as many as 18 constituencies across the state. But in these elections, we can see they have not fielded any of they have not fielded candidates in any of the constituencies. And there was a plan when the assembly elections were about to come in the states. The Jamaat leaders were planning, sharing their plans to field candidates in over 100 constituencies. But when the election date was declared, there was the Jamaat was not in a mood to contest in any of the seats, and they openly declared support to the UDF. Even though the UDF deny that they are seeking their support, it's a known fact that in several constituencies, the UDF is being backed by the Jamaat. At the same time, the LDF, even though in the beginning, the Kerala Chief Minister and the prominent CPM leaders denied that they need the votes and support of these communal organizations. But at the last moment, they calculated, they weighed their possibilities in various constituencies and found that there were chances that the BJP would win for example, in Mankata and Bengara constituencies. The chances of
all right,
the LDF
thank
was
you so
grim.
much, Shankar, for getting us all the latest from these elections. Now, viewers, shifting our focus to more news from the capital, a crucial debate in Parliament is all set to take place ahead of the government's Maoist-free deadline. That is 31st of March. Now, the Lok Sabha will take up a short duration discussion on Maoism today in Parliament. Let's take a look at this report.
The Lok Sabha is scheduled to hold a discussion today on efforts to eliminate left-wing extremism. The discussion will be held under Rule 193, which allows debate without voting but requires a government reply. Shiv Sena MP Shrikant Shinde and TDP MP Baireddy Shabari will initiate the discussion in the House. The debate comes just ahead of Union Home Minister Amit Shah's deadline to make India Maoist-free by March 31st, 2026. Government data shows the number of LWE affected districts has come down from 8 to 7, indicating a shrinking footprint of Maoist activity. Security forces are currently conducting intensive operations to neutralize remaining Maoist cadres before the deadline. Alongside operations, the government is also pushing welfare and rehabilitation measures in cleared areas. The discussion in Parliament is expected to review progress on security action, surrenders and development efforts in former Red Corridor areas.
All right, taking a short break. Coming up, Kuwait government confirms an Indian worker was killed in an Iranian attack on a power plant in Kuwait.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
Hello viewers, a very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and we're counting down to the assembly elections. West Bengal being one of the states which are going to go to polls, getting you all the reactions coming in. We see that multiple parties have already released their candidate list. Congress has also released their list a short while back when it comes to West Bengal elections. We'll get to this and much more, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
The regime was decimated. The next regime is mostly dead. And the third regime, we're dealing with different people. So I would consider that regime change.
The top headlines we're tracking right now. Trump claims regime change in Iran already happened, now dealing with totally different professional groups of people. Claims Mojtaba Khomeini is dead or in extremely bad shape.
I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait.
Trump says Iran has agreed to send 20 large oil vessels through the Strait of Hormuz as a tribute and sign of respect beginning tomorrow. Kuwait government confirms an Indian worker was killed in an Iranian attack on a power plant in Kuwait. More U.S. troops arrive in West Asia as tensions with Iran escalate. Iranian parliament speaker says U.S. plotting ground attack despite publicly engaging in diplomatic efforts. Two LPG carriers, BWTYR and BWELM, carrying combined LPG cargo of about 94,000 metric tons, is on their way to India, being escorted by the Indian Navy. The vessel transited through Hormuz. Lok Sabha to take up a discussion on the government efforts to eliminate Maoism a day before the March 31st deadline set by Amit Shah to end extremism, terror in the country. As the polls inch closer, more violence erupts in Bengal as clashes break out between BJP and TMC in Uttar Dinajpur over flag hoisting. Getting a breaking news coming in from Dehradun. A road rage turns fatal. A retired brigadier killed in firing incident. A tragic incident unfolded on Rajpur Road in Dehradun on Monday morning, where 70-year-old retired brigadier K. Joshi lost his life in a firing incident. Brigadier Joshi was shot dead when a high-speed chase and dispute were underway between the occupants of the two vehicles. During this altercation, shots were fired from one of the vehicles and a stray bullet struck Brigadier Joshi, who had absolutely no connection to the incident. Upon being hit, he collapsed at the scene and was immediately rushed to a hospital where he succumbed to his injuries while undergoing treatment. Following the incident, the accused abandoned their vehicle a short distance away and fled the scene. Police have registered a case and raids are currently underway to apprehend the accused. 70-year-old retired brigadier has been shot dead in a Dehradun firing incident. Accused has fled the scene. Just telling you what happened. So this tragic incident happened on Rajpur Road, where a 70-year-old retired brigadier K. Joshi lost his life in a firing incident. Brigadier Joshi was shot dead when a high-speed chase and dispute were underway between the occupants of the two vehicles. During this altercation, shots were fired from one of the vehicles and a stray bullet struck Brigadier Joshi, who had absolutely no connection to this incident. So the dispute was between two vehicles and shots were fired. And while those shots were fired, one of the shots struck the 70-year-old Brigadier Joshi. Okay, let's listen into some reactions we're getting.
आज प्रातः 7 बजे के आसपास कंट्रोल रूम के माध्यम से थाना राजपुर पर सूचना प्राप्त की कि जौहरी गांव में दो गाड़ियों को ओवरटेकिंग को लेकर कोई विवाद हुआ है, जिसमें एक गाड़ी के द्वारा आगे वाली गाड़ी पर फायरिंग की जा रही थी। इस फायरिंग के दौरान मॉर्निंग वॉक पर निकले एक व्यक्ति को भी गोली लग गई है और उनको अस्पताल पहुंचा गया। अब जानकारी में आया है कि उपचार के दौरान उनकी मृत्यु हो गई है। पुलिस के द्वारा समस्त थाना क्षेत्रों में देहात में सिटी में नाकेबंदी कर दी गई है। जो गाड़ी है और जो उसमें व्यक्ति सवार है उनके संबंध में सघन चेकिंग की जा रही है और जल्दी ही पुलिस के द्वारा इनको गिरफ्तार कर आगे की कार्रवाई की जाएगी। आज प्रातः 7 बजे के आसपास कंट्रोल रूम के माध्यम से थाना राजपुर पर सूचना प्राप्त की कि जौहरी गांव में दो गाड़ियों को ओवरटेकिंग को लेकर कोई विवाद हुआ है, जिसमें एक गाड़ी के द्वारा आगे वाली गाड़ी पर फायरिंग की जा रही थी। इस फायरिंग के दौरान मॉर्निंग वॉक पर निकले एक व्यक्ति को भी गोली लग गई है और उनको अस्पताल पहुंचा गया। अब जानकारी में आया है कि उपचार के दौरान उनकी मृत्यु हो गई है। पुलिस के द्वारा समस्त थाना क्षेत्रों में देहात में सिटी में नाकेबंदी कर दी गई है। जो गाड़ी है और जो उसमें व्यक्ति सवार है उनके संबंध में सघन चेकिंग की जा रही है और जल्दी ही पुलिस के द्वारा इनको गिरफ्तार कर आगे की कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
All right, let's go across to Ratan, who's joining us. Ratan, this is a very unfortunate incident which has taken place. एक बार हमको टाइमलाइन बताइए, कब हुआ था ये? और जो ब्रिगेडियर जोशी थे, he was 70 years of age. वो उसी एरिया में थे जब डिस्प्यूट हुआ था और उनको एक बुलेट लग गई थी। एक बार हमको टाइमलाइन फिर से बताइए कि इस इंसिडेंट का टाइमलाइन क्या था।
देखिए, देहरादून के राजपुर रोड पर आज सुबह की ये बड़ी वारदात है। रोड रेज के दौरान फायरिंग में बुजुर्ग की मौत हुई और बुजुर्ग की जो पहचान है वो 70 वर्षीय रिटायर्ड ब्रिगेडियर के जोशी के रूप में भी, जो रोज की तरह लगातार मॉर्निंग वॉक पर निकले थे। सुबह लगभग 6:45 से लेकर 7 बजे के बीच ये घटना हुई है। दो गाड़ियों के बीच तेज रफ्तार के पीछा और विवाद इसकी वजह माना जा रहा है। गाड़ी के रफ्तार के बीच, ओवरटेकिंग के बीच ये झगड़ा हुआ। एक गाड़ी से फायरिंग हुई और वो फायरिंग रोज की तरह जोशी जो मॉर्निंग वॉक करते थे सुबह 6:45 और 7 बजे के बीच में, उन पर ये गोली लगी। उनका इस विवाद से कोई लेना देना नहीं था। अचानक उन्हें एक वहां निजी अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया। इलाज के दौरान उनकी इस दुखद हादसे में मौत हो गई है। पुलिस मौके पर पहुंची है, सारे सबूत वहां पर जुटाए जा रहे हैं। जो लोग हैं वो उस वक्त वहां से फरार हो चुके हैं। पूरे शहर की जगह की बात की जाए तो नाकेबंदी वहां पर की जा चुकी है और लगातार छापेमारी अभियान लगातार जारी है। लेकिन ये दुखद घटना है रोड रेज के दौरान, जिसमें फायरिंग बुजुर्ग यानी कि 70 वर्षीय रिटायर्ड ब्रिगेडियर जोशी जी की इस घटना में दुखद मौत हो गई है।
All right, well, thank you, Ratan, for getting us those details. I will be coming back to you for more as we get more updates. Getting you some breaking news coming in. Getting some more breaking news, the former Women's Commission chairperson, Rupali Chakankar, could face mounting difficulties in the case involving the fraudulent tantric, quote-unquote tantric, Ashok Kharat. The SIT may issue a summon to Rupali as well, calling her in for questioning. Furthermore, we see that the SIT intends to question both current and former members of the Shiva Nika Trust. Now, the CA of the bogus Baba Kharat is also on the SIT's radar. The SIT is preparing to thoroughly investigate the financial transaction network involving Baba Kharat through his CA. Already we see that there are multiple cases against Ashok Kharat. Multiple FIRs have been filed against the so-called bogus astrologer in this case. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. I just want to go to Revati, who's joining us. Revati, multiple people are being questioned in this case. So we're talking about the former Women's Commission chairperson could also be questioned. SIT has summoned Rupali Chakankar, the CA will also be questioned. The CA is under the radar. So this case is gaining momentum. Multiple FIRs have also been filed against Ashok Kharat. Multiple new FIRs have been filed. Yes, take our viewers through the latest that we're learning of.
So the most important thing in this particular case is that the former chairperson of the State Women's Commission of Maharashtra, Rupali Chakankar, might be summoned by the SIT, which is currently investigating the matter of Ashok Kharat, who has swindled many women and also extorted money from them. As of now, she has also resigned from her post as the women president of NCP Ajit Pawar faction. Also, now it is said that SIT, which is led by IPS officer Tejaswini Satpute, will be summoning Rupali Chakankar as she is on the trust of Shivanika, which is owned by this fraudster Ashok Kharat. Also, the big update that is coming up right now is that the former education minister Deepak Kesarkar might be also investigated and questioned and summoned for this particular matter, as according to the sources, information is coming up that he is also involved with Ashok Kharat for many other scams. So now it will be important to see that what exact action will be taken against former State Women's Commission President Rupali Chakankar as well as the former Education Minister Deepak Kesarkar. Over to you.
Right, I said to issue summons to Rupali Chakankar in this case. Thank you, Revati, for getting us all those updates. Viewers, we should have focused to West Bengal. We're counting down to the elections, but clashes already are breaking out between BJP and the TMC in Uttar Dinajpur district in West Bengal over flag hoisting, leaving many people injured. The BJP claims the party workers were attacked by the members of the TMC while attempting to hoist a flag in the Chopra area. Take a look at this report as we keep getting you the latest from poll-bound West Bengal.
A clash broke out between BJP and TMC workers in Chopra area of Uttar Dinajpur district in West Bengal. BJP's Uttar Dinajpur district vice president Surjit Sen claims that BJP workers went in the Chopra area to put up a flag, but TMC goons did not let them do it and had beaten their workers. He says that elections haven't even started yet and BJP workers are being attacked and that peaceful elections will not be possible here. Several people were injured in the incident. The clash comes just before the 2026 West Bengal Assembly elections, heightening concerns over political violence.
All right, getting some breaking news coming in. Another breaking news coming in. Shabir Ahmad, the LAT terrorist handler of the recently busted LAT module in Metro poster case, has been arrested by a team of a special cell. Okay, now the Delhi police has said this. Big updates coming in here on Republic TV. He was arrested by the special cell in 2007 earlier with a massive cache of weapons and ammunition, including AK-47s and grenades. Subsequently, he remained incarcerated in Tihar jail until 2018. At the time of his arrest in 2007, Shabir had direct links with the Jamaat-ud-Dawa chief, Hafiz Saeed, and his deputies Zaki-ur-Rahman Lakhvi. He's a trained terrorist of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and was currently based in Bangladesh, from where he was managing LAT operations within India. He underwent Dora-e-Am basic training and Dora-e-Khas advanced training at an LAT camp located in Muzaffarabad. With the support and funding of the ISI, he was plotting a terrorist conspiracy by recruiting Bangladeshi youths who were residing illegally in India. So Accused handle LET module metro poster case. So let's go straight to my colleague Shivam, who's joining us. Shabir Ahmed has been arrested by a team of the special cell. Delhi police has just confirmed this, and this particular terrorist is a history sheeter, by the way. It's a history sheeter, a long history of nefarious activities. Shivam, yes, you could take our viewers through the latest coming in.
Yeah, this is definitely a very big achievement by the police, because he is a big terrorist in this case, because he's the Lashkar-e-Taiba commander, that Shabir Ahmed Lone, who was arrested near the Bangladesh border. Now, to give you more details, now he was arrested near the Bangladesh border as per the sources. Now, this Lone was running a Lashkar cell from his hideout near Dhaka, so he was pretty much active in spreading terrorism in the complete region around Bangladesh border and in India. Now, this operation which was happened, where it was closely monitored by the police commissioner, that is Satish Golcha, and it was after a very long time, after 2 months of efforts, that success was achieved in this case. Now, a special team which was led by additional CP Pramod Kushwaha, ACP Lalit Negi in this case, and Inspector Sunil Ranjan were tracking this terrorist, that is Lone, for a very long time, after his role emerged in recruitment of youths for terrorist activities. So he was a terrorist commander of Lashkar-e-Taiba, active from Bangladesh, and he was recruiting youths when it comes from Delhi, Kolkata and Tamil Nadu. Now, the history is also important to know in this case. Now, he was first arrested by Delhi police on terror charges back in 2007. So that's the time when he was arrested for the first time. And after getting a bail, he fled to Bangladesh in around 2019. And he became a headache for the security forces in India, especially because he was a terror recruiter and he was a terror commander, elite commander in this case. Now, he had become a headache for the security officers in India, and also for the Delhi ATS in this case, because he has been recruiting in Delhi, Kolkata and other major cities. Now, he is not the only terror kingpin in Delhi, but definitely this is a major achievement in this case, and the police is trying to locate other individuals also in this case, like Sheikh Sajjad Gul, who was arrested from Nizamuddin station in Delhi in 2002 and was lodged in Tihar for over a decade after being convicted in 2003. So it's definitely a major achievement in this case, and it reveals the whole idea of the cross-border terrorism and the commander and his way of recruiting and spreading terrorism in the entire region, because he was a big terrorist, he was an elite commander.
Right, okay, Shivam, thank you for getting those details. Accused handle LET module in metro poster case. A big win coming in for the Delhi police. LET handler arrested by the special cell of the Delhi police. A history sheeter who has been engaged in very dangerous, nefarious terrorist activities. It's a big win coming in for our security forces and the police on that. Now, a crucial debate in Parliament is expected to take place today ahead of the government's Maoist-free deadline. The Lok Sabha will take up a short duration discussion on Maoism today, so we'll be looking forward to that development. Take a look at this report as we tell you the latest. Remember that Union Home Minister Amit Shah had given March 2026 as a deadline to eliminate Maoist terror.
The Lok Sabha is scheduled to hold a discussion today on efforts to eliminate left-wing extremism. The discussion will be held under Rule 193, which allows debate without voting but requires a government reply. Shiv Sena MP Shrikant Shinde and TDP MP Baireddy Shabari will initiate the discussion in the House. The debate comes just ahead of Union Home Minister Amit Shah's deadline to make India Maoist-free by March 31st, 2026. Government data shows the number of LWE affected districts has come down from 8 to 7, indicating a shrinking footprint of Maoist activity. Security forces are currently conducting intensive operations to neutralize remaining Maoist cadres before the deadline. Alongside operations, the government is also pushing welfare and rehabilitation measures in cleared areas. The discussion in Parliament is expected to review progress on security action, surrenders and development efforts in former Red Corridor areas.
In Bengaluru, a shocking glimpse inside the Parapana Agrahara Central Prison shows inmates living in near-luxury conditions, mobile phones, TVs, Netflix. Police recovered hidden phones now from drains and 3 wardens have been suspended. Now, this is not the first time the jail has made headlines for security lapses and VIP treatment of inmates. Now, we look at this report as we tell you exactly what is happening in that jail.
What you're about to see doesn't look like a jail, but the irony is that this is Bengaluru's central prison. Prisoners openly using mobile phones, no fear, no hesitation. Television screens on, entertainment running, and inmates glued as if in a living room. This is not a hostel. This is a central jail, but the visuals tell another story. Comfy mattresses, gadgets, comfort, and inmates chilling. Access to phones, Netflix, and free time. And then the biggest shocker, a mobile phone pulled out of a drain wrapped in a plastic hidden underground. Police said that phones were concealed in pipeline areas near toilets, a planned method to dodge checks. As the video explodes online, action follows. 3 jail wardens have been suspended, accused of dereliction of duty. The video shows prisoners enjoying what many are calling luxury-like facilities within the jail premises. But this is not an isolated incident. Last year, Republic exposed a major scandal at the same central jail, revealing severe security lapses, VIP treatment of inmates, and in some cases, total lawlessness within the prison walls.
Viewers, Iran's Revolutionary Guard, in a latest warning to US and Israel, has said it will target residences of US and Israeli officials. Iran's Joint Military Command spokesperson declared on Sunday that the private residence of US and Israeli officials have now become legitimate targets for Iran as the war in the Middle East enters its first month and continues to widen across the region.
Iran has issued a new threat to US and Israel. This time, a warning to target US and Israeli military and political officials living in the Middle East, including Israel. Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters spokesperson said, the decision to target the residences of US and Israeli officials have been made after the nations have targeted residential homes of Iranians in various cities across Iran.
با توجه به شرارت‌ها و اقدامات تروریستی دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونیستی و هدف قرار دادن منازل مسکونی مردم ایران در شهرهای مختلف، نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران در اقدامی تلافی جویانه محل سکونت فرماندهان و مسئولان سیاسی آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی در منطقه و سرزمین‌های اشغالی را هدف قرار خواهند داد.
The war has completed 1 month. And the fear of further escalation is only getting real by the day.
Coming in, a BJP delegation will visit the Election Commission today regarding the issue of violence that occurred in Bengal during the Ram Navami celebrations. Kiran Rijiju, Piyush Goyal and Sukanto Majumdar will reach the Election Commission at 11 a.m. So BJP delegation to raise the Bengal violence issue. They will be visiting the EC office very, very shortly. And the top leaders would be there. Top BJP leaders would be visiting the EC office very shortly in this issue. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. We'll get to a little bit more about what exactly is happening. But we see that due to the issue during Ram Navami, we see that would be the agenda of the top leaders. We had seen, remember, that a lot of clashes were triggered during Ram Navami celebrations in Bengal's Murshidabad. And post that, we see that top BJP ministers will visit the Election Commission office. Forces were also deployed in West Bengal's Murshidabad after violence erupted in Bengal's in that Murshidabad area during the Ram Navami processions. And the police had to resort to a lathi charge to bring the situation under control. Harsha is joining us. Harsha, top BJP ministers to visit the EC office shortly. And these are top leaders who will be bringing forth the issue of violence during the Ram Navami procession. Many shops were torched. A lot of violence was reported in Murshidabad. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Shivangi, there was a violence in Ratnaganj area in the Murshidabad during the Ram Navami procession. And we saw how, a miscreant tried to change the flag during the Ram Navami procession. And
Yes, Harsha, go ahead. All right, we'll go to Harsha in a short while, but BJP delegation to meet the Election Commission over the Ram Navami violence in Murshidabad. I'm taking a short break right now, so we will be right back. We will continue to be live and breaking here on Republic TV. A Kuwait government confirms an Indian worker was killed in an Iranian attack in a power plant. And two LPG carriers, BWTYR and BWELM, carrying a combined LPG cargo of about 94,000 metric tons, is on its way to India, being escorted by the Indian Navy.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV and this is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and in this bulletin our top focus will definitely be the West Asian conflict, but also the top focus on the national stories. Also we'll focus on the Lok Sabha discussion that will be happening because it's very near the deadline to end Maoism. The Maoist terrorism is very near. The deadline is 31st. Now this will be a very important discussion that we will be tracking. We'll get you all the details, but it's very important because elections are very near and it's about the 4 states and 1 union territory, and TVK's Vijay has released the manifesto and also the name of all the candidates that will be contesting. And also it's very important to shift our focus when it comes to Bengal elections, because there have been reports of BJP and a TMC clash in this case, and also the fielding of names of candidates by the Congress party. It is going to be a very tough battle when it comes to West Bengal for BJP, for the Congress party, and even for the Trinamool Congress party, because BJP is preparing very hard. We'll get you all the details of this and a lot more other stories, top national and international breaking news developments. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Lok Sabha to take up discussion on the government's efforts to eliminate Maoism a day before the March 31st deadline set by Amit Shah to end Maoism in the country. Tamil Nadu CM Stalin and TVK Chief Vijay to file their nominations ahead of Tamil Nadu Assembly elections at 12 noon very soon today. And in a major challenge to BJP, SDPI withdraws candidate KM Ashraf from the Manjeshwaram constituency in Kasargod ahead of Kerala Assembly polls. And top focus on Bengal as the polls inch closer. More violence erupts in Bengal as clashes breaks out between BJP and TMC in Uttar Dinajpur over flag hoisting. Kuwait government confirms an Indian worker was killed in an Iranian attack on a power plant in Kuwait.
The one regime was decimated, the next regime is mostly dead, and the third regime, we're dealing with different people, so I would consider that regime change.
Trump claims regime change in Iran already happened, now dealing with totally different professional group of people. Claims Mojtaba Khamenei is dead or in extremely bad shape. Big claim.
I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait.
Donald Trump says Iran has agreed to send 20 large oil vessels through the Strait of Hormuz as a tribute and sign of respect beginning tomorrow. All right, viewers, now let's begin with the first top big breaking news that we are getting from Bihar, and it is about Nitish Kumar, who has now formally resigned from his post. This is a very big development that we are fetching right now in this moment. Now, this is part of the process. Chief Minister Nitish Kumar's resignation from his membership of the Legislative Council has reached the chairman of the Bihar Legislative Council. Now, Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has submitted his resignation to the chairman of the Legislative Council. Very big development coming in from Bihar. This was supposed to happen. It's a part of the process, but this officially is happening now. These are the pictures of the final resignation on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we have Prakash with us for more details to put this into perspective. Prakash, thanks for joining with us. Prakash, this was part of the process. So finally, Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has resigned from his membership of Bihar Legislative Council, sir.
Well, yes, the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has officially resigned from the membership of the Bihar Legislative Council, by virtue of which he was the Chief Minister of Bihar. But he has not tendered his resignation to the post of Chief Minister as yet. So all decks are being clear now for Nitish Kumar resigning as the Chief Minister on 8th or 9th of April, and most likely the new Chief Minister will be sworn in. But we'll have to wait first what are the modalities between the states and the BJP that is being worked out, and Nitish Kumar moving to the Rajya Sabha, and we'll have to wait and watch when does he resign from the official post of the Chief Minister, because by virtue of being the member of the Rajya Sabha, he can be the Chief Minister for the next 6 months, but we'll have to wait and watch if at all there is a change in the dispensation as it has been agreed upon between the BJP and the JDU, and ending the 20-year-old rule of the Bihar Chief Minister.
Yeah, Prakash, there are also questions about any big statement from Nitish Kumar in this context. Definitely, he's moving to Rajya Sabha. You cannot hold two posts simultaneously. But has there been any big statement from any big political leader from that party or by Nitish Kumar on what the future of Nitish Kumar would be in this case?
The picture of Nitish Kumar is apparent that he's not been keeping well, and as a matter of fact, if he had been in good health, he would not have resigned as the Chief Minister. So that's the main reason. So he'll be the JDU president, and he's resigning because of his falling health. He's decided to resign from the Chief Minister's post as well. And we'll wait and watch when does that time come.
All right, so stay with us. So we have another big breaking news development that we are getting. We'll move on to that big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, another big development. Now, BJP State President Sanjay Saraugi claims, and I quote, Nitin Nabin will resign from his post as the MLA for Bankipur today. Nitin Nabin's resignation will be finalized today as scheduled. Nitin Nabin had handed over his resignation to me just yesterday. I will take Nitin Nabin's resignation and submit it to the Speaker of the Bihar Legislative Assembly. Since Nitin Nabin is currently on a tour of Assam, he had entrusted his resignation to me. All right, so this is another resignation. All right, we have the bite of Sanjay Saraugi. Let's listen to that.
समय पर सारी चीजें होनी है, तो आज राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नितिन नवीन जी का इस्तीफा हो गया है। कल को जो असम जा रहे हैं, उनको असम जाना था, वो मन की बात सुनी, तो कल ये अपना इस्तीफा देकर गए हैं, तो आज इस्तीफा हो जाएगा असम।
मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार को लेकर के भी सर क्या कुछ अपडेट है इस्तीफे को लेकर के? उनको भी विधान परिषद से इस्तीफा देना है सर, आज आखिरी दिन है, लास्ट डेट है।
समय पर सारी चीजें
इसमें क्योंकि सर जब टाइम ड्यूरेशन आगे बढ़ता है तो विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष जी नहीं कहा था कि ये पद रिक्त हो जाएगा अगर लेट होगा तो सर?
मैंने कहा समय पर सारी चीजें हो जाएगी। समय पर तो कल वो असम जा रहे थे, मन की बात सुनी थी, रविवार का दिन था, इसलिए कल ही वो मुझे इस्तीफा सौंप कर गए हैं, तो वो जमा हो जाएगा। समय पर सारी चीजें होनी है, तो आज राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नवीन जी का इस्तीफा हो गया है। कल को जो असम जा रहे हैं, उनको असम जाना था, वो मन की बात सुनी, तो कल ही मुझे अपना इस्तीफा देकर गए हैं, तो आज इस्तीफा हो गया है असम।
मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार को लेकर के भी सर क्या कुछ अपडेट है इस्तीफे को लेकर के? उनको भी विधान परिषद से इस्तीफा देना है सर, आज आखिरी दिन है, लास्ट डेट है।
समय पर सारी चीज़ें
इसमें क्योंकि सर जब टाइम ड्यूरेशन आगे बढ़ता है तो विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष जी ने ही कहा था कि एक पद रिक्त हो जाएगा अगर लेट होगा तो सर।
मैंने कहा समय पर सारी चीज़ें हो जाएगी। समय पर तो कल वो असम जा रहे थे, मन की बात सुनी थी, उनके रविवार का दिन था, इसलिए कल ही वो मुझे इस्तीफा सौंप कर गए हैं, तो वो जमा हो जाएगा।
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, clash broke out between BJP and TMC in Uttar Dinajpur district in West Bengal over flag hoisting, now leaving several people severely injured. Now, BJP claims that party workers were attacked by the members of the Trinamool Congress, the TMC, while attempting to hoist a flag in Chopra area. Take a look at this special report on everything we know so far.
A clash broke out between BJP and TMC workers in Chopra area of Uttar Dinajpur district in West Bengal. BJP's Uttar Dinajpur district vice president Surjit Sen claims that BJP workers went in the Chopra area to put up a flag, but TMC goons did not let them do it and had beaten their workers. He says that elections haven't even started yet and BJP workers are being attacked and that peaceful elections will not be possible here. Several people were injured in the incident. The clash comes just before the 2026 West Bengal Assembly elections, heightening concerns over political violence.
Now let's shift our focus to another big breaking development. A BJP delegation will visit the Election Commission today regarding the issue of violence that occurred in Bengal during Ram Navami. Kiran Rijiju, Piyush Goyal and Shukanta Majumdar will reach the Election Commission shortly right about now. This is a very big development in this case about the violence in West Bengal specifically. As the latest reports also that you saw, there were violence in Uttar Dinajpur also. There was violence earlier during the Ram Navami time also. Now this is the delegation that will meet the Election Commission today over the issue of violence in West Bengal during Ram Navami. Senior BJP leaders will be part of this delegation, which includes Kiran Rijiju, Piyush Goyal, Shukanta Majumdar, who are expected to arrive shortly at the Election Commission of India office. Now, the delegation is likely to submit a memorandum raising concerns over law and order and alleged targeted violence during the festival period in the state. The meeting comes amid escalating political tensions between the BJP and the ruling TMC, the ruling dispensation in West Bengal. Now, these are the latest the details that we have. It's a developing story, and very soon the BJP delegation will be reaching the Election Commission office, and they will be discussing on the ongoing violence that is happening in West Bengal, and specifically when it pertains to violence during Ram Navami. Okay, for more details, we have Shambhavi with us to put this into perspective. Shambhavi, what are the details, if you can share with us about the delegation that will be visiting, and also the points that might be discussed and the concerns that will be raised?
Well, we know that a BJP delegation is set to meet the Election Commission officials just shortly. The timing was of around 11 a.m. And they will be here at any moment now. This delegation includes very prominent personalities like Kiran Rijiju, Piyush Goyal, Shukanta Majumdar, Arun Singh, Anil Bulani. Such people, there's a team of 7 delegates will be meeting the Election Commission on behalf of the BJP. And what is the issue, you ask? The issue that they will be raising here is the violence that happened in West Bengal during Ram Navami, especially the sorry state of affairs of law and order there, and the violence that is actually, getting political now. It is getting attention all wide throughout the country, and this will mainly be the topic on which this delegation will be speaking to Election Commission about. They might be seeking some kind of intervention or checking the situation of law and order there in West Bengal. Back to you, Shivam.
Yeah, no, this is not the first time that violence is happening during Ram Navami time, specifically in Bengal. Now, we are also getting the reports of fresh violence, which has been reported. Mostly, such violence is politics-related, political violence. Now, what is the current status of the violence that is happening right now in West Bengal? And what kind of measures are being taken? And what are the demands of the Bharatiya Janata Party in this case? Because whether it be pre-poll violence or post-poll violence, Bengal is known to have violence in many cases when it comes to elections, Shambhavi.
Right, definitely this is not the first instance where things like this is happening or violence of this sort is happening, but things are a little different given the elections which is set to happen there, and also there has been a history of such violence in religious processions, especially in West Bengal. So BJP will definitely be bringing forward this point, and they might also submit a memorandum asking to seek intervention from Election Commission, also making sure that strict action is being taken against those who are responsible for this violence. And everything revolving around the violence that happened during Ram Navami will be being considered in this discussion, which will happen shortly. A BJP delegation is on the way, and they will be here at any moment meeting the Election Commission regarding the same. Back to you.
All right, now this pertains to the violence which happened in Murshidabad. What kind of action? The BJP is alleging the TMC of not taking action because they are the ruling party in this case. Now, Murshidabad is a location which is not new when it comes to violence. In many cases, violence has been reported in Murshidabad. Now, again, when a procession of Ram Navami happens and violence occurs in that region, so the BJP will level charges then and accuse the TMC party of supporting the rioters and the protesters in this case, Shambhavi. All right, there seems to be a technical issue. We'll get back to Shambhavi for more details, but this is a BJP delegation which will be including Kiran Rijiju, Piyush Goyal and Shukanta Majumdar, senior political leaders to meet. All right, Shambhavi is back with us. We continue our coverage on the delegation news that will visit very soon. Shambhavi, this is not the first time that violence has been reported in Murshidabad also. All right, the phone got disconnected, but this is about a delegation which is very shortly going to meet. A BJP delegation will visit the Election Commission today regarding the issue of violence that occurred in Bengal during Ram Navami. The Kiran Rijiju, Piyush Goyal and Shukanta Majumdar will reach the Election Commission shortly right about now. BJP at EC office over Ram Navami violence in West Bengal. Now, this is not the first incidence of violence being reported in West Bengal, specifically when it comes to Ram Navami violences. This is another instance of violence during Ram Navami, especially in Murshidabad region, and another case of violence where the BJP will raise concerns when it comes to Election Commission. They will visit the Election Commission of India office today, and the delegation will be meeting the poll panel to report and seek action regarding the communal violence in West Bengal during Ram Navami. Very soon, the BJP delegation will be at the EC office over Ram Navami violence in West Bengal. They will be near the poll panel and asking for action. Now, this is the recent violence in West Bengal, which occurred during the Ram Navami processions, primarily centered in the Murshidabad area. The clashes broke out at multiple locations, including Raghunathganj, Jangipur and Shishatala. Now, the unrest reportedly began as in the Phultala traffic junction in Raghunathganj when dispute arose over a man allegedly trying to replace flag during the procession. Now, this is the latest that we are getting about another violence that we are. All right, Harsha is with us to put this into perspective and share more details. Harsha, if you can share what will be the agenda of discussion and what concerns will be raised by the Bharatiya Janata Party in this case about the violence which happened during the Ram Navami.
Yes, Shivam. So now what we have learned is that Piyush Goyal, President Sukanta Majumdar, all three ministers have reached Election Commission of India and they will be addressing the media also in a short while. But this entire meeting is regarding keeping in mind that how there was a violence which occurred in the Ratnaganj area in the Murshidabad when the Ram Navami procession was carried out. And that time how the clashes broke out, the miscreants tried to disrupt the procession of the Ram Navami, and also police had to resort to lathi charge at that particular time. But what raises a lot of alarms and concerns here is that after MCC, there has been immense security and personnel deployment in the state of West Bengal. We have seen how again and again Election Commission has stated that how adequate security has to be deployed in the state of West Bengal, especially in Murshidabad and Malda area, where it's a Muslim-dominant area, and also in past also it has been seen how violence has disrupted the procession multiple times. And that is the reason why this issue of security will basically be raised, because Bharatiya Janata Party is now questioning that when there are enough seizures, when there's enough security deployment, then how come the miscreants are resorting to violence again and again? And resorting to violence during Ram Navami is not the first time which West Bengal has witnessed. Earlier also it was seen in the center of the Calcutta last year how there was violence, and this time it's in Murshidabad. Various places Shobha Yatra was carried out, but the scenes which was witnessed was reportedly of the violence, and that's the reason why in that particular area of Murshidabad right now the peace march is being carried out by police officials. Also, we've got to know that for now the market is entirely closed. No one is allowed to step out. The police officials have been deployed. The security has been heightened in those entire area, and this all because someone tried to change the flag which was atop of the Ram Navami procession during when the procession was being carried out, and this is how the violence broke out. So the matters of security will largely be raised by BJP ministers during the meeting with the ECI officials. Back to you.
Now, both the parties accuse each other of politics related to religious identities. But in this case specifically, there's a recurrence in case of violence during the Ram Navami time. And specifically, if you can share more details about the particular region, that is Murshidabad, where this violence happened. All right, we have another big breaking news. We'll come back to this news story later. But we have a big breaking news. Vijay leaving from his residence for filing nomination. This is another big development that we are getting of TVK chief, that is Vijay, TVK Vijay chief, who is going to file his nomination today. And he has already announced the candidates list, and he will be filing his nomination. So around 12 p.m. was the time, and so he has left from his residence to file the nomination, and he is on the move and to file his nomination. Officially, he will be filing his nomination today. He is contesting from Perambur and Trichy East, and he unveiled the list of the TVK candidates, and he gave the manifesto, the party manifesto, declared the party manifesto also. And he has said clearly, he's mentioning this clearly, that this is a two-way battle, two-front battle, and the main challenge and the main contender here, the contest between two parties is between the TVK and the DMK. All right, we have Sharda with us. Sharda, so the TVK chief has left from his residence to file his nomination. Over to you.
Vijay has left from his residence to file his nomination to the Perambur constituency. Likely that in between 12 to 12:30, Vijay will be filing his nomination. Meanwhile, M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister, and the DMK leader is also filing his nomination today from Kolkata constituency. The visual that you are seeing on screen is the TVK leader Vijay leaving from his residence right now to his Perambur constituency to file his nomination. He'll be contesting from two places, which is Perambur constituency and the other is Trichy East. So he's filing his nomination today in Perambur. He's likely to go to Trichy in the coming days because only 4 days are left for the nominations to be done. Because in between the government holidays, only 4 working days are there for the nominations to be filed. So it's likely that Vijay will be filing his nominations in Trichy in Trichy tomorrow or the 2nd of April.
Yeah, definitely. He has already announced the candidate list in this case, and he's saying that this is a two-front battle. So the main competition that he has is with the DMK. No mention of the AIADMK.
Well, Vijay is always, from the day he's entered into politics, I've been constantly talking about two-cornered fight, whether it's whether it's DMK versus the TVK in the state of Tamil Nadu. He's not taken AIADMK into consideration. He is focusing only on against the DMK, saying the ideological difference is the party BJP and the political enemy is the DMK, is a statement that Vijay has been constantly making. So even if there is a four-cornered fight in the state of Tamil Nadu this time, Vijay is focusing only between the DMK versus TVK now.
The DMK will also have an issue of the challenge of anti-incumbency in this case. The AIADMK was the possible choice for the people in that location. But TVK coming as a party, as a new entrant, as a wildcard entry, how much of a difference and impact will it make as per you?
Well, the impact of the TVK is likely to make a stake at least 20 to 25%.
Likely to make a stake at least 20 to 25% of the vote share from the state of Tamil Nadu. But there is a question if the third party, which is a new party, would immediately be able to uproot both DMK and the AIADMK completely in the state of Tamil Nadu. While the party's leadership is very confident on forming the government by occupying all 234 constituencies while competing with every other leader trying to form the government with Vijay as the chief ministerial candidate. Whether it's possible is still a question, because Tamil Nadu till date has not seen a party that's without the DMK or the AIADMK forming the government.
Yeah. If you can again run us through the poll promises which were made by the TVK chief Vijay in this case, the poll promises and also the welfare schemes for youth, for women and for industries.
Well, yesterday, announcing the candidate list for all 234 constituencies, the TVK leader also mentioned about the promises, especially without calling it the poll promise, he said it's a guarantee by the TVK to the people of Tamil Nadu. He mentioned that apart from the women welfare scheme that he announced in the month of March, there's youth welfare schemes that came out yesterday, which was mostly about the youth welfare and the employment, with 18,000 as the first government employee would be earning, 4,000 for educated, graduated employees and 2,000 for diploma graduation. And also he's speaking about constant government examinations that will be conducted on time without any errors, and also said there will be schools that will be set up for all 10,000 more schools to be set up. And he also promised a proper education, including the quality of education to be improved in government schools.
All right, you stay with us, and this is a very big development. TVK chief Vijay is going to file his nomination papers and nomination. He'll be filing his nomination. The time was around 12 to 12:30, and these are the latest visuals of him leaving his residence. Now, DMK chief will also be filing his nomination. TVK chief will be filing his nomination. He's already declared the name of the candidates. He's going solo in this time, a new entrant. How much of an impact it will be able to make, we'll have to wait and watch. But definitely big poll promises have been made, big announcements have been made, welfare schemes have been announced by the TVK chief, that is Vijay in this case, after long time. And now this will continue our coverage and get you the live visuals of Vijay filing his nomination papers coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Lok Sabha to take up a discussion on the government's efforts to eliminate Maoism a day before the 31st March deadline set by Amit Shah to end Maoism in the country. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and TVK Chief Vijay to file their nominations ahead of Tamil Nadu Assembly elections at 12 p.m. noon today. In a major challenge to BJP, SPDI withdraws candidate KM Ashraf from the Manjeshwaram constituency in Kasaragod ahead of Kerala Assembly polls. As the polls inch closer, more violence erupts in Bengal as clashes break out between BJP and TMC in Uttar Dinajpur over flag hoisting. Kuwait government confirms an Indian worker was killed in an Iranian attack on a power plant in Kuwait.
The one regime was decimated, the next regime is mostly dead, and the third regime, we're dealing with different people, so I would consider that regime change.
Donald Trump claims regime change in Iran already happened, now dealing with totally different professional group of people, claims Mujtaba Khamenei is dead or in extremely bad shape.
I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait.
Donald Trump says Iran has agreed to send 20 large oil vessels through the Strait of Hormuz as a tribute and sign of respect beginning tomorrow. And viewers, we are getting a big breaking news at this point in time. Indian Embassy in Kuwait expresses deepest condolences at the tragic demise of an Indian national who was in fact killed due to an attack on a desalination facility in Kuwait yesterday. Now, the embassy is closely coordinating with the Kuwaiti authorities to render all possible support and assistance. So, in fact, a statement by the Indian Embassy in Kuwait on the killing of an Indian national, in fact, in an Iranian airstrike that took place on the desalination plant in Kuwait. This is a statement. The embassy is saying, in fact, that it is closely monitoring the situation and will provide all sort of help required. Now remember, a service building at a power and water desalination plant was attacked as part of the Iranian strikes against the state of Kuwait. So this is the latest that we are tracking, where an Indian worker was killed, and in fact damage also was inflicted on the infrastructure at the site at the desalination plant. Now remember, the conflict in the Gulf region is escalating. And now, viewers, another news, in fact, where Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, in a latest warning to US and Israel, has said that it will target the residences of US and Israeli officials who are located in the Gulf region. This is the latest warning that we are seeing coming in from Iran. Now, remember, earlier threats also emerged about attacks on US assets, and not only US assets, but oil refineries as well located in the Gulf region. And now this is a new threat. In fact, the spokesperson of Iranian regime, IRGC, in fact, IRGC spokesperson talked about this new threat, saying that if the war continues, if the aggression by US and Israeli side continues, it is going to inflict more damage in the Gulf region, and especially will target the US officials and Israeli officials who are located in the Gulf region. Now remember, this is also very important to note, as Iran earlier claimed that how US officials in the Gulf region are in fact taking refuge in the civilian infrastructure.
Iran has issued a new threat to US and Israel. This time, a warning to target US and Israeli military and political officials living in the Middle East, including Israel. Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters spokesperson said, the decision to target the residences of US and Israeli officials have been made after the nations have targeted residential homes of Iranians in various cities across Iran.
با توجه به شرارت‌ها و اقدامات تروریستی دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونیستی و هدف قرار دادن منازل مسکونی مردم ایران در شهرهای مختلف، نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران در اقدامی تلافی جویانه محل سکونت فرماندهان و مسئولان سیاسی آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی در منطقه و سرزمین‌های اشغالی را هدف قرار خواهند داد.
The war has completed 1 month. And the fear of further escalation is only getting real by the day.
That we are getting at this point in time. Donald Trump is now weighing all the options of a military operation to extract Iran's uranium. Now, Donald Trump is weighing a military operation to extract nearly 1,000 pounds of uranium from Iran. Donald Trump, in fact, is looking at all of these options. Now, this is as per US officials, a complex and risky mission that would likely put American forces inside the country for days or longer. So this is, in fact, coming after multiple concerns of US boots on ground on the Kurg Island. Trump essentially possibly can target Kurg Island and capture the island for gaining advances on oil facilities in Iran. Now, Donald Trump still has not made a decision on whether to give the order regarding this military operation to extract 1,000 pounds of uranium, on whether to give this order or not. This is as per US officials, reports citing US officials. Now, the report is also adding that he is considering the danger of US troops as well, but the president remains generally open to the idea, is what the US officials are saying. Now, viewers, analysts are also suggesting that Donald Trump, in fact, attacked the Iranian regime because he wanted to gain oil, in fact, wanted to capture the oil facilities in Iran, wanted to, in fact, gain from that economically for the United States. But now Donald Trump, in fact, in the latest is also talking about how he is receiving 20 boats of oil tankers from Iran. This is in the latest that Trump has said that he is going to get 20 boats of oil tankers, and soon these ships will be transiting Strait of Hormuz and will be arriving in the US. Take a look at this report.
And we are negotiating with them directly and indirectly. We have emissaries, but we also are dealing directly. And as you know, they've agreed to send 8 boats 2 days ago, and then they added another 2, so it was 10 boats. And now today they gave us as a tribute, I don't know, I can't define it exactly, but they gave us I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait. And that's taking place starting tomorrow morning. Over the next couple of days, a lot of boats. And I would only say that we're doing extremely well in that negotiation. But you never know with Iran because we negotiate with them and then we always have to blow them up. Whether it's the B-2 bombers or just terminating, as an example, the Iran nuclear deal done by Barack.
All right, we are getting latest visuals from Beirut in Lebanon, where massive explosions are taking place. You can see the visuals on your screen of Beirut explosions taking place in Lebanon. Now, this comes as Hezbollah and Iran, they are also coming face to face in this war, opening another front. In fact, this also comes as Yemen's Houthis are also, in fact, readying themselves to attack Israel. This is the latest that we're getting you from Beirut, where multiple explosions are taking place. Now, remember, there is also a ground invasion that's taking place in southern Lebanon, and in fact, Israeli troops advancing in southern Lebanon. Earlier, we saw how, in fact, a bridge on the Litani River, which separates northern Lebanon and southern Lebanon, was attacked by Israel.
बनर्जी ने लोगों को धमकी दिया और उनके अधिकारियों को किस तरीके से धमकी कराया गया और लोगों को कैसे करके घर में अंदर जा करके धराया गया है, धमकाया गया है, पूरा हम लोग विवरण हम लोग ने पिटीशन में लिखा है। और साथ साथ में इलेक्शन कमीशन को हम लोग ने दरखास्त किया है कि चुनाव फ्री एंड फेयर होना चाहिए। पिछली 3 इलेक्शन में तृणमूल ने जो दादागिरी करके चुनाव जीता है, इस बार ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि चुनाव लोगों का मर्जी से मतदान करने का एक अवसर है। ये लोकतंत्र में एक वोटर का अधिकार है, उसको कोई नहीं छीन सकता है। इसका सुनिश्चित इलेक्शन कमीशन को करना चाहिए, क्योंकि चुनाव का डेट घोषणा होने के बाद पूरा प्रोसेस, पूरा सिस्टम इलेक्शन कमीशन के कंट्रोल में आ जाता है। तो इलेक्शन कमीशन ये ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि पश्चिम बंगाल में वहाँ के वर्तमान सरकार, टीएमसी सरकार और वहाँ के जो लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव मशीनरी है, पुलिस तंत्र है, जिसको तृणमूल कांग्रेस ने पूरा कब्जा करके रखा है, उसको नियंत्रण में लाना चाहिए। ये सारा डिटेल हम लोगों ने इलेक्शन कमीशन के सामने में रखा है। अभी चुनाव जो पश्चिम बंगाल में चल रहे हैं, वहाँ जनता भयंकर तृणमूल का खिलाफ में आवाज उठा रहे हैं और डर के बौखलाहट में तृणमूल कांग्रेस और टीएमसी ने जैसे काम कर रहे हैं, ममता बनर्जी जैसे कर रहे हैं, वो से साफ पता चल रहा है कि टीएमसी हारने जा रही है। इसके लिए वो अब जबरदस्ती हाईजैक करना चाहता है। हम लोग ने दरखास्त किया, इलेक्शन कमीशन ने पॉजिटिव रेस्पॉन्स किया है और कहा कि फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन के लिए जो कुछ करना होगा इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया कदम उठाएगी, ऐसा हम लोगों को आश्वासन दिया है।
এখন আমি বাংলাতে মাননীয় ইলেকশন কমিশনের সামনে, ফুল বেঞ্চের সামনে আমাদের এই প্রতিনিধি দল, বিশিষ্ট প্রতিনিধি দল, যাতে পীযূষ গোয়েলজি থেকে শুরু করে, কিরণ রিজিজু জি থেকে শুরু করে, আমাদের অরুণ সিংজি, অরুণ বালনিজি এবং ওম পাঠকজি, আমরা সকলে উপস্থিত হয়ে বাংলায় যে বর্তমান পরিস্থিতি, মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় হারের ভয়ে যেভাবে তিনি ডেসপারেট হয়ে গেছেন, ডেসপারেট হয়ে
All right, so we are getting visuals from Beirut in Lebanon, where a fresh attack, in fact, took place by Israel. Fresh explosions, live visuals coming in from Beirut. Now, remember, strikes from all the sides are only ramping up. These are the visuals that we are getting you from Beirut skyline, where fresh strikes are taking place in Lebanon, in Lebanese capital, in fact, Beirut. Now, remember, a ground invasion is also rampant in Lebanon. Now, Israel is trying to target all the Hezbollah command centers and trying to dismantle them, and multiple strikes, in fact, taking place. Now, remember, Iran has also, in fact, warned Israel to not attack proxies. One of the guarantees that, in fact, Iran asked the United States and Israel from, talked about 5 guarantees, and one of the guarantees was, in fact, not to attack the proxies located in various areas across the region, whether it's Hezbollah or Houthis in Yemen. And these are the fresh strikes that we are taking, we are, in fact, tracking from Beirut skyline. A ground invasion is also rampant by Israeli troops, and deployment and evacuation warnings were also issued by Israel from across the borderline between Lebanon and Israel. Earlier, a bridge also came under attack on the Litani River, which essentially separates northern Lebanon and southern Lebanon. It's a very important infrastructure damage that was inflicted by Israel. Remember, this bridge that I'm talking about on the Litani River, in fact, it serves as a major gateway for the Hezbollah to, in fact, support their logistics, transfer of ammunitions, and attack Israel. And these are the visuals that we are getting you from Beirut skyline in Lebanon. Fresh visuals, strikes as the war in West Asia completes 1 month and, in fact, enters 2nd month. Live visuals from Beirut in Lebanon. Fresh explosions are taking place. Now, remember, a huge blow to Hezbollah also there as Israel continues its strikes in Beirut. In fact, Beirut's southern suburbs. All right, I have my colleague, in fact, Shivam, to get us more details on this.
Yeah, this is again another strike that is happening in Lebanon, in Beirut. These are the live visuals, ladies and gentlemen, of the Beirut skyline. As you can see, the plumes of smoke that are rising in the sky. These are the live visuals from Beirut, Lebanon, after fresh Israeli strike. The war is continuing. The war is escalating as we speak. Tensions are rising. Israel, as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, is alone fighting this war against the Hezbollah terrorists in that region, in Lebanon. They have damaged the main bridges which used to connect the main cities to other parts of the cities. There are operations which are happening. There are casualties which are happening as we speak. This is primarily a target of the Israeli of the IDF, of the Israeli Air Force in Lebanon on the Hezbollah targets which have been struck once again. The fresh visuals coming on your screen, as you can see, of the smoke that is coming out of the buildings. These are the high-rise buildings that are the visuals of which, as you can see from on your screens, which is happening right now. This is the Beirut skyline, live visuals on your screen. These are the live visuals of the war from Beirut, from Lebanon, of Hezbollah targets being attacked. Now, the financial institutions, the financial targets of Hezbollah of Lebanon are being targeted by the Israeli Defense Forces. This is a continuing war where the IDF is playing a major role. It is getting difficult now. There are 3 elements, there are 3 proxies of Iran: the Hezbollah, the Hamas, the Houthis. The Houthis are active. When it comes to from Yemen, the Houthis are active. From Yemen, they have entered the war zone. And now we have another visuals. All right, these are fresh visuals of another strike, ladies and gentlemen. These are visuals which are coming from other parts of the war zone. First on Republic, live visuals. As you can see, the war is escalating. There are tensions in the West Asian region. These are the visuals of the aftermath as the war happened. And as you can see, the plumes of smoke, this happened during the night time. The visuals of that on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Visuals from Haifa, ladies and gentlemen. Tel Aviv is under attack. Haifa is under attack. Israel is under attack on your screens. As you can see, the live visuals of the smoke, the plumes of smoke. And then Tehran, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tehran. All right, we have more details. We'll get you more details of this story. Another visual on your screen. Ladies and gentlemen, we're bringing you fresh visuals. All right, this is Tehran. Now, this is the destruction of a warehouse, belonging to the Revolutionary Guard Corps. Hai na?
Absolutely, Shivam. These are the live visuals that we're getting you from a war warehouse, in fact, that got hit in Tehran. Now, remember, this warehouse was absolutely destroyed. And one thing important to note here is that it is located in Kiansher area, southeast of Tehran. And this belonged to Revolutionary Guard Corps. So, in fact, Tehran is looking at this destruction of a very important warehouse.
For a while, we have visuals from Haifa also. We have visuals from Haifa also on the screen. We'll just check the visuals. We'll check the visuals. These are visuals from Haifa on the screen. We also showed the visuals of Tehran, destruction of a warehouse which happened there a short while ago. And these are pictures which are coming from the conflict zone, from the war zone on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. These are the pictures of the aftermath. And very soon we'll get you the visuals of Tehran also on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. This is Haifa. I'll ask them to switch to Haifa visuals. These are Haifa visuals on your screen. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, you can see this is the missile. The skyline is being lit by the missiles. Rockets have been intercepted by the Israeli Defense Forces. There is already a lot of pressure for the Israeli Defense Forces, whether it be David Sling or Arrow or the Iron Dome. They're out of their interceptors because the war is continuing to an escalation level which was never thought about. They were never prepared for a war of this scale because Iran is prepared. Iran has the underground bases, has the arsenal that they were prepared for a very prolonged war. They were ready to fight the United States of America. And these are the latest visuals in this case. Haifa, Israel being under attack, getting pretty difficult for the Israeli Defense Forces to tackle the situation right now. So firstly, we showed you the Beirut skyline, then we showed you the condition of Tehran, and now the visuals of Haifa on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Haifa, Israel now. This comes after the protests which were happening against war. There were people protesting that the war shouldn't happen. And look, ladies and gentlemen, these are the visuals of the condition. The war that was brought till Israel. Now Israel is fighting this endless war as we speak. These are the visuals of the drones being launched by the proxies of Iran, and this is coming from Iraq. These are also the visuals from Iraq. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, there are three proxies of Iran: the Hamas, the Hezbollah, and Houthis. Houthis have also got activated. They have started firing against Israeli assets from Yemen, and now the visuals from Iraq. Continuing war images on your screen. As you can see, the war is continuing, and these are all right, viewers, we'll put the nats up of the visuals because these are scary images, and one can understand the kind of arsenal that the IRGC possesses, or the proxies of the IRGC possesses in this case. And first on Republic exclusive visuals, these are from the war zone, ladies and gentlemen, and they are wreaking havoc when it comes to on their enemies. Pictures of destruction, pictures of drones being fired by Iran and by their proxies from various parts of that region, because they are continuing their war against Israel. Now these are visuals of the aftermath visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the building, the debris, as you can see on your screen. Now this is the footage which shows Iranian university reduced to rubble following Israeli strike. Now remember, the IRGC has given a clear-cut warning that they will be striking the US or Israeli affiliated universities, because the university had claimed in the past 30 days there were continuous strikes. There were continuous strikes on the universities which were related to research and development. Now the IDF also gave a statement that various research and development institutions were struck, and which pertains to developing nuclear bombs. Now these are visuals of the aftermath from the university. IRGC has given a clear-cut warning in this case. Hina, if you can describe the visuals of the debris on your screen.
Absolutely, Shivam. These are the live visuals. In fact, earlier visuals that we're getting from Tehran, the destruction that took place at the university in Iran. Now remember, Iran is carrying out retaliatory strikes on US assets, in fact, on universities located across the Gulf region in retaliation to these strikes. And of course, we are also seeing US and Israel blaming Iran for using these science and technology universities to in fact make a nuclear bomb. And these are the strikes that took place by Iran and United States in Tehran on this particular university. Now this is in fact the visuals that we are getting you from Tehran, the Iranian capital, and the destruction that was in fact caused after the strike carried out by US and Israel. Now remember, we are also seeing commentary trickling in from multiple quarters and condemnation, in fact, pouring in on these strikes on the civilian infrastructure located in Iran. But these are the visuals that we are getting you from the university that got hit, in fact, in Iran. Now remember, a similar warning. All right, we are getting more visuals from Jordan, in fact. And these are the visuals of the skyline, in fact, that we're getting you from Jordan, and the missiles being launched at Jordan as well. Now remember, Jordan and all the other Gulf nations are coming under attack and in fact are at the crosshairs as this war continues. And
yeah, these are live visuals, not live visuals, but of the visuals of the strikes and of the missiles and the drones, which you can see on your screens. The entire Middle East is a conflict zone because the IRGC, Hina, is attacking the assets which are related to the US military, the US bases, and also this is the missile strike on a facility affiliated with the Israeli army in Aqaba, Jordan. So basically, as the IRGC claims, they are legitimate targets, Hina, of the IRGC because they conduct strikes, they use these bases, and they fire missiles and they fire other drones from this location. These are the visuals from Aqaba, Jordan. So this is Iran firing missiles, firing drones at various locations, and these are the visuals of from the skyline.
Absolutely. This is in fact an American base in Jordan, in fact, that also came under attack earlier. And in fact, the attack took place by unmanned aerial vehicles. So Shivam, essentially in this war, we are not only seeing missiles, in fact, being mounted on these Gulf nations, but also the unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, which are prominently used across parties in this war. Now remember, Iran is very well known for its massive drone arsenal, and these are the visuals, in fact, that we're getting you from Jordan. And earlier, Al-Azraq US base also in Jordan was attacked by UAVs from Iran. And in fact, we are getting you more visuals from Negev in Israel, in fact, which also came under attack earlier. Now remember, in Negev, multiple facilities came under attack, and one of the important point to note here is that Israel's Negev is essentially an industrial hub in Israel, which is now being targeted by Iran, of course giving a huge dent and damage to this industrial hub in Israel. And now we are going back to the visuals from Aqaba in Jordan, where we earlier saw how a US base in fact came under attack. You can see in fact, massive plumes of smoke billowing into the sky. These are the visuals. US base in Iraq hit, and we are also getting you simultaneously the visuals from Negev in Israel, an industrial hub, in fact, coming under attack in Israel by Iranian strikes. And these are the fresh barrage of missiles that, in fact, was mounted in Israel by Iran. Now, the impact, in fact, was on the industrial zone. All right, viewers, taking a short break, but coming up, 31 days of war on Iran, now entering into the second month with no end in sight.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिम MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। मसाला
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin and TVK Chief Vijay to file nominations for upcoming assembly polls shortly. Top BJP delegation raised issue of violence occurred in Bengal during Ram Navami with Election Commission. In a major challenge to BJP, SDPI withdraws candidate K.M. Ashraf from the Manjeshwaram constituency in Kasargod ahead of Kerala Assembly polls. AIADMK General Secretary EPS lashes out at DMK's poll promise of a Rs 8,000 coupon for women, alleging it was aimed at earning commission. Lok Sabha to take up a discussion on the government efforts to eliminate Maoism a day before the March 31 deadline set by Amit Shah to end Maoism in the country. Kuwait government confirms an Indian worker was killed in an Iranian attack on a power plant in Kuwait. Trump claims regime change in Iran already happened, now dealing with totally different professional group of people. Claims Mujtaba Khamenei is dead or in an extremely bad shape. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with all the big breaking news developments which are coming from the West Asian conflict, from the war zone. We'll get you minute-to-minute updates of what's unfolding in that region. While Donald Trump is claiming that peace is near, there is no end to the war, ladies and gentlemen. On your screens will be the visual, as you will see, of the war that is ongoing, the firing of a cluster rocket from southern Lebanon at Haifa, Israel. Now, the rockets being fired from southern Lebanon are clear indication that this is the involvement of the Hezbollah. The Hezbollah, which is continuously a target of the IDF, of the Israeli Defense Forces, of the Israeli Air Force in this case. Now, these are the visuals of the scary visuals and the continuous firing of missiles, the barrage of missiles that we are getting. These are the visuals from Haifa, the skyline of Haifa on your screen. As you can see, this happened during the night time. And the visuals that you can see, the skyline is being lit by the missiles which have been fired. This is the firing of a cluster rocket from southern Lebanon at Haifa, Israel. Now, cluster munitions which are being used, though they shouldn't be used in case of any war because they are against the Geneva Convention also while a war takes place. Now, the cluster bombs are very dangerous. Even after interception, they break into mini bombs and then they fall at various places. Now, they become a serious headache for the interceptors and those who are in the Israeli Defense Forces. Visuals from Haifa on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, continuously. It continues. Israel continues to be a conflict zone as we speak. These are the visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see. Visuals of the cluster bombs, as we just said, and the missiles are being intercepted. But as I said, it is getting difficult for the interceptors. Israel is running out of interceptors. It's getting costly. The war is becoming very costly for Israel and for United States of America. The interceptions which are happening and the visuals on your screen, as you can see, it's a very situation for Israel. And now we will get you another visuals. Now this is Bihar, Iraq. Iraq is also the Erbil, Iraq. Visuals from Erbil, Iraq. Loud explosion. Visual taken from a camera from very far location, but you can still understand the impact of the explosion that occurred, the plume of smokes and also the smoke and the blast which occurred, probably a strike which had happened. Iranian missile spotted in that location. This is Iraq because, as I said, bases are being targeted and you can see the loud explosion. Visuals. This is the visual from Erbil, Iraq, and the sound that you are hearing right now, it is the sound of a drone. The sound of a drone, as you can see, and can hear the sound of the drone before the impact. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news, another visual, which is from Haifa, Israel. Now, Haifa also continues to be a war zone. Impacts are happening, and the skyline of Haifa on your screen. Continuously, missiles, the barrage of missiles, as you can see on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, the entire skyline is lit by the traces of, you can see the trajectory of the missiles which have been launched in this place in the skyline. Again, I'm reiterating, it is getting difficult for Israel to keep intercepting such barrage, such waves of missiles in that location. We also showed earlier the Beirut skyline to you, and it's still burning. The Beirut skyline is still burning. And these are the visuals of Haifa also on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, these are the visuals of the aftermath after a drone or a missile after the impact took place. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these are the latest visuals that are coming out of a conflict zone. And the situation on ground must be more devastating in reality. It must be more threatening, more dangerous. There must have been more casualties, and definitely you will see the reports as the war ends, but these are the visuals coming from the war zone. I'm also able to see the Beirut skyline also. We'll show the visuals of Beirut skyline also. Along with this, this is Haifa, and the Beirut continues to be bombarded, and the impact on that location, and these visuals are from Haifa on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Continues to be a war zone, getting quite difficult for Israel to continue this war, and also the way US had been fighting this war and running away, that's also primarily a concern. Now this is the visual from Tehran. Now there has been considerable damage in Tehran, though there has been censorship in Tehran, which means that most of the videos are not out from Iran, not out from Tehran, but these are some of the visuals. As you can see, these are from Tehran, sourced from Tehran on your screens. One during the night time, one during the daytime, because IDF continues to strike Tehran, continues to strike Iran, and all assets, and especially the missile production facilities, the drone production facilities, are being targeted by the IDF in various Israeli strikes. Now, on one hand, Tehran is fighting this war with drones and missiles. All right, visuals. All right, viewers. Now, these are the visuals of Beirut. Visuals of Beirut on your skyline, on your screens of the Beirut skyline, ladies and gentlemen. These are the visuals from Lebanon. We have been continuously showing you the visuals, live visuals, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen from Beirut. Now, possibly these are the Hezbollah facilities which have been targeted by the Israeli Defense Forces. The latest wave of strikes amidst the ongoing war. On your screen, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is the Beirut skyline. That is, continuously you can see the plumes of smoke coming out and the entire sky. This is during the daytime, ladies and gentlemen, live visuals on your screen, and must be a densely populated area. The IDF continues to give warnings in these cases for the civilians to evacuate, but there is constant threat in Lebanon. It has become a headache for the Lebanese government also, because the Hezbollah is acting parallelly in this case, out of the control, not in control of the government there. Now, this is the Beirut skyline, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen, as you can see. There is no end to war. The peace is not near. I reiterate the fact that the war continues. US is planning to send ground troops. They have sent many ground troops as we speak. And Israel is fighting this war as hard as it can. It's getting very difficult for Israel, because the strikes which are happening deep inside Israel, it's getting difficult for the interceptors, the air defense systems, to intercept the incoming missile threats, because Israel is running out of interceptors. In this case, nobody would have planned for such a long war, a war that would continue for such a very long period of time. Visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, from the Beirut skyline, it's burned, the building is burning. Must have been a very big bomb that must have been used in this case, with the precision strikes which are conducted by the IDF. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking development. Okay, this is the Iranian university attack. Ladies and gentlemen, as we earlier told you, the IRGC has warned the Israeli and US affiliated universities in that region that there will be continuous strikes, there will be response, because they allege that the Iranian universities have been targeted, and this was uncalled for. While the Israeli Defense Forces, they say they are hitting the research and development facilities, the missile production facilities in Tehran, and somehow the universities are involved in the research and development in this case. Now, we are showing you both the arguments of both the parties involved in this war. On one side, there is Tehran, Iran, which says that our universities are being bombed. On the other side, there is Israel who's claiming that these are actually missile production facilities or R&D facilities in this case. All right, viewers, now shifting focus back to elections. This is MK Stalin filing his nomination papers after his superstar budget is out, the hero-heroine budget as he calls it, it's out. The manifesto, it's out. And after that, he's filing his nomination. Now, live visuals coming in of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin filing his nomination papers. Now, the candidate list has been announced, and this is after the manifesto, which has been declared, the manifesto declaration. These are the live visuals coming in of the nomination being filed. Now, also, we will show you two visuals. Okay, once again, we'll show you two visuals. One is TVK Chief, Vijay. Okay, on your screens, as you can see, TVK Chief, that is Vijay, who has filed the nomination papers on your screen, and this is MK Stalin. TVK Chief says this will be a two-way fight. It is going to be a two-way fight. Both have declared their candidate list, and also both are filing the nominations, and both pictures on your screen, both visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the TVK Chief, this is his first litmus test, and it is definitely because he's a superstar, so it will be a blockbuster nomination day today. Stalin filing his nomination with his superstar manifesto, what he calls it, a hero-heroine manifesto. And this is Tamil Nadu CM Stalin and TVK Chief filing nominations ahead of the Tamil Nadu elections. On your screen, ladies and gentlemen, now it's official. This is TVK Chief, who is contesting from Perambur and Trichy East, and it will be definitely a litmus test for the TVK Chief Vijay. TVK Chief Vijay in this case. And also very difficult this time for MK Stalin also, though he has announced a lot of promises. All right, to speak on this issue and for more details, we have our colleague Sharda with us. Sharda, live pictures on our screen. If you can speak on the visuals, Sharda, over to you. Okay, trying to go back to Sharda. Our colleague Sharda is live with us. Sharda, we are showing our viewers the live visuals of TVK Chief Vijay and MK Stalin filing the nomination papers. Over to you.
Well, today MK Stalin, the Chief Minister and the DMK leader, is filing his nominations right from the Kolattur constituency, whereas Vijay will be filing his nomination from the Perambur constituency. In Kolattur, as we speak, the visuals show that MK Stalin is inside filing his nominations. He's also carrying the paper of his assets and liabilities and the last 4 years of the income tax that he's filed. The nominations are still underway, and before this, TVK leader Vijay and his party General Secretary Adar Varjuna had filed his nomination in Villivakkam and followed by Vijay now in Perambur constituency. As we speak, Stalin, after filing his nomination, would be going on a road show in Kolattur constituency, his hometown of where he is now contesting for the fourth time. He initially started his constituency in Thousand Lights 10 years back, and following that, for the 10th time, he is now contesting from Kolattur. Initially starting it in Thousand Lights, after 6 times, 4th times in Kolattur constituency is what MK Stalin is now contesting from. Now, after this, Perambur constituency, which is right next to Kolattur, is again a star constituency where Vijay will be filing his nominations in few minutes. Following that, Vijay will also be conducting a roadshow in Kolattur and Villivakkam, these two constituencies where permission has been granted for him to conduct a public meet. So today is the first day of the nominations in the state of Tamil Nadu. Out of the 8 days that's been given for the nominations to be filed, only 4 working days are there. And out of the 4 working days, today being the main important day, already 3 chief ministerial candidates are filing their nominations today. That is MK Stalin from DMK, and also TVK leader Vijay, and NTK leader Seeman from Karaikuri will be filing his nominations now. And today seems to be an important day, and very soon Edappadi Palaniswamy will also be filing his nomination from the Edappadi constituency.
Yeah, definitely. This will be a very tough battle for all the political parties. Where does AIADMK stand in this case? The DMK is in the limelight, the TVK is in the limelight, and Vijay is claiming that this will be a two-way fight, two-front war, two-front battle in this case.
Well, while both DMK and the TVK are forcing them in the limelight, the AIADMK and the NDA alliance have announced all the seat sharing, all the constituencies, and even the manifesto very much earlier than the DMK. The candidates are yet to file their nominations. Likely, most of them would be filing their nominations today, and Edappadi K. Palaniswamy is yet to finalize a date for his nominations from his constituency in Edappadi. He's started his election campaign as well. Meanwhile, as you said, Vijay has been constantly telling that it's a two-way fight in the state of Tamil Nadu. It is only DMK versus TVK. But his TVK leader, though, is filing his nominations today and start his campaign also very soon. He's yet to announce the entire manifesto. He's given a set of promises that would be taken by the TVK if they come to power. That includes women empowerment and education and youth empowerment in the state of Tamil Nadu, whereas the rest of his manifesto is still pending. So expecting in the next few days, TVK's election manifesto will also be announced.
Yeah, definitely. But the kind of promises, has he also revealed how he will be getting money for the poll promises of the big promises that has been made by him? The amount at one point is 18,000 and some schemes. If you can run us through the schemes that were announced by the TVK chief, and are there any reports, are there any claims or any reactions regarding how they are planning to give that much of money, where they will be generating so much of finances for the social beneficial schemes, the welfare schemes?
நான்காவது முறையும் கொளத்தூர் வாக்காளர் மக்கள் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தின் வேட்பாளராக மதச்சார்பற்ற கூட்டணி வேட்பாளராக நிறுத்தப்பட்டிருக்கக்கூடிய என்னை அமோகமான வாக்கு வித்தியாசத்தில் நிச்சயமாக வெற்றி பெற வைப்பார்கள் என்று முழு நம்பிக்கையோடு
தமிழகம் முழுவதும் கூட்டணி நீங்க வலுவா அமைச்சிருக்கிறது ஒரு தாக்கு இருக்கு. எப்படியான ஒரு பிரச்சாரம் இருக்கும் எதிர்பார்க்கலாம்?
எப்போதும் போல வலுவார்.
நன்றி சார். All right, so this is the reaction that is coming in from the MK Stalin after filing nomination papers. All right, he has thanked the press and he's leaving the location now. Vijay has also filed his nomination papers. Sharda continues to be with us. I'll just try to reconnect with Sharda. If Sharda with us. Sharda, so he spoke to the press.
Yes, MK Stalin, right after filing his nomination, spoke to the media. He is now set to go on a roadshow in Kalatur. He spoke to the media telling that he believes that the people will make him win very soon. After contesting for at least 4 times, he's telling that this time the people will also make sure that he'll win. This time, as you can see, he's starting his roadshow from Kalatur now. And MK Stalin has filed his nomination successfully, and RO has accepted his nomination now, and he is also going, after contesting in this particular elections, he believes that the people will vote for him very soon.
Yeah, definitely. So there will be a roadshow. So there are two roads.
You can see MK Stalin speaking to the media.
Yeah, please continue.
இதுதான் சாதகமாக இருக்கு.
All right, so he's going for the road show. Sharda, now he has left for the road show. The road show has started.
Yes, MK Stalin, right after filing his nominations, is going on a roadshow. As you see the live visuals coming from us, he is going on a roadshow in Kalatur constituency where he just filed his nominations. Speaking to the media, MK Stalin said that he's very sure that he'll get a sure shot win in Kalatur. Says that the people still believe in him and that he believes that they'll make him win this time as well.
All right, viewers, we have the live visuals on the screen, and as you can see the visuals, he is on the top of a red Jeep in this case, an open SUV in this case, waving hands and saying thanks to the supporters of the party, the DMK party in this case, and moving on very slowly.
As we see, the DMK has been constantly saying that. The DMK is constantly been telling that they'll win at least in 210 constituencies this time. Out of the 234, 210 is sure shot win is what the DMK believes in. And now as you see, Stalin says that he'll completely win in this election, and the DMK leader MK Stalin is very sure that apart from his constituencies, the DMK with their promises to the people will win in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, the DMK seems to be pretty much prepared all this time, because they definitely know the kind of battle will be quite tough, keeping in mind that there is an entry of another party, that is the TVK, and also the way he's been making the promises, poll promises, and also because he is a known superstar. Now this definitely impacts when it comes to politics in that region.
Well, very true. It's according to the promises that the DMK is believing that they will win in the upcoming elections, and also pointing out that he also says in this roadshow, showing as you can see in this particular roadshow, Stalin is very confident that he'll win, not just his constituency, but almost the majority of the constituencies in the state of Tamil Nadu.
All right, if you can also run us through the promises which have been made by the DMK in this case, and the kind of poll promises, because every party seems to be doing better than the other party when it comes to promising about something, about a welfare scheme or a scheme for women, or for an educational scheme in this case, or for the development of industries. Now, what about the poll promises and manifesto of the DMK?
The final manifesto of the DMK was launched yesterday evening, and in the final promises, the DMK party promised to get 8,000 rupee coupon for the people of Tamil Nadu, especially for the women, where the 8,000 coupon is to get the home appliances. It also has the availability to buy the induction stove in the wake of the LPG crisis. As we see, it's all about taking, instead of giving them cash directly this time, it's all about the appliances that they can opt for and buy. And apart from that, there's also multiple other welfare schemes that MK Stalin has promised, which will be an increase of amount that already in the existing schemes that they'd be giving out.
Yeah, but this time, when it comes to poll promises, and also when it comes to the cash benefits, DMK avoided from direct cash benefits. The idea of coupon was also questioned by the media at that time, and they thought that it will be better for people to choose whatever they want to do. Now, how does one encash the coupon or buy something which will be disbursed by MK Stalin in this case if they win the election? Any idea on that too?
Well, in the plan yesterday, it's been identified that this coupon can be encashed in any of the stores nearby, and that instead of giving cash, they would opt for this to make sure that people get the opportunity to buy whatever they want. And it's not just cash for money like how AIDMK has promised 10,000 rupees, whereas the DMK is now saying 8,000 plus 2,000 every month, whereas this 8,000 coupon is a one-time thing.
Yes, definitely. And also, if you can speak over the visuals that you are seeing right now, how many people have gathered in that location as you speak? Like, is it a large gathering of crowds which are walking together with MK Stalin?
In his Kolattur constituency, where people, as you can see the live visuals, showing MK Stalin finishing his roadshow and arriving at the stage to talk to the people. It's all about his roadshow campaign right after his nominations. Believable that Kolattur, being a strong constituency, that it is expected that MK Stalin is going to be contesting from Kolattur. He's filed his nominations now, and following this, he'll also, as you can see, he's got down from the roadshow vehicle, and after this he's going to be addressing the crowd in Kolattur. Now the roadshow has begun and ended, and the speech is underway of MK Stalin, following which he'll be meeting the people of Kolattur constituency.
Yeah, we can see that a stage is ready. There will be a speech, and he will be addressing people from that location, as we can see. Now, there are people of various faiths I can see on the stage right now. People of various faiths on the stage where MK Stalin is there. There is a Muslim cleric, as I can see. There is a Christian father. There is a Muslim woman there. There is a sister on the screen. If you can describe these visuals also. What is MK Stalin trying to prove? What is the message that he's trying to give here?
That he is from a social democratic party, that the DMK is all for the people, especially for the minorities. He's showing through the stage that apart from there's Muslims and minorities, there's Christians on the stage that's welcoming him, showing that he being a social democratic party, that the DMK accepts even the minority. So you can see this as a minority appeasement as well. And this is the move done by MK Stalin right on the day of the nomination, the first day, where he's starting his election campaign right from his constituency, Kolatur.
Yes, definitely. These are live visuals, and from that location, as you can see, people of various faiths. So it's a kind of message that MK Stalin wants to give here. In this case, with a Muslim man standing there, a Muslim lady standing there, and one Christian priest on the dais, on the stage, as you can see, and also Christian sister also on the screen. He wants to give out a message that all the religions are with MK Stalin. But it has not been always the case about especially the kind of statements that have earlier come out from the party in this case. But I would like you to continue and describe the visuals. As you can see, how much excited and the fervor and joy and the present situation on ground where you're reporting from.
கொளத்தூர் மக்களின் உயர்வுக்காக அயராது உழைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் நம் கழக தலைவர் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் கொளத்தூரில் நிகழ்த்தி இருக்கும் சாதனைகளை.
All right, we'll try to reconnect, but these are the visuals coming in live from Chennai on your screen. So this is the visuals from the road show, and every party has declared their manifesto, and this is happening after the nominations have been filed by the DMK chief, that is the MK Stalin in this case. Now, TVK chief Vijay has also filed his nomination, and he is also conducting a road show. He's also doing, these are the visuals of the road show that is being conducted by the TVK chief, that is being done by the TVK chief Vijay in this case. And these are the aerial shots, and people have gathered in a very large number. In the case of MK Stalin, it was an open jeep on which he was traveling in his road show. Now he is on the stage. People have gathered there in large numbers in this case, but also many have joined TVK chief Vijay's rally also, the road show of TVK chief Vijay in this case. He has also announced the name of the candidates. All the candidates have been declared by him, and now you can see MK Stalin in his car, in his SUV, and he is being escorted by his bodyguards, and he is leaving from that location. I'm going back to Sharda, my colleague Sharda. Sharda, what is the latest update in this case? Is the roadshow complete right now of MK Stalin, or it will continue for a long time?
Well, MK Stalin's roadshow has now come to an end. As you can see, the visuals, MK Stalin is right now leaving from the location of Kolatur, where he is meeting the people of Tamil Nadu. He is also speaking to the people of Kolatur, shaking hands with them. You can see the support that the DMK has, or that the DMK leaders are showing for MK Stalin in this particular area. Like being his own constituency, it is expected that MK Stalin is going to be contesting from Kolatur. How happy he is.
அதிக அளவு ஆதரவை நான் கண்ணால் பார்க்கிறேன்.
All right, so this is MK Stalin, and this is his rally. which is happening right now, but we'll also show you the rally which is being conducted by, which is being done by TVK Chief. We can also show you the visuals of the rally by TVK Chief Vijay in this case also. Sharda, so both rallies, these are the two visuals, ladies and gentlemen. People have gathered in a very large number in the rally of TVK Chief also. Sharda, two rallies happening in Chennai right now as we speak.
See, as you can see, the visuals of MK Stalin meeting the people of Tamil Nadu is also... He is right now leaving his location. Right now, MK Stalin is leaving from his location of Kolattur, where he is meeting the people, where he is also promised the media that he will...
சொன்னோம் ஆனால் அதை விட அதிகமாக தான் ஜெயிக்க போகிறோம் அதை விட அதிகமாக ஜெயிக்க போகிறோம் நேற்று தானே தேர்தல் வெளியிட்டதுக்கு பிறகு எத்தனை மணி போட்டியாக இருந்தாலும் எங்களுடைய கூட்டணிக்கு தான் சாதகமாக இருக்கும்.
Was also clearly stated that
பாருங்க, முத்துவேல் கருணாநிதி ஸ்டாலின் என்னும் நான் அப்படின்னு கவர்னர் மாளிகையில் போய் பதவி ஏற்றுக்கிட்டு கோட்டைக்கு வந்து போட போகுது அப்போ சொல்றாங்க.
Thank you. As you can see, that was MK Stalin speaking to us, saying that he would be contesting from Kolattur. Very expected that he'll be winning these elections, and also the most important thing that he's saying that he's eager to make his first signatures on the right after he becomes the CM. That was an exclusive talk with the Tamil media that he did, and he spoke to the public as well, promising that he's very eager to look forward what the first signature that he'll be doing is.
All right, definitely. These are the exclusive conversation that we had with MK Stalin, and he says that he's pretty much confident. But Sharda, I would also like you to speak on the visuals, because the rally of TVK Chief Vijay is also happening as we speak. And these are the aerial shots, and people have gathered in a very large number. And if you can tell about the location of the rally and the number of people which who might have turned up in this case, a very big day for both MK Stalin and also even a bigger day when it comes to the TVK chief Vijay in this case.
Well, compared to Vijay and Stalin, MK Stalin's rally took right outplays the place where he filed his nominations in Kolattur. Whereas for Vijay, he'll be filing his nominations in Vyasarpadi. Following Vyasarpadi, he will be going to Perambur, Kolattur, and also Vilivakam for his campaign today. After Vijay, the actor turned politician, TVK leader Vijay is expected to do a public meeting instead of a road rally like how MK Stalin did it today morning. It depends on the permissions that Vijay would be receiving as the TVK leader to be contesting, and also the public meetings that he would be required to do.
But he received the permission for the rally, as you say, because earlier he was alleging bias.
Well, Vijay earlier stated that there was no permission given to him to either campaign or do a roadshow, whereas we saw day before yesterday he arrived at the secretariat to seek permission from the chief election officer. Following that, he is now given permission to do public meetings. However, for rallies, it's still a no for him. The nod has come only for public meetings, whereas Vijay cannot go on road doing a roadshow because the number of crowd expected for Vijay is more. And last time, after what happened in Karur, the tragedy of 41 people losing their lives in the stampede, the government and the chief election officer is very sure shot that if there is a road rally conducted with no proper safety measures, the accident it might lead to another accident. To be very sure shot of what is, it's being very careful on the election retrospective. They are making sure that it is a public meet for actor and TVK leader Vijay.
Yeah, definitely. Shada, if you can also share the main contestants, the top seats where there will be a tough competition, whether it be TVK or DMK or the AIADMK, the top candidates, please.
Well, the AIADMK has Edappadi Palaniswamy contesting from Edappadi. The tough candidates go on to the former minister and the 18 sitting MLAs, which is the first list of the AIADMK candidate list shows. And whereas when it comes to DMK, there are 60 new faces that the DMK has brought, and shows a small change in the strategy. In almost 120 places, that is 120 constituencies in Tamil Nadu, DMK is going head-on against the AIADMK. 27 constituencies that DMK is heading on against the BJP. And the tough competitor goes to Perambur, where DMK, ADM, instead of the ADMK, the PMK is contesting, whereas DMK is R.D. Shekhar, Vijay, and also in Kolattur constituency, it is again TVK versus DMK. However, whereas the AIADMK leaders are very sure shot of the strategy that they had planned, that the opposition DMK leaders are weak, whereas when it comes to DMK, they are opting on for a safety option, where all these days where DMK has been constantly winning is the same place that they are contesting from, like Stalin from Kolattur, Udayanadi from Chepauk, where he has already contested and win, and also other leaders who have already previously won from the same constituency for Thousand Lights is Dr. Erilin as usual.
Yeah, and the type of campaigning that the BJP is also doing, however, it will be a difficult battle for them, but it will be a better battle for the AIADMK in this case. But what are the challenges that the DMK also might be facing this time? It's never supposed to be an easy election all the time.
Well, it's always supposed to be an easy election. It's either the anti-incumbency of the current government, so the next government forms in. However, this time there's a small change, whereas the AIADMK formed an alliance with the NDA, having a multiple smaller parties, smaller infringements that are going to be contesting for them. And the first time, NDA is going to be campaigning, like for BJP is going to campaign for the AIADMK and vice versa. And same goes for the DMK, as we see even today there's talks on seat sharing and constituencies distribution, and there's a lot of discrepancies between the ally parties, and there's a fight still going on whether VCK and the communists will have to fight for the same constituency, or whether the Congress and the Marxist communists will be exchanging their constituency. So likely it's not an easy election for the AIADMK or the DMK allies.
Yes, definitely. And we are getting the live visuals also from that location of both the rallies, and specifically now it's the rally of the TVK chief, that is Vijay. On the rally, the Stalin road show is it's complete now, but we have another road show of Vijay, TVK chief Vijay. All right, viewers, we have live visuals coming in from Beirut. These are visuals from Beirut, as you can see. Live visuals coming in from Beirut. Beirut continues to be a war zone as we speak. Live visuals from Beirut of the plumes of smoke, as you can see, they're coming out. This is a city, a densely populated city with many buildings very close by, as you can see. These are visuals from a building from a heighted location, as you can see, and now the visuals of the smoke that is coming in, that is billowing out from that location after an Israeli airstrike which was conducted. Visuals of aftermath of the Israeli airstrike that continued, that happened amid the ongoing war. This is the Beirut skyline on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are showing you, after top stories of politics, now we're shifting our focus to the war zone, and these are visuals of the Beirut skyline. Now you can see Israel is in a very difficult battle, but it's continuing to fight and destroy the Hezbollah bases of the Hezbollah terrorist organization, because the Hezbollah was playing an active role. There were the triple H of Iran, their proxies of Iran, whether it be Hamas or Houthi or Hezbollah. The Hamas was taken care of by Israel in the war after October 7, and now the war continues with Tehran, with the Iranian regime. and also with Hezbollah right now. These are visuals of attack on Hezbollah. This is Beirut's skyline. And also the latest update is that Houthis have also started firing missiles, and they have become an active participant in the war. And now it is getting difficult for Israel also, because they're running out of their interceptors. If the war continues for a very long time, it will be very difficult for them, and hence the strikes are happening on missile facilities too. All right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Missiles launched from Kuwait towards Iran. Now, this is the latest, ladies and gentlemen. This is missiles being launched from Kuwait to Iran. Now, explosions heard in Iraq's Basra province also. Latest visuals on your screen, as you can see. Missiles launched from Kuwait towards Iran. Explosions heard in Basra province in southern Iraq are the result of missiles being launched from Kuwait towards the Islamic Republic of Iran. Missiles launched from Kuwait towards Iran. On your screens, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are showing you visuals of Iraq also, and also the impact. Iranians are crossing into southern Iraq. And now these are the visuals, because it's becoming a tough battlefield, and the war is escalating to a level from where there is no coming back. Iran is not backing down. Israel has no choice but to continue the fight. US has made it a very complicated.
Iran is under constant bombardment by US and Israel, leading to power outages and a halt in trade. Iranians, since the war began on the 28th of February, have no access to internet. Goods are becoming expensive across the country. And so, in a bid to seek cheaper goods, internet access, and brief family visits, dozens of Iranians are entering Iraq. But they are not leaving the nation for good. They will return to nearby Iranian cities such as Abadan and Ahvaz. Some are crossing into Iraq via Shalamcha border. But one sentiment is common among all Iranians crossing into Iraq. Iranians say we will be victorious, and they also have a message for Americans.
رسالة الأمريكان يمدون يشيلون ايديهم من الوطن الإسلامي، والهاي هيمنة اللي هم ببالهم فكرهم يكون يصغرون، لا ما يقدرون، والشعب بقفل الدولة الإسلامية والقيادة الإسلامية إن شاء الله منتصرين بحول الله.
موجودة هجمات وإحنا قاعد نقصفهم، ما نخليهم وين ما كانوا. هجماتنا أكثر من عندهم، يعني إحنا قاعد إسرائيل قصفة كل مناطقهم اللي عندهم فايقات قاعد نقصفهن كل مكان العالم قاعد نقصفهم. هم يقصفونا نوبة، احنا نقصفهم 10 مرات.
Iranians say they do not want Americans on their land.
شنو رسالتك لهم؟ تقولون وقفوا لو؟ والله الافضل هم ينسحبون من كل المنطقة، لأن احنا ما نرغب بهم، ما نريدهم.
The figure by the UNHCR suggests that up to 3.2 million Iranians are temporarily displaced as the conflict intensifies. With the war entering the second month, the human cost is only increasing with each passing day.
We are getting another big breaking news as we speak. An Israeli raid on Bir al-Abed. Now the latest Israeli raid on the suburbs targeted the internal road between Bir al-Abed and Mushrifia. The smoke was seen rising over Beirut's skyline from the latest Israeli strike on the Lebanese capital, following a warning from Israel's army. There were no immediate reports of casualties. Now the death toll in Lebanon has exceeded 1,200 people in the ongoing war between Israel and Hezbollah, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. So there is a constant rise in the death toll, the number of casualties. The death toll in Lebanon has exceeded 1,200 people. 1,200 people. So this is the latest that we are getting right now at this moment, and latest update from the war zone. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big top story that we are getting. Now, the IRGC has given another warning to the US and to Israel. Now, they have clearly mentioned that they are now going to strike the residential complexes and the residences of the senior military officers and the politicians. Now, this was conveyed by the IRGC in the latest warning to the United States of America and to Israel. Watch this report for more information.
Iran has issued a new threat to US and Israel. This time, a warning to target US and Israeli military and political officials living in the Middle East, including Israel. Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters spokesperson said, the decision to target the residences of US and Israeli officials have been made after the nations have targeted residential homes of Iranians in various cities across Iran.
با توجه به شرارت‌ها و اقدامات تروریستی دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونیستی و هدف قرار دادن منازل مسکونی مردم ایران در شهرهای مختلف، نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران در اقدامی تلافی جویانه محل سکونت فرماندهان و مسئولان سیاسی آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی در منطقه و سرزمین‌های اشغالی را هدف قرار خواهند داد.
The war has completed 1 month. And the fear of further escalation is only getting real by the day.
Now, the big question that arises here, and we'll show you a special report on that, is whether America prepared for a very long battle with Iran in this case. Major General G.D. Bakshi explains why the Pentagon has got stuck in a strategic dilemma in this war with Iran, and also speaking and explaining on how it will be very difficult for ground operations to take place. There will be a requirement of more than 200,000 ground troops in this case, and the casualties can rise up to 15,000 to 18,000 troops. Also the challenges which will be faced in the Strait of Hormuz, and how Iran will be impacting even in case of a war, and how a single strike on a private vessel can mean a lot of casualties and severely impact the prices, whether it be global oil prices or the world trade in this case. To be explained. Now, to explain in detail, let's watch this special report and the explanation which has been done, in-depth analysis which has been done by defense expert Major General G.D. Bakshi.
America is assembling an armada, an amphibious armada, to attack the islands in the Gulf of Hormuz, as also the northern coast of the Gulf of Hormuz, the Iranian territory from where he can fire ballistic missiles, anti-ship and cruise missiles and drones at the ships in the Gulf. The problem is, attacking in the Gulf would be very dangerous, because these ships will be vulnerable to the enemy enemy ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, also the anti-ship missiles and drones. Operating in the narrow confines of the Gulf would be difficult task, because those ships are vulnerable, and any one ship that goes down takes a large number of American sailors and Navy personnel down with them, which can be politically very costly. So one alternative being thought of is, why don't we attack via the land route? After all, Iran and Iraq fought a 8-year-long war over from the Iraq border into Iran. The problem is, at that time the Iraqis had mustered about 2 to 3 lakh troops to attack from the Iraqi side into Iran proper. The problem is, the targets that you want to hit are the missile batteries, the drone launching facilities, etc. And those, how far are they? Those that are targeting the Gulf of Hormuz are quite well removed from the border. and to attack all the way from the border deep into Iran. You could mount air assaults, you could mount paratrooper operations, but then those are light infantry operations. Once they have captured a particular piece of territory, they either have to hold it, that means they have to be supplied, or also at a point in time, either a link-up takes place or they have to be evacuated, taken out. Otherwise, they are all gone. So there are difficulties attacking both the sea route and the land route. Land route, the problem is you will have to have far larger force levels. The Pentagon had talked of 200,000 troops or 2 lakh troops fighting for 18 months to achieve something meaningful, and that could cost up to 15,000 casualties.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because there is a lot more lined up after the short commercial break. Coming up, massive fire erupts at Victoria US Air Base in Iraq after an Iranian strike in the region. Coming up next.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest, and here on Republic we're tracking the latest from the Iran war. Donald Trump, the president of US, says that he might be considering seizing Kurg Island, and we're getting many updates coming in of the latest strikes. All this and much more coming right up, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin and TVK chief Vijay file nomination for upcoming assembly polls shortly. A top BJP delegation raises issue of violence occurred in Bengal during Ram Navami with the Election Commission. A major challenge to the BJP SDPI withdraws candidate K.M. Ashraf from the constituency of Manjeshwaram in Kasaragod ahead of the Kerala Assembly polls. AIADMK General Secretary EPS lashes out at the DMK's poll promise of 8,000 coupon for women, alleging it was aimed at earning commission. Lok Sabha to take up a discussion on the government's efforts to eliminate Maoism a day before the March 31st deadline set by Amit Shah to end Maoism in the country. Kuwait government confirms an Indian worker was killed in an Iranian attack on a power plant in Kuwait. And Trump claims regime change in Iran already happened, now dealing with totally different professional group of people. Claims Mojtaba Khomeini is dead or in extremely bad shape. Let's start with the breaking news coming in. And the latest update on the war. Israeli Foreign Minister said 5,000 rocket shells and drones launched at Israel from Lebanese territory since March 2nd. Getting you the updates coming in from the war. 5,000 attacks launched from Lebanon. Israel is making this claim. So we see cross-border strikes continue as US-Israel-Iran situation has escalated with intensified military, political, and economic pressures. Latest coming in is that 5,000 attacks have been launched from Lebanon. This is what Israel is saying. Remember that Israel is targeting multiple areas in Lebanon, which are Hezbollah strongholds. So that is one more front of the war that has opened up. Simultaneously, Iran has threatened retaliation against US-linked entities in the Middle East following strikes on its institutions. We have seen that many proxy conflicts have emerged, with Houthi forces attacking Israel and Israel ramping up military operations in Lebanon. So those are some of the top updates that we're tracking here on Republic. Nick is joining us. Nick Kuliotin, reporter, joining us from Tel Aviv. Thank you for joining us here, Nick. Okay, so we see that the proxy conflicts of the Iran war, those are also continuing side by side. Israel has made some big statements about the attacks which have been launched from Lebanon's side. So what is Israel saying?
Yeah, that's right. Israel says now that they will do anything in their power to stop the attacks from Lebanon, from the Hezbollah. This is a proxy terror organization of Iran that is bombarding the north of Israel, which it is bordering with Lebanon. And they are doing it with many missile attacks every day. And they are continuously bombarding and targeting civilian areas. They launch their attacks against buildings, against schools, kindergartens, and civilian facility. But this time, Israel strives not to tell to the people of the north of Israel to leave their homes, their houses, and go to the center or to the south of Israel. This time, Israel doesn't want to evacuate the people because they understand it will be a big win for the Hezbollah. Instead of that, Israeli army now conquering the south of Lebanon, and Israel telling to the Lebanon government, if you don't want your country to be destroyed by a war that you didn't launch and you don't want, this is the war of Iran and their friends in Lebanon, Hezbollah, but it has nothing to do to the country of Lebanon. So if you want to save your country, you need to stop Hezbollah from working and from launching those attacks from your land, and Israel can continue their conquer of the country and go to the capital of Lebanon, and they can continue their offensive operation as long as Hezbollah attacking the north of Israel. But
yes,
this is just part of a bigger war.
And Nick, as Israel is targeting areas in Lebanon, especially which are Houthi strongholds, simultaneously, we see that Hezbollah is firing rockets into northern Israel. Israel is also responding with heavy airstrikes, particularly in the southern Lebanon region. So we see this cross-border strikes which are coming in. Just to take our viewers a little bit more about Israel's operation in Lebanon.
Yes, Israel now targeting all the military infrastructure of Hezbollah in the southern of Lebanon, and they have a lot of infrastructure under the ground, like Hamas in Gaza. They built a lot of tunnels, and in those tunnels, they also keep their long-range missiles, but also some other military facilities and equipment, and it is hard to find it. But Israel now, with boots on the ground, also strives to destroy all these infrastructure. So in the future, Hezbollah will not be able to terrorize again Israel as they are doing for decades now. And this time, Israel using a lot of power, much more than they did 1 year ago, 2 years ago. This time, they want to demolish, to exterminate all these attacks and all this infrastructure of terror organization like Hezbollah. And actually, Hezbollah is holding as a hostage the country of Lebanon, and they also have a political power over this country, and that's why it is a tragedy for Lebanon. They are in a kind of civilian war because part of the people there are Christians or they don't support Iran and the Hezbollah cause, but still they're afraid of them because they have a lot of military power, and that's why Israel wants to weaken them as much as possible, but it is hard to do because they are within a civilian population, and also part of their leaders living in Dahia. This is an area in the capital of Lebanon, in Beirut, and Israel targeting it with the missiles from the jets. They are firing and they are taking down entire buildings, but still it is hard to find all those terrorists inside of a country of Lebanon.
Nick, let's talk a little bit more about U.S. weighing ground operations. This is not confirmed, of course. U.S. and President Trump, but they have said it's a possibility that the boots could be on the ground. Now, but if that happens, the latest is that Israeli soldiers will not take part in any potential U.S. ground operation. So that's a big breaking that we have got for our viewers. If you could just expand this for us and tell us why is Israeli soldiers not will not be going ahead and taking part in any U.S. ground operation, that Israel will sit out of any U.S. ground operation.
Yeah, Israeli army called the IDF, and this is a defense force, and actually Israel defending their borders from the first day of the country in 1948, and since then Arab countries, Muslim countries attacking Israel, but most of them are neighboring countries. And Iran, they are 2,000 kilometers from Israel. It's a very long distance, and you have in between countries like Iraq, like Jordan, and like Syria. It's not such a friendly countries to Israel. And Israel is a small country, just 10 million people living here, and from them, Jews just about 7.5 million. So Israel actually doesn't have enough power and enough people to fight a country like Iran, which is much bigger, and they have 100 million people, so it doesn't make sense. Maybe surgical operations with special ops, it can happen, even if it will not be official, or some Mossad agents can work there with their friends from the United States, but a big mass of people, it's not feasible for Israel to send there because Israel still fighting Hamas in Gaza and still fighting Hezbollah in the north and the Houthis in the south. And also Israel needs to protect itself against the government of Syria, which are Al-Qaeda and ISIS ex-members, and they not so friendly of Israel. And also Jordan, a lot of Palestinian population live there. So Israel can't fight a war so far away. So just the United States have enough power and people to do so. Back to you.
That's right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Nick, for joining us. And Nick is reporting live for us from Tel Aviv, from Israel, as Israel is expanding its operations specifically in Lebanon. Okay, let's go straight across to our guest. We are being joined by Major General G.D. Bakshi, defense expert, joining us here on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here, Major General. Welcome to Republic TV. Now we see that the war has expanded on multiple fronts. We all knew that for a month now. Israel is focusing on Lebanon. They're launching strikes. Israel says that Lebanon is also attacking Israel. Specifically, when we talk about the northern Israel areas being affected really, really badly by Lebanon. Your first perspective as to the developments when we see that Israel is fighting the war on two fronts. So one is Iran is pounding Israel, and now Lebanon is also pounding Israel, and Israel is striking both these nations as well, Major General.
You see, Iran has now surrounded Israel from three sides. Not only is the Hezbollah attacking northern Iran, while northern Israel, while Iran keeps attacking the central and southern portions of Iran, the Houthis have yesterday joined in, and they have started hitting Israel with missiles. The Israeli army has launched a major ground offensive to clear the entire area south of the Litani River from the Hezbollah, so that from there they can't launch rocket attacks, missile attacks into Israel. That ground operation is meeting tough resistance because there were reports, media reports of 21 Merkava tanks having been knocked out. Some reports even indicated up to 50 Merkava tanks knocked out. We don't know what the truth is, but definitely there's very heavy ground fighting being involved there. The Jerusalem Post, one of the main newspapers of Israel, published a report attributed to the chief of the defense staff of the Israeli Defense Forces, wherein he was heard as saying that Israel is running short of manpower, running very short of manpower because they are heavily committed. They say they have been fighting for 900 days non-stop. 900 days they have been fighting, and the problem in Israel is that not all Israelis can be recruited or brought into the army. The Orthodox Jews refuse to join the army. Therefore, the load, the heavy burden of fighting falls onto the non-Orthodox Jews. And that is becoming painful as it is continuing. So there is a lot of political, dissent within Israel on the issue of this recruitment, which is creating a major pressure point on the Israeli armed forces. Israel is also getting desperate now. Iran was desperate, very desperate in a life and death struggle, but increasingly even Israel is getting locked into a life and death struggle. And that means ending this conflict is becoming more and more difficult by the day. It's almost like Ukraine. The positions are so hardened that the chances of any success, breakthrough in talks is virtually zero. And that is the problem. So while Pakistan claims it is trying to get the talks going, the Iranians are now beginning to feel that Pakistan is just part of the deception plan of the Americans to deceive the Iranians, involve them in peace talks while they prepare to launch a ground attack. All people, all military analysts in the United States are warning America not to get involved in a ground invasion, ground fight, because that would mean an escalation trap, a serious escalation trap.
Right. Major General...
Vietnam redux all over again.
Yes, Major General. So definitely, there's no de-escalation in sight. Major General, I'm getting some breaking news. An Australian Prime Minister has urged clarity from Trump on the Iran war objectives. And Albanese says that I want to see more certainty in what the objectives of the war are. And I want to see de-escalation. This is exactly what we were talking about. This is exactly what you were also talking about, Major General, that what the Australia PM is saying, that he wants de-escalation. We just see an escalation. Okay, so they are saying, Australia is saying that we need a de-escalation. Very important statement which has come in. I want to go back to Major General G.D. Bakshi on this. Major General, Australia has backed US action, but only diplomatically and strategically. they're not joining the US offensive strikes, and they're very, very clear that they do want de-escalation. But Trump had said earlier that any country which does not support the US, President Trump said that he will never forget those countries which did not support the US during this war. But Australia keeping a very neutral line there. Yes, they are strategically backing President Trump, but they're not joining the offensive. They want a de-escalation, Major General.
Not only Australia, the whole world wants a de-escalation because it is causing grievous harm to the global economy. Absolutely incalculable harm to the global economy. Inflation is rising. The post-COVID recovery has been derailed. And if this goes on for a couple of months, the world will hit a recession. The entire global economy will be hit very hard. The whole world wants a de-escalation, an end to this stupid, unwarranted, unnecessary war, which was just not required actually. The simple fact is it was a war of choice as far as Donald Trump is concerned, and this has led the world into a jam. They have made a serious miscalculation, both Netanyahu and Donald Trump, about Iran's military power, its ability to resist, its willpower and stamina to stay the course. It has been quite amazing. Everybody thought that they would fold up within 48 hours. You forget 48 hours, this is 1 month and things are escalating. Things are becoming, the war is becoming more intense and more deadly in terms of damage to all sides. But the fact of the matter is that, Israel and Iran are already in a life and death battle, locked into that kind of a struggle. Israel is hitting, anybody and anyone who could take part in peace talks. Larijani and all have been killed, murdered, so that there is no off-ramp left. Now the Iranian speaker was supposed to have been contacted by Pakistan to engage in peace talks. He has said Pakistan seems to be taking us for a ride. America is not interested in talks. America is only interested in trying to deceive Iran into peace talks, into a kind of a lull that they are going in for peace talks, whereas they are planning to intensify the conflict, escalate the conflict by a ground offensive, a limited ground offensive.
Right. Major General, I really want you to hold on for a second, because we were talking about, you were saying it's been 1 month. Yes, it's been 1 month and oil supplies have been hit. So we're getting some fresh visuals emerging from the Strait of Hormuz. The video from Hormuz shows ships lined up, waiting to cross. These are new exclusive videos from the ships stuck in Hormuz. Okay, so that is what we see, viewers. That is what we see. Iran, trying to really take this entire Strait of Hormuz as hostage. It's like a hostage situation that we are seeing. And Iran is saying that any kind of threat towards them, or any ship which tries to pass without their permission, will be attacked. The fresh visuals that we are seeing, fresh visuals emerging from the Strait of Hormuz. A video from Hormuz shows ships lined up, waiting to cross. New exclusive video from the ships which are still stuck in Hormuz. Iran has restricted the Strait of Hormuz. We have seen tanker traffic dropping very sharply. Ships are either halted, some ships are rerouted, they are being moved away, and Iran essentially as a gatekeeper, acting like a gatekeeper for the Strait of Hormuz. Hormuz carries 20% of global oil, and Iran making it very clear that if countries keep hitting Iran, they will choke the global energy supply. Okay, we're getting some more breaking news coming in. Iran hangs two accused of working with US-Israeli linked opposition groups. So this is the latest update that we are getting for our viewers. Iran continuing to retaliate and issue these threats. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Iran's, according to the latest coming in, Iran is now going ahead and has executed two accused of working with a US-Israeli linked opposition group. So Iran hangs two accused of working with a US-Israeli linked opposition group. So like we were saying, and like Major General Judy Bakshi, and I would like you to come in, definitely not a de-escalation. This is an escalation. And speaking about energy supply, speaking about Iran's actions, we see Iran is retaliating. It's trying to hit the Gulf nations, targeting US bases, now executing two linked to the opposition group. And speaking of the energy supply, Strait of Hormuz, they are saying that essentially if you hit us, they will be choking the global energy supplies, and the entire world right now is facing that shortage. Getting some more updates coming in, getting some more breaking news coming in. The Revolutionary Guards has confirmed that the commander of the organization's navy, Ali Reza Tangsiri, was killed. Tangsiri was the senior Iranian official eliminated by Israel in the port city of Bandar Abbas in the south of the country. After 4 days, Revolutionary Guards confirmed that the commander of the organization's navy, Ali Reza Tangsiri, was killed, and Tangsiri was the highest-ranking Iranian official eliminated by Israel in the port city of Bandar Abbas, the south of the country. Let's take a perspective on this, on Iran's actions. Major General Judy Bakshi, would you like to come in and give your perspective? How is Iran trying to retaliate, keeps threatening other nations, trying to choke the global energy supply, and not backing down, essentially?
Look, one of the major experts on air warfare in the United States, Professor Robert Pele, who's been appearing on your channel quite regularly, has said that, look, Iran is much stronger now than it was at the start of the war. How? It has got control of the Straits of Hormuz. It is controlling the traffic there. And as far as that traffic is concerned, no tanker can move unless Iran gives it permission. 2 days back, it gave permission to 10 Pakistani ships to cross the Straits of Hormuz. So far, we've gotten only about 4 of our tankers through. Hopefully a 5th one is coming through, but Iran allowed 10 as a kind of a signal that, okay, we are listening to the peace talks. But as these peace talks have proceeded, Iran seems to be realizing that Donald Trump is up to his familiar trick of pretending to engage in peace talks, trying to lull Iran into complacency, while he prepares to launch a ground offensive. And that is despite all military advice to the contrary, despite the CIA and the intelligence agencies in the United States warning him not to get into an escalation trap. But just like Lyndon B. Johnson got into an escalation trap in Vietnam, that is precisely the way Donald Trump seems to be headed. Yesterday, we all saw the massive, over 3,000 protests all over the United States, all 50 states, every single county. The people were out saying, we don't want kings. We don't want Donald Trump to run amok. They are not in favor of the war with Iran. About 60% of them are opposed to it. And so early on into the conflict, if this is the level of opposition, this will only grow and snowball as more and more body bags come back. Yesterday, Iran has launched some very debilitating attacks in Saudi Arabia. One AVAC, about 4 to 5 KC-135 oil tankers, refuelers have been destroyed. Heavy damage is being done to American bases. heavy damage is being done to Israel. Israel, in fact, is getting into a desperate situation. Previously, it was only Iran which was in a life and death situation. But as Israel is getting surrounded from all sides, Hezbollah in the north, Iran in the center and south, and the Houthis now hitting the south of Israel. Israel is in a very tight spot. Israel is, the chief of the Israeli Defense Forces is openly saying that we are pressed for manpower.
Right.
We have mobilized about 2 lakh troops. We'll have to mobilize another 3 lakhs. And the Orthodox Jews are exempt from military service.
Major General.
So that
Absolutely. So no end to the war. Yes, Major General. So there's no end to the war. Like you said, it was supposed to be 48 hours. Now it's 1 month, like Major General has pointed out. He's also saying that Iran is getting stronger and stronger because they do have the control of Strait of Hormuz. Thank you, Major General, for joining us here. Taking a short break right now. Much more coming up on the other side. Continuing our coverage of the Iran war. We're also tracking other stories. Kuwait government confirms an Indian worker was killed in an Iranian attack on a power plant in Kuwait. Stay tuned.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए
Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin and TVK chief Vijay file nomination for upcoming assembly polls shortly. Top BJP delegation raises issue of violence occurred in Bengal during Ram Navami with Election Commission. A major challenge to BJP SDPI withdraws candidate K.M. Ashraf from the Manjeshwaram constituency in Kasaragod ahead of Kerala Assembly polls. ADMK General Secretary EPS lashes out at DMK's poll promise of a 8,000 rupee coupon for women, alleging it was aimed at earning commission. Lok Sabha to take up a discussion on the government's efforts to eliminate Maoism a day before the March 31st deadline set by Amit Shah to end Maoism in the country. Kuwait government confirms an Indian worker was killed in an Iranian attack on a power plant in Kuwait. Trump claims regime change in Iran already happened, now dealing with totally different professional group of people. Claims Mojtaba Khomeini is dead or in extremely bad shape. We're getting some breaking news coming in, viewers. Israeli media is saying that Israeli soldiers will not take part in any potential U.S. ground operation in Iran. So this is a big update coming in because a lot of speculation has come out about whether there's a lot of buzz. Will U.S. put boots on the ground? Well, there is no confirmation which is coming on this officially. However, it's a big speculation. And if it happens, Israel said that their soldiers will not be joining those U.S. ground operations. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. The latest is that Israel says their soldiers will not be joining U.S. ground operations. They will not be part of the ground operations. This is what we see right now. Remember, Israel says that it's currently attacking the infrastructure of the Iranian government throughout Tehran. However, they will not be part of the U.S. ground operations. That is one of the big buzz doing the round, that President Trump could keep boots on the ground. So if that happens, if Israel will not take part in those ground operations. Getting some more breaking news coming in. We are getting some big breaking news following IDF's evacuation warning. Additional strikes in Beirut. Smoke billows above the second target attack by Air Force. So big updates coming in here, Republic TV. Now Israel is targeting Hezbollah strongholds in Beirut. That has been happening pretty much ever since the war began first, around a month back. So back-to-back updates coming in here. Israeli military is conducting operations in southern Beirut, urging residents to evacuate 7 areas, including Harith Hirek Shia, while claiming to target Hezbollah military sites without providing evidence. That's right. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV, where we see the Israeli military is conducting operations in southern Beirut, urging residents to evacuate multiple areas. Southern Beirut is being specifically targeted. So fresh Israeli strikes are being reported in now the Dahiya neighborhood in Beirut. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV as a multi-front war plays out. So one more front has opened up for Israel. Israel is targeting Hezbollah strongholds in Beirut, and we see Lebanon is also striking particularly the northern Israel area. The northern Israel area of is being targeted by Lebanon. So we see cross-border strikes continue between Israel and Lebanon. Israel announcing that there are fresh airstrikes which have been launched in Beirut. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Israel signs $48 million deal with the Elbit systems for thousands of artillery shells. Israel's defense ministry says it has signed a $48 deal with Elbit systems for tens of thousands of artillery shells. So big updates coming in here in terms of the war situation which is playing out. Latest is that Israel will be procuring more artillery shells. It's a $48 million deal which has been made. Now, IDF is already very active. They're striking weapon production sites in Tehran. And like we were telling you, the Hezbollah is launching rockets at Israeli bases. In the midst of all this, it looks like Israel is trying to stock up its military weapons. So latest is that they're going to procure some artillery shells to help them with the situation which is escalating. So the US, Israel, Iran situation has escalated. We see intensified military, political and economic pressures. The Pentagon is also preparing limited ground operations inside Iran, targeting strategic locations like Kharg Island, Hormuz Strait, while maintaining the ground troops may not be necessary. So we do not know whether the ground troops would be hitting the ground of the US. We don't know that the US would be sending ground troops, but Israel preparing itself. Iran has retaliated against US-linked entities in the Middle East following strikes on its institutions. Let's go straight across to Major General G.D. Bakshi, who's back with us. A very good afternoon to you, Major General. So we see how Israel is stocking up its military pile. What do you think about this? Because are they stocking up because, of course, they're being hit on all sides? Like you said, it's a multi-front war for them. How prepared is Israel to go ahead and continue this war?
Israel has already launched a major ground offensive towards southern Lebanon, south of the Litani River. Their intention is to push all Hezbollah rockets, anti-tank missiles outside behind the Litani River so that the northern portions of Israel are safe from their bombardment. To that extent, as you reported, they are trying to get additional artillery ammunition, because what they have to wage is a very grim, very hard ground invasion, which is prepared defenses of the Hezbollah. So they are contesting. And like I said, there are reports that 21 Merkava tanks have been destroyed. Other reports were wild. They indicated 50 Merkava tanks. What the exact losses are, we don't know, but the fighting is very severe. And it is for this reason that Israel has said, we will not be taking part in the ground ops which America is going to wage against Iran proper, because they are already overcommitted. They had to mobilize 2 lakh troops for this Lebanon ground invasion. And at the rate at which the operations are going, the Israeli Chief of Defense Staff has been saying that he may have to mobilize another 3 lakh reservists. That means they will not be available for the jobs they are performing in the Israeli economy. About 500,000 people, if they are taken off the Israeli economy, that will be a very severe pressure on Israel. And he has said that we have been fighting non-stop for 900 days. Now, as far as America is concerned, what can it do in terms of ground operations? It has got 5,000 Marines and about 5,000 paratroopers of the 82nd Airborne Division, All-American, as it is called. What can they do? That is too small a force to really attempt a so-called invasion of Iran. That would have required over 2 lakh troops, much more than 2 lakh troops to mount a proper full-scale ground invasion. And Pentagon had said that it would need 18 months and at least 15,000 casualties. 15,000 casualties, please think of that. It would be Vietnam Redux all over again, and far more destructive operations, because military technology has grown by leaps and bounds. So what can these light American forces do? They can grab, there are 30 islands in the Gulf of Hormuz. The islands on the mouth of the Gulf of Hormuz are easier to attack. They are Larak, there are Greater Tum, Lesser Tum and Abu Musa. These are the 4 islands at the mouth of the Gulf. They are relatively easier to attack, right, and capture. But then you have to hold them. Then you have to see that they are supplied. And then if required, you may have to extricate your troops. How do you do that? There is also talk of taking the island of Kharg. Kharg is well up the Hormuz Channel. And Admiral Whitaker, a former Navy chief of the American Navy, has clearly warned Donald Trump that mounting operations that deep in the Gulf of Hormuz could put at risk American ships like the Tripoli and the Boxer, and the cruisers and the destroyers that are guarding them. At the very least, the civilian ships, tankers, are unprotected. They could pay a heavy price, a very heavy price. So I think before they get fully caught, Robert Pape has said that America is not as yet into the escalation trap. They haven't committed troops on the ground as yet. Once they do, getting out would be extremely difficult. As it is becoming virtually impossible right now. But once you commit troops to the ground, once you can't extricate them, they get, conjoined with the enemy military, and getting them out is a serious issue altogether. So I hope greater sense prevails. Donald Trump thinks he'll do another smart thing by pretending to talk, by getting Pakistan to get Iran to lower its guard, so that for the third time he'll take them for a ride, make suckers out of them by pretending to talk peace and planning to attack, planning to escalate. He may think he's escalating to de-escalate, but he could get stuck, and badly stuck, if ground troops are committed. This is a Rubicon that Donald Trump must think 10 times before he crosses it.
Right.
Initially, we thought that the talks might work because 10 ships of the Pakistanis were allowed to go through by Iran. 10 ships. Don't forget, only 4 of our ships have been allowed to come through so far. But 10 ships they let through so that they were interested if there is a serious proposal. But America is asking for surrender. After having taken a beating on the ground, America can't ask for surrender because Iran is fighting back as hard as possible, because Iran is in a life and death situation. It has no option but to fight. There are no off-ramps. Anybody who could be talking to the Americans, Larijani, etc., the Israelis have killed. And they are trying to kill anybody else who is also involved. That means you are cutting off the chances of any off-ramp. This is extremely dangerous, extremely dangerous. This is Ukraine all over again. Ukraine, 4 years it has been continuing. The only problem is if this war continues for 4 years, the global economy will get devastated. And that, I'm sorry, includes the economy of India. India, Japan, South Korea, these are countries that will be hit hard. Europe will be hit very hard.
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, we're getting some updates coming in. I just want you to hold on. Lebanon is a virtual state occupied by Iran. This is a statement coming in from the Israeli FM. And he's slamming the overstay of Iranian ambassador. Israeli foreign minister has sharply criticized Lebanon, claiming it is effectively under the Iranian control and failing to act against the influence of Hezbollah. In a post, we see that he has alleged that Beirut had not enforced its own decision to expel the Iranian ambassador Mohammad Reza Shiba, despite a deadline passing on March 29. This is not a surprise coming in because we see there's a proxy conflict which is being fought on that Israel-Lebanon front, Major General. So I'm coming back to you on this once more, and we have discussed all the fronts by now, Major General. Do you think that all these fronts have an exit strategy in mind? We're talking about Lebanon, Israel, Iran, US. Do they have an exit strategy if things get out of control and there's no de-escalation in sight?
There is no exit strategy. This was a stupid war of choice, started without a strategy, and in specific an exit strategy. The one lesson that America should have learned from all its failed wars, starting from Vietnam to Iraq to Afghanistan, was that before you start an operation, you work out your entire strategy, you define your aims and objective. Australia is asking the United States, please give us clarity on what the end state is, what the aims are. What are your strategic aims in Iran? Without that, you can't get into a conflict, because then you are getting into a forever war, which is something that Donald Trump had promised the people of America, that he was too smart to get involved in never-ending, forever